Welcome to the Off Label Podcast. And in the bonus episode of this, like I said, I'm going to go until I can't take it no more tonight. Maybe I won't be so pissy tonight because these aren't really, well, they do kind of hit home, but not as much. Okay, the first one up on deck, we got the Judiciary on Birthright, Citizenship, and then we got to listen to the Harmeet Dhillon one. Harmeet Dhillon, John Sauer confirmation hearings. And if we have time, if I can stand it, we have one on America's energy reliability. But we can't start anything until I start the show.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
Breaking space news, absolutely insane, and announced this morning. Scientists sent a spacecraft to an asteroid 63 million kilometers away, grabbed a chunk of it, and brought it back to Earth. And they've analyzed the sample, and the results of what is on this asteroid are in. Basically, scientists think that this asteroid used to be part of a much bigger object, like an ancient planet or moon in the early solar system, and this chunk broke off from it. On Earth, life uses these 20 amino acids to create proteins. They found 14 of these 20 amino acids on this asteroid. Also, you know these 5 nucleotide bases used to make DNA and RNA? Guess how many of these 5 were discovered on the asteroid? All of them. They found all 5 of the building blocks for DNA and RNA on this asteroid. They also found 11 different minerals that form as water-containing salt evaporates. Salt water. It's also rich in carbon, nitrogen, and other organic compounds that are essential to life as we know it. All of this means that the object that this asteroid came from had the building blocks for life and probably a salty ocean. It was probably an ancient ocean world, and this asteroid is just a messenger carrying on its history. It's also possible that asteroids just like this are what brought life to Earth in the first place. Breaking space.
We learning something up in here. What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing tonight? You got Queen Bee in the house, Andrea Alvarez, RP Games, Michael Stetson. What's going on, Rick? How you doing? And of course, we got Carolyn with us. And that's it for right now. Oh, there's Rhoda. How you doing, Rhoda? Okay. First things first tonight. I've heard a fair amount of this. I haven't heard the entire thing. But the Birthright Citizenship. This one's going to be first because, well, it's amazing the things they say, the words that they use, the tactics that they use to sit here and say that birth tourism here in the United States should be considered citizenship. It's disturbing how far they'll go with it. You're about to see what I'm about to show you here. So you can understand, this comes from House Committee of the Judiciary. The subject of the subject to the jurisdiction thereof, birthright, citizenship, and the 14th Amendment.
The subcommittee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. We welcome everyone to today's hearing on birthright citizenship. I will now recognize myself for an opening statement. As Supreme Court Justice Louise Brandeis once wrote, the most important office, and the one which all of us can and should fill, is that of private citizen. This hearing is on the issue foundational to our republic. Who is an American citizen by birthright? Section 1 of the 14th Amendment grants citizenship to all persons who are, quote, born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, end quote. It is the latter clause, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, that we will examine today in significant part. Our inquiry is simple. What was the original public meaning of the jurisdiction clause? The 14th Amendment was drafted to rectify the terrible decision in the 1857 Dred Scott v. Sanford case by recognizing former slaves as rightful Americans.
Michael's here.
As we'll learn from our witnesses today, the answer is clear. The jurisdiction clause, as originally understood, grants birthright citizenship only to children whose parents have full exclusive allegiance to the United States. The constitutional text and history shows that children of illegal aliens and legal aliens who are in the United States temporarily are not citizens by birthright under the 14th Amendment. For decades, proponents of automatic birthright citizenship have claimed the 14th Amendment and the Wong Kim Ark case bestows automatic citizenship to all children born to foreign nationals, including illegal aliens. This is a blatant misunderstanding of both items, resulting in birthright citizenship serving as a driving force of illegal immigration to the United States, as many illegal aliens and temporary visa holders know they can reap the benefits of their child's citizenship. President Trump's first-day executive order on birthright citizenship restored the 14th Amendment to this original meaning. Despite what you may hear on the news, some of the most respected legal scholars agree with the constitutional interpretation outlined in President Trump's executive order. Some of these legal scholars include those here on this panel today. Our witnesses will dive into the history of the 14th Amendment in Congress and the Supreme Court, but I'll give you a brief version. The drafters of the 14th Amendment understood it not to grant citizenship to persons, quote, owing allegiance to any foreign sovereignty, end quote. And in the first cases decided after ratification, the Supreme Court held that jurisdiction in the 14th Amendment means not merely subject in some respect or degree to the jurisdiction of the United States, but completely subject to their political jurisdiction and owing them direct and immediate allegiance. Of course, illegal aliens and legal temporary United States residents do not owe complete, direct, and immediate allegiance to the United States, and therefore their children are not citizens by birthright under the 14th Amendment. Now, I'm sure we'll hear a lot from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle about Supreme Court precedent as well. So let us make one thing clear at the outset. The Supreme Court has never held that children of illegal aliens or aliens who are in the United States temporarily are entitled to birthright
This motherfucker
citizenship.
just compared
President Trump's
babies
executive
to
order is
shit.
consistent with Supreme Court precedent. I'd also like to emphasize the purpose of today's hearing. We're here to discuss an important constitutional question. This is, after all, the Constitution Subcommittee, and I hope that we can keep our focus on the text and history of the 14th Amendment. But no doubt some of the policy implications will come up, and it would be a disservice not to at least mention those important issues implicated by the constitutional question. In addition to twisting the Constitution and court precedent, conferring automatic citizenship is a bad policy. It devalues the meaning of American citizenship by bestowing it to the children of lawbreakers who entered the United States without the consent of its people, almost rewarding them for trespassing into our country's soil. To add context, an estimated 124,000 to 300,000 so-called anchor babies, which are children born to illegal aliens, are born each year according to the Center for Immigration Studies. In 2023, up to 250,000 children were born to illegal aliens in 2023, which accounted for 7% of total births in the nation that year. Moreover, it further strains government programs that are already strained. For example, in terms of supplemental nutrition assistance,
Okay,
SNAP,
there you go.
which provides school meals. Americans shell out $5 billion each year in SNAP and food stamps for the U.S.-born children of illegal aliens, according to a 2023 report by the Federation for American Immigration Reform. If one looks at the amount illegal aliens and their U.S.-born children are projected to consume in federal welfare program benefits, the American taxpayer foots an even larger
I don't know
bill.
what that means.
Take, for example, in a July 2024 report, the Congressional Budget Office that answers to us concluded that the federal government is projected to spend $177 billion in welfare benefits to illegal aliens and their U.S.-born children over the next 10 years. Now, mindful that is a larger population, but it is clear that the birthright citizenship issue implicates those issues. This $177 billion includes Medicaid, SSI, Obamacare premium tax credits, food stamps, and more. Ending universal birthright citizenship and thereby ending birth tourism, a practice in which pregnant women travel to the United States to give birth and secure citizenship for their children, is good policy. Birth tourism diverts U.S. medical resources away from our own mothers and babies and allows shady and unscrupulous birth tourism agencies, quote unquote, to prey on expectant mothers. According to a 2020 study, there are between 20,000 and 26,000 foreign tourists in the U.S. giving birth on our soil annually. As far back as 2008, the CEO of the McAllen, Texas Medical Center, where about 40% of births were to illegal alien mothers, stated that, quote, mothers about to give birth walk up to the hospital, clearly having just swum across the river in actual labor. Just as concerningly, adversaries like China are abusing universal birthright citizenship and practicing birth tourism to nestle deeper into U.S. society, which carries security concerns. In 2018, Georgetown Law's O'Neill Institute wrote the following, quote, women from foreign countries, mainly China and Russia, are paying tens of thousands of dollars to temporarily relocate to the United States during their pregnancy in order to give birth in the United States and thereby guarantee U.S. citizenship for their child. To shed light on the magnitude of this abuse, China hosts over 500 companies offering birth tourism services, resulting in more than 50,000 Chinese nationals delivering babies in the United States every year, according to a 2019 estimate. The Constitution does not require us to allow this practice, and we should not. Even late Senate Democrat Majority Leader Harry Reid recognized the disastrous policy implications of birthright citizenship as he opposed automatic citizenship for children born to foreigners. He said the following in a 1993 speech on the Senate floor, quote, if making it easy to be an illegal alien isn't enough, how about offering a reward for being an illegal immigrant? No sane country would do that, right? End quote. He continued, guess again, if you break our laws by entering this country without permission and give birth to a child, we reward that child with U.S. citizenship and guarantee a full access to all public and social services this society provides. And that's a lot of services. That is Harry Reid, the former Democrat leader in the United States Senate. Senator Reid was right in his observation. No sane country would enable a foolish policy like automatic citizenship to children born to foreigners, especially illegal aliens. Congress should heed his warning. Put simply, the framers of the 14th Amendment did not intend for universal citizenship to children born to all classes of foreigners. Nor did the judges in Wong Kim Ark case rule on the question of citizenship beyond the children of lawful permanent residents, including those born to illegal aliens and temporary visitors. And there's one more point I'd like to make in closing. Congress is where the debate over birthright citizenship should be happening. In fact, my friend from Texas, Representative Brian Babin, has legislation, the Birthright Citizenship Act, that would fix this policy gap and restore the practice of granting U.S. citizenship as intended in the 14th Amendment. Section 8 of Article 1 and Section 5 of the 14th Amendment grant us power over questions of citizenship. President Trump's executive order rightly returns that power to us.
How you doing, Jeddah?
And in doing so, it returns us to the reasonable common sense interpretation of the 14th Amendment when it was ratified in 1868. I now recognize the ranking member, Ms. Scanlon, for her opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, since this is our first hearing of the new Congress, I'd like to say but that I am anticipating we will continue to have a vigorous exchange of ideas in this committee room. And I imagine we'll tackle some interesting and thorny legal disputes throughout this term.
Why am I always disturbed when I look at her?
I admit that today's topic probably won't meet that expectation because for more than a century, there have been few legal questions as open and shut as whether being born in the United States makes someone a United States citizen. And
all but 20 minutes.
Of a spoiler alert here. I'll skip ahead and tell you right now, it does. Frankly, to suggest otherwise is nothing but a blatant and disingenuous attempt to
hey, KB, and that's the first time I actually see you, so apparently yes.
Contrary to
on both
the chair's
sides.
assertions, the history of the amendment does not support the interpretation that he and his colleagues are pressing, and I beg to differ with his assertion that it's only been a few decades of people making the interpretation, which has been in effect for over a century.
I don't even see anything that says comment deleted.
The rule of law has become a feature, not a bug, under the Trump administration, but it's one that Congress has a constitutional obligation to prevent. rather than enable. So why are our Republican colleagues questioning the plain and long settled meaning of the Birthright Citizenship Clause? Simply put, it's because President Trump and his allies in Congress think there's something to gain
happens a lot.
politically by stripping an entire group of American citizens of their rights, their votes, their very identities, and turning them and their descendants into a permanent underclass. They want to decide who they deem worthy of being a citizen of our country and who isn't, based on who their parents are and where their parents are from. And in an act of really cynical irony, they want to, in essence, resurrect the rationale behind the Dred Scott decision that the 14th Amendment was written to reject once and for all. Our history, our quest for a more perfect union, has always been about expanding opportunity and civic participation, not ripping it away. Broadening our electorate has been an important part of that progress, including through constitutional amendments that guarantee citizenship, enfranchisement regardless of race, women's suffrage, and more. And in doing so, we've sought to make our country and its government more representative, more fair, and more perfect. That's a goal, a vision that all patriotic Americans should share. Any attempt to radically reinterpret the Citizenship Clause serves only to further the goal of right-wing extremists to unconstitutionally limit who can have a political voice in this country. Donald Trump's
How the hell did we get here?
order to end birthright citizenship, along with legislative efforts by Republicans in Congress to do the same, would drag us backwards, ensuring a government that's not.
Okay, fine. Ma'am, you made a foundation, but before building walls, you try to put a roof on it. What the how did we get here?
For the people, but for some people. It's the absolute antithesis of the promise of America. It's been 150 years since the 14th Amendment enshrined birthright citizenship into the Constitution. In that time, the U.S. has been made better by the contributions of Americans born here to immigrant parents, regardless of where their parents came from or their parents' citizenship status. Overturning birthright citizenship would hurt our nation and deeply imperil our ability to continue striving for a better future. It would impact all Americans by creating a logistical nightmare. Bureaucracy would invade our maternity wards, with states and hospitals being forced to investigate which babies do or don't qualify for citizenship. More troublingly, though, ending birthright citizenship would create a legal caste system based on the status of one's parents. Instead
They're
of
going to have to
citizens, the
do
US
what they're
would develop
supposed to
a
do in the
permanent
first place?
underclass of stateless, not legally recognized subjects who could be exploited or deported at the mercy of a political majority. That would be a twisted reflection of the intended purpose of the 14th Amendment. Because the language chosen by the amendment's framers in the aftermath of the Civil War was to prevent this kind of caste system from ever returning. So if our Republican colleagues want to have a legal argument today, here it is. The children, American children of undocumented immigrants and the American children of those here on visas, such as for work or study, are indeed persons born here in America.
Oh, there was
At the moment
some
of their birth, they're
conflation
subject
going
to the
on, yes.
laws of the United States with an undeniable constitutional claim to the rights, duties, and protections of that reciprocal relationship. In other words, citizenship. The 14th Amendment's guarantee that all persons born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. And
I want y'all to understand exactly this speech was written for her in a shitty fucking way. Because again, they built a nice foundation for the speech. Then they tried to put a roof on it. Now the walls are being built.
that's the quote. Clearly applies to those individuals. The plain text of that clause is about as straightforward a statement of American law as you can get. But there's additional support throughout the legislative history of this clause. In the debates on the passage of this amendment over a
That's the
century
ballsy
ago,
move.
Congress clearly defined the intent and purpose of the Birthright Citizenship Clause and rejected the types of arguments being advanced against it today. Similarly,
The voters
Supreme Court
are.
considered and rejected arguments against the plain meaning of the amendment in the case of United States versus Wong Kim Ark way back in 1898. Subsequent cases have rejected the proposition being advanced by our colleagues today that the children of certain immigrants born in the United States should be denied citizenship because it's unconstitutional. Clearly, the law and history
See, she
support
should have
the
taken the second
straightforward
and third part
conclusion,
and
and that's
flipped it.
why 4
It would
federal
have all made
judges have
sense.
already blocked
That
the
makes
president's
sense,
executive
but it
order
would have flowed off with
attempting
some
to
kind
end
of
birthright
logical
citizenship.
order.
One of those judges, Judge Kunauer, a Reagan appointee, told Trump's DOJ lawyers the executive order was, quote, blatantly unconstitutional. In fact, he said in the courtroom, and I would hate to have been the lawyer on the receiving end of this, he had, quote, difficulty understanding how a member of the bar would state unequivocally that this is a constitutional order, end quote, noting that it boggled his mind. Flimsy arguments aside, ultimately, a president cannot unilaterally repeal a constitutional amendment. Any elementary student of civics knows the only way to repeal an amendment is with another amendment. Remember Prohibition? The 18th Amendment to the Constitution outlawed the sale and manufacture of alcohol in 1919, and it was repealed by the 21st Amendment in 1933. But there's the rub. Americans overwhelmingly support birthright citizenship. Presidents and extremists like Stephen Miller, who've championed the idea, know that they don't have the votes to pass a constitutional amendment to repeal birthright citizenship, much less get the approval of 3/4 of the states to make it law. So instead, they're trying to do an end run on the Constitution with a tortured and unconstitutional reading of the English language and more than a century of legal analysis. Our Republican colleagues are here today trying to enable the president as he pushes his wager that his Supreme Court, the one he stacked, will ratify his illegal attempt to amend the Constitution without the consent of the American people. As a Congress, as a government, as a nation, we should not be in the business of turning back the clock and allowing or pushing our country to backslide into the most shameful parts of its past. Instead, we should be passing laws that guide it toward the light of a brighter future, one in which our most fundamental American principles and the promise to form a more perfect union ring true for all, rather than just for a privileged few. And that more just, that more fair America and the policies that actually get us there is what I and my Democratic colleagues would rather use this committee to fight for. I yield back.
I'm sorry, Miss Scanlon. Everybody calls her Skeletor. You know what I see? Who is the... Who's the dude that wore the hat in the Poltergeist? God damn it! What was that character? I know it. I know it. It was right here. Yep. Yeah. Oh, what? You motherfucker! Why? You're not. This dude. Just give it longer hair. It is scarily accurate. And it disturbs me. Just so you see. It disturbs me. Anyway.
Colleagues would rather use this committee to fight for. I yield back.
Not seeing either the chairman or ranking member, we will move forward and without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witnesses. Mr. Charles Cooper. Mr. Cooper is the chairman and founding partner of Cooper & Kirk PLLC, a boutique law firm in Washington, D.C. He has spent more than 30 years.
Wait a minute. Here's what we're going to do. Charles Cooper, as they... we're going to do the little poll thing. We're going to play who is the committee shill. Who is here to disrupt? Who is here to say some bullshit? Who is here to just throw out everything and just challenge or be the opposition's just go to, I'm going to talk just to you kind of person? Who do you think this is? We're going to take it like this. In the order that they are introduced, I will put them in the poll. This one is Charles Cooper.
Years in private practice and has argued 9 cases before the United States Supreme Court. Previously served in the Department of Justice and was a law clerk to Justice William Rehnquist. Mr. R. Trent McCotter. Mr. McCotter is a partner at Boyden.
This is R. Trent McCotter. I don't know how to spell that, so I'm just going to fuck that up. ARTRENTMCZOTTER. That'll be the second one.
Gray PLLC, where he litigates in federal court and before federal agencies. Previously served as a Deputy Associate Attorney General, where he oversaw the department's civil, appellate, and federal programs branches. He also previously served as a federal prosecutor with the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Texas. Of Virginia. Slip. It comes right out. Mr. Matt O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien is
Matt O'Brien. He will be the third one.
the Director of Investigations at the Immigration Reform Law Institute, where he oversees IRLI's investigations into fraud, waste, and abuse in the application and enforcement of the nation's immigration laws. He previously served as an immigration judge and in various positions with the Department of Homeland Security. Professor Amanda Frost. Ms. Frost is the David Ler.
That is Amanda Frost. And that'll be the fourth one. These are your choices: Charles Cooper, R. Trent McCotter, Matt O'Brien, or Amanda Frost. Who's there just to be the shell of the hearing?
Burton Massey, Jr., Professor of Law at the University of Virginia. It's my undergraduate alma mater. Professor Frost's research focuses on immigration and citizenship law, federal courts and jurisdiction, and judicial ethics. We thank our witnesses for appearing today, and we'll begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you. Please be seated. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes.
I'll give them full
Mr.
screen.
Cooper, you may begin. Mr. Cooper, I think is your microphone. Thanks, sir.
Good afternoon to members of the committee. I am especially pleased to be here to explore with you the meaning of 6 words of the Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. The recurring debate over the meaning of these words boils down to a choice between 2 alternatives. Does it mean subject merely to the regulatory jurisdiction of the United States? That is, subject to the laws of the United States, as is virtually everyone on United States soil, including aliens who are here illegally or are here for the purpose of bearing a child to make it an American citizen? Or does the jurisdiction of the United States mean something more than that? The full and complete jurisdiction, requiring an allegiance that comes from a permanent lawful commitment to make the United States one's home, the place where one permanently and lawfully resides. I believe that this latter interpretation is compelled by the Citizenship Clause's text, structure, and history, as well as by common sense. I have time for just a couple of brief opening points. First, the text of the clause. If subject to the jurisdiction of the United States means nothing more than the duty of obedience to the laws of the United States, why did its framers choose such a strange way to say that? Why didn't they just say, subject to the laws of the United States? Doing so would have been quite natural, given that this straightforward, unambiguous phrase is used in both Article 3 and Article 6. The clause also ensures that birthright citizenship makes newborns citizens of both the United States and of the states wherein they reside. that is, where they live, their home. This word standing alone implies a lawful permanent residence, and it plainly excludes tourists and other lawful visitors, as well as illegal aliens who are prohibited by law from residing in a state, although they all must obey our laws. Second, the history of the clause. The clause was framed by the 39th Congress to constitutionalize the Civil Rights Act of 1866, which had been passed by that same Congress just 2 months earlier. The 1866 Act explicitly denied birthright citizenship to persons, quote, subject to any foreign power, close quote, and to, quote, Indians not taxed, close quote. It is clear from the debate in the 39th Congress that Congress decided to replace this language with subject to the jurisdiction thereof, not because Congress suddenly and without any comment decided to broaden the scope of birthright citizenship from the act. Rather, Congress was concerned that the phrase Indians not taxed language generated uncertainty about the citizenship status of the children of Indians, primarily rich and poor Indians. The dispute is best captured, I think, by this comment from Senator Trumbull, who wanted to replace the words Indian not taxed, even though he was the principal author of the 1866 Act. He said this, I am not willing to make citizenship in this country depend on taxation. I am not willing, if the senator from Wisconsin is, that the rich Indian residing in New York shall be a citizen and the poor Indian residing in the state of New York shall not be a citizen. This comment reflects two important points about the intended meaning of the clause by its authors, I think. First, they intended that the children of tribal Indians who resided on reservations and owed their direct allegiance to their tribes would not be entitled to birthright citizenship, but the children of assimilated Indians who had left their reservations and had established permanent residence among the body politic of the states would be entitled to birthright citizenship. Second, it is not at all plausible that the framers of the Citizenship Clause intended that tribal Indians to be able to evade this limitation on birthright citizenship for their children by the simple expedient of leaving the reservation long enough to give birth to a child. The key distinction between tribal Indians and assimilated Indians was allegiance. Tribal Indians owed their direct allegiance to the tribe, while an Indian who established a permanent domicile within the state and assimilated into the body politic committed his primary allegiance to the United States and thus entitled his children to citizenship at birth. The Supreme Court's 1884 decision in Elk against Wilkins confirmed this understanding essentially, ruling that the clause requires persons to be completely subject to the political jurisdiction of and owing direct and immediate allegiance to the United States. Make one final point. The Supreme Court's 1898 decision in Wong Kim Ark had nothing to do with the children of illegal aliens or aliens lawfully but temporarily admitted to the country. The court carefully framed the issue before it twice in verbatim terms as involving, quote, a child born in the United States of parents of Chinese descent who have a permanent domicile and resident in the United States. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. We will now move to Mr. McCotter. I welcome you for your opening statement. I will note, Ms. Frost, we'll go over a little bit of time. I'll give you ample time as well. Mr. McCotter, please proceed.
Chairman Roy, Ranking Member Scanlon, and distinguished members of the committee. The 14th Amendment confers citizenship on any person who was both born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Each of those clauses invokes a specialized term of art. In other words, it doesn't mean what it might mean at first glance. For example, courts have held as recently as 4 years ago that those born in U.S. territories are not covered by the Citizenship Clause, despite being literally born in the United States. And similarly, for the Jurisdiction Clause, it invokes the historic doctrine of allegiance, meaning the person must owe direct and exclusive allegiance to the sovereign, as the DC Circuit held as recently as 2015. Now, the historical record for the jurisdiction clause is lengthy and complex. I would respectfully direct you all to the amicus brief that I submitted on behalf of many members of this committee, but I'll highlight 3 issues in particular. First, like Mr. Cooper, I'll emphasize the importance of the Civil Rights Act of 1866. There's widespread agreement that the jurisdiction clause of the 14th Amendment was meant to constitutionalize that act and that they mean the same thing. But of course, the 1866 Act excluded those who are subject to any foreign power. So that means citizenship for both clauses turns on not being subject to any foreign power. Senator John Bingham, who was later a principal author of the 14th Amendment, said, what does this mean? It means, quote, every human being born within the jurisdiction of the United States of parents not owing allegiance to any foreign sovereignty, end quote, would be a citizen. American birthright citizenship was reserved for those who were not already deemed allegiant to another sovereign at their birth. That takes me to my second point. You may have noticed in the quote from Senator Bingham that he refers to the parent's allegiance. Obviously, the 14th Amendment itself refers to the allegiance of the child. So what's the connection there? The connection is that at that time, and in many countries even now, the children born to citizens of that country were deemed themselves to be citizens of that country. For example, in English law at the time, a child born to English citizens in America would be deemed an English citizen at birth, and therefore could not owe complete and exclusive allegiance to the United States. That would deprive that child of being entitled to birthright citizenship. That's the connection between the parent's allegiance and the child's allegiance that you see so often. This leads to the third and final point to emphasize today. As Mr. Cooper said, as a matter of logic and history, the phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof cannot mean subject to the laws thereof. The exceptions prove the point. There's widespread agreement that children born in the United States to ambassadors or to invading soldiers would not receive birthright citizenship. So it's not correct to say that all those born in the United States are citizens, even under those who challenge President Trump's executive order. As far as I'm aware, almost no one holds that view. The explanation given for why ambassadors' children and children of foreign soldiers are not entitled to birthright citizenship is often that those individuals are not subject to US law. In other words, they have various forms of immunity. But that's wrong. Not even ambassadors have full immunity. At best, it's contingent. Their home country can revoke it, nor are foreign soldiers immune from US law when they are within the United States. So the inquiry cannot turn on parents' supposed immunity. As Mr. Cooper also pointed out, there's the fact that there was complete agreement at the time of the 14th Amendment that American Indian children would not be covered, even though they are undoubtedly subject to US law and long have been. So the theory that subject to the jurisdiction thereof means subject to the laws thereof proves far too little. It cannot explain any of the categories widely accepted. It also proves too much. If it's correct that having a parent with contingent or partial immunity, as an ambassador would have, could deprive the child of birthright citizenship, then domestic individuals who have partial or contingent immunity, judges, prosecutors, even members of Congress who possess immunity for certain acts under speech or debate, would likewise fall within the same category. Of course, we know that's not right. We know that the children of those officials are US citizens, while those of ambassadors are not. So what test explains the exceptions? It's allegiance, the first point I mentioned. Judges, prosecutors, members of Congress, they're all fully allegiant to the United States. Ambassadors, foreign soldiers are not. So the takeaway for this committee, Congress can confer citizenship by statute and has done so for many groups not covered by the jurisdiction clause, including Indians and those born in many of the territories. But that power is and always has been exclusively Congress's alone to exercise. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we do have one vote for that, man. We got 6 votes so far going in here. Everybody's kind of voting early. It looks like they're just going off how they feel about the situation. We got 1 vote for him.
Thank you, Mr. McCotter. Mr. O'Brien, you may proceed.
Chairman Roy, Ranking Member Scanlon, members of the committee, it's a privilege to appear before you today, and I thank you for the invitation. Now, the two witnesses before me, I think, have very ably summarized what's at issue here. So what I would like to point out is two things based on my many years of experience working in immigration law directly. I actually began my career as an immigration examiner in the naturalization division of the INS, so I'm very familiar with these issues. Now, it's very easy to say the meaning of this case is obvious. Of course, if it were obvious, it probably wouldn't have had to become a case in the first place. The common narrative goes something like this. Wong Kim Ark means that everyone born in the US gets citizenship, later in Plyler v. Doe. Justice Brennan confirmed this in that holding, stating that no plausible distinction with respect to the 14th Amendment jurisdiction can be drawn between resident aliens whose entry into the United States was lawful and resident aliens whose entry was unlawful. There's two major problems with that approach, though. The first is that the court in Wong Kim Ark couldn't address the question of citizenship being conferred upon illegal aliens because there were no illegal aliens to speak of at the time. US immigration law barred a very small slice of individuals, among them Chinese nationals who were subject to the provisions of a treaty between the United States and China, criminals, and people who were likely to become public charges, as well as those who appeared to be clinically insane. So the concept of illegal aliens was one that wouldn't come along until much later. At that point in time, anybody who could pay the 50-cent admission tax, entrance tax, could be admitted to the United States and was permitted to remain there indefinitely. Now, the second problem with the standard narrative about Wong Kim Ark is that Justice Brennan's assertion in Plyler v. Doe is obiter dicta, a judge's incidental expression of opinion that is not essential to a decision and does not constitute part of the precedent established by a case. In that case, in a footnote, Justice Brennan expressed his personal opinion that a 1912 immigration law treatise, not case law or statute, held that everyone born in the US was a citizen. In short, neither Wong Kim Ark nor Plyler had anything to do with whether the children of illegal aliens become US citizens at birth. In fact, that question has not yet been addressed by the Supreme Court, and there's little basis on which it may be argued that the holding in Wong Kim Ark would require a conclusion that the children of illegal aliens are automatically entitled to citizenship upon being born within the confines of the United States. If the United States is to formulate a reasonable policy for the transmission of citizenship, then it must abandon the dangerous folktale that is currently associated with Wong Kim Ark. And I hope that my testimony here today will assist this committee in getting to the heart of what Wong Kim Ark and the 14th Amendment really require. And if one stops and thinks about this, it would be utterly irrational to lay out a list of people who are inadmissible to the United States and whose presence here is unlawful, which can result in their criminal prosecution as well as their removal from the United States, but then allow those people to transmit citizenship to their children unquestionably and without any qualifications. So I thank you for inviting me here today.
Okay, that was Matt O'Brien. We had a vote for Matt O'Brien here. We're still at 6 here. We still got one more to go. Amanda Frost, which has 4 votes. Everybody already, just like right off the bat, as soon as we started making it, everybody already made their choice with this. Holy. I'm sorry, y'all might be right.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Appreciate your testimony. Ms. Frost, you may begin.
Chairman Roy, Ranking Member Scanlon, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the significance and meaning of the 14th Amendment Citizenship Clause. Some provisions of the U.S. Constitution are broad and confusing, but the Citizenship Clause is not one of them. The text, the drafting history, the original understanding, and over a century of unanimous judicial precedent and historical practice all confirm that the Citizenship Clause means what it says. As the text states, the Citizenship Clause grants citizenship to all born in the United States, and the only meaningful exception today is for the children of consular officials. The Citizenship Clause was intended to remove the stain of Dred Scott from our Constitution, the Supreme Court decision that held citizenship turned solely on race and ancestry and not birthplace. In 1868, the nation rejected Dred Scott. And when discussing this addition to the Constitution, the Reconstruction Congress explicitly stated that it wanted to provide citizenship to the 4 million formerly enslaved Americans and the children of immigrants arriving from around the globe. This Congress also acknowledged and well knew that some of those enslaved Americans had been brought into this country in violation of the law, because laws after 1808 prohibited the international slave trade. These were the illegal aliens of the day, and thus it is wrong, as Mr. O'Brien just stated, to say that there wasn't such a thing as an undocumented or illegal alien at the time. The Reconstruction Congress well knew there was, and of course intended to grant those people citizenship. That is why President Trump's executive order has been rejected by every federal court that has addressed it over the last month, 5 and counting, and these judges have been scathing. Federal Judge John Kunauer, appointed to the bench by Ronald Reagan, described the executive order as blatantly unconstitutional. Federal Judge Joseph LaPlante, a George W. Bush appointee, enjoined the executive order on the ground that, quote, it contradicts the text of the 14th Amendment and the century-old untouched precedent that interprets it. These judges have concluded that the Trump administration's arguments in favor of the executive order are ahistorical, atextual, and illogical, also inconsistent with the order itself. For that reason, I'm not going to spend any more of my time here discussing the meaning of the Citizenship Clause, which is detailed in my text of my written statement, and I'm happy to answer questions. But instead, I'm going to move on and talk about the devastating consequences of this executive order for the 3.5 million American families who every year welcome a new child into their family. The executive order claims the power unilaterally to rewrite the Constitution. That alone is disturbing enough. In doing so, it excludes hundreds of thousands of newborn children from citizenship, including the children of immigrants who came legally to the United States. All of these newborn children would be declared undocumented immigrants from the moment they are born. Some would be born stateless, and all would be at risk of being deported away from their parents, denied all the rights and privileges of citizenship at the most vulnerable moment of their new lives. Worse, if this were to go into effect, it would not be limited to the people carved out by the executive order, that is, the children of undocumented immigrants and the children of temporary immigrants. It would affect all Americans, every single person giving birth to a child going forward. All would now have to produce paperwork proving their status, their citizenship, their green card status at the time of the child's birth. And as an immigration lawyer, I will tell you, for many people, that is not easy. I thought this was a committee that favored limited government. This is expanding the federal bureaucracy and the paperwork burdens on these families, hospitals, state agencies, and overburdened immigration officials, as I said, at the most sensitive moments of these people's lives. As explained, the executive order is not only unconstitutional, it is not only a terrible policy, it also conflicts with fundamental American values. We are a nation that rejects the test of ancestry and lineage, and we prefer instead to grant citizenship based on birthplace. That's a choice we've made well over a century ago. To be born in America is to be born an equal citizen. America is excellent at integrating the children of immigrants into our society. It is one of our great strengths. All Americans should be proud that in 1868, the nation rejected Dred Scott and reclaimed citizenship based on location of birth, not lineage and ancestry, welcoming the children of immigrants. We must never go back.
Thank you, Ms. Frost. We will now.
Okay, so here's what's going to happen now that we have all that going on. We still got that poll. Anybody else want to get their vote in? Oh, it has changed. We got 7 votes in now. Go ahead and get that. I'm going to run it for the next speaker. And then after that, I'm going to close the poll.
Now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Wyoming for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Birthright citizenship allows for predatory birth tourism practices in which foreign-born women come to the United States on tourist visas to give birth so that their children become U.S. citizens. Once the children turn 21, they can sponsor their parents to become legal U.S. residents so the family can immigrate to America. Concerningly, the majority of these birth tourists come from one of America's greatest adversaries, including China. Because of advances in technology, lax surrogacy laws, and the incorrect understanding of the 14th Amendment, countries are now using international surrogacy programs to rent wombs in America. Mr. O'Brien, there is a back and forth in U.S. policy regarding scrutiny and restrictions for birth tourism, including 2 different policies issued in 2015 and 2020. Where does our federal policy currently stand on this issue, and is it strong enough to prevent this practice of essentially renting wombs for surrogacy to have anchor babies?
Well, the fact is that we don't have any policy specifically on this. We have the immigration laws, but as we've seen with the last administration, if the government refuses to enforce those, they have no effect whatsoever. And there's anywhere from 125,000 to 300,000, depending upon whose estimates you're looking at, incidences of birth tourism each year. The implications of this are absolutely frightening if you look at it long term. During the Cold War, the Russians had a program called the Illegals Program, where they inserted agents of influence and spies into the United States with documents that made it appear that they were lawfully here. If those people had children, they became US citizens, and regularly those children were trained, despite the fact that they allegedly had a claim to United States citizenship, they were trained to be against the interests of the United States. So this is something that is dangerous. We need a firm policy against it. And it is something that places the United States at a great deficit in terms of national security.
Well, and I want to focus specifically on this issue. According to the Heritage Foundation, they have reported on a new birth tourism tactic, which uses international commercial surrogacy to exploit America's misinterpretation of the 14th Amendment and our lax surrogacy laws. Intended parents who are foreign nationals use a surrogate in or transported to the United States, and the surrogate may be an American woman who then gestates a child for a fee, allowing foreign nationals to essentially rent a room or buy a baby. Mr. O'Brien, under the current wrongful interpretation of the 14th Amendment, this child would gain U.S. citizenship, wouldn't they?
Yes, they would. And because the Immigration and Nationality Act has become a muddle under the weight of misinterpretations about various effects of provisions of the Act, that places the United States in a position where people with no connection to the United States who simply want to be here because they either don't like the political or economic conditions in their home country can then use the citizenship of an adopted child or a surrogate child to try and access the United States and then eventually get lawful permanent residence and become citizens themselves.
So this form of birth tourism actually exacerbates the crisis we have with birth citizenship, requiring direct and exclusive allegiance, which should require direct and exclusive allegiance to the United States. Don't you agree?
Yes, it does. It exacerbates it significantly.
Well, what's very interesting is China banned international surrogacy, yet the international industry is disproportionately fueled by Chinese nationals who make up 41.7% of this surrogacy industry. Should this raise national security concerns that China is aggressively participating in a practice that it has banned in its own country?
Yes, China has an established pattern through an organization called the People's Work Bureau of approaching people who have a familial connection to China, regardless of their citizenship, and then pressuring them based on connections to Chinese family members who are still within the PRC to provide intelligence information, whether that be national security information or economic espionage information.
Well, and what's interesting is that these children who are receiving American citizenship, they receive that even if the parents intend to raise them abroad. What are the benefits of having a child with American citizenship?
Well, the benefits of having a child with U.S. citizenship is that child can later sponsor you for lawful permanent residence. It also makes the child eligible for all sorts of things that come along with U.S. citizenship, which is entering and leaving the United States. The implications of that from a national security or criminal perspective are enormous. So this is truly frightening. And it's shocking to me that there is so much debate about this. I think if we're arguing about this, we've sort of lost the concept of what...
Hegeman is the one who unseated Liz Cheney. I judged a book by its cover because this woman is fucking impressive, though.
Citizenship is and what it means.
Amen. I think you make a very good point. I ask unanimous consent to put into the record an article from July 15, 2024, entitled "The New Face of Birth Tourism, Chinese Nationals, American Surrogates, and Birthright Citizenship." And with that, I yield.
Without objection. Also without objection, Mr. Biggs will be permitted to participate in today's hearing for the purpose of questioning the witnesses if a member yields him time for that purpose. I will now recognize the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me be very clear.
You
Donald
shovel
Trump's
face.
executive order to eliminate birthright citizenship is, quote, blatantly unconstitutional. Those are not my words. Those are the words of
Wait a minute. I'm turning this all the way up. This may burst some fucking ears. But who was it in what? I heard the word weird.
Judge to eliminate birthright citizenship is, quote, blatantly unconstitutional. Those are not my
I don't know. I think somebody said this is weird. Hold up.
Donald Trump's executive order to eliminate birthright citizenship is, quote, blatantly unconstitutional. Those are not my words. Those are the is, quote, blatantly unconstitutional. Those are not my words. Those
I can't even tell what was actually said in that, but weird came through perfect. All I heard was weird.
Those are the words of Judge John Kuhnauer, a Reagan-appointed federal judge from my home state of Washington. The judge went on to say that while, quote, the rule of law is, according to Trump, something to navigate around or something to be ignored, whether that be for political or personal gain in the courtroom, the rule of law is a bright beacon which that judge intends to follow. For over 100 years, birthright citizenship has been enshrined as a fundamental right under the 14th Amendment. The language in the amendment is very clear. All persons born or naturalized in the United States. In fact, so clear that at least 4 federal judges have concluded that the executive order is unconstitutional. Like many of the attacks on immigrants by the
This is
Trump
actually
administration,
true.
this
Greg is
attack
correct about
centers
this.
on old tropes that question the, quote, allegiance of immigrants. Tropes that were applied to enslaved Black people brought to this country in shackles, as well as Japanese Americans imprisoned and interned during World War II. These
Well, he
attacks
didn't
are
do that,
couched
but
in a completely baseless argument that somehow immigrants born in the United States to a parent who is undocumented don't have sole, quote, allegiance to the United States. Professor Frost, this argument is actually very similar to the very arguments made in 1897 by Solicitor General Holmes Conrad in the Supreme Court case United States versus Wong Kim Ark, when he argued that the children of Chinese immigrants were not, quote, subject to the jurisdiction of the United States because they owed their allegiance to the Emperor of China. And the Supreme Court considered these racist arguments and they categorically rejected them, correct? Can you explain why, if that's the case?
Yes, that's correct. I think it's worth noting that Holmes Conrad came from a slave-owning family. He was an officer.
you think she smells like cat piss? I'm sorry. I have to ask the question. Do you think she smells like cat piss? She looks like it.
In the Confederate Army, and he himself lost his citizenship for a period of time because he was a traitor to the United States of America. In addition to the argument you just noted that he made that stated that the children of immigrants, and in particular Chinese immigrants, did not have allegiance to the United States, he made that argument explicitly, and it was rejected by the Supreme Court in 1898. But in addition to that, I think it's worth noting, he also told the Supreme Court of the United States that the entire 14th Amendment was unconstitutional. That's an argument he made. I'm not aware of ever a Solicitor General making that argument to any other Supreme Court in the history of the United States. And of course, the Supreme Court rejected that as well. So that argument's been made, and it's lost 127
Where was
years
that
ago,
hand?
and it will fail again today, as it already has in front of 5 federal courts.
And at that time,
Where?
14th Amendment was unconstitutional. That's an argument he made. I'm not aware of ever a Solicitor General making that argument to any other Supreme Court in the history of the United States. And of course, the Supreme Court rejected that as well. So that argument's been made,
That
and it's
looks
lost
very
127
fishy.
years ago, and it will fail again today, as it already has in front of 5 federal courts.
and at that time, the Supreme Court held that the phrase "subject to the jurisdiction thereof" was an extremely
Toxoplasmosis,
narrow
anyone?
qualification that only accepted 3 specific classes of persons from citizenship. So can you tell us what those 3 classes were and why they do not apply and implicate children of undocumented immigrants?
Yeah, so the Reconstruction Congress was very clear. The Supreme Court agreed in Wong Kim Ark and subsequent cases that the subject to the jurisdiction thereof language applied to 3 groups. One was the children of.
Here's the thing, KB. And this is going to piss you off once you realize that this is how they operate. Our members of Congress, no matter what they say, when they are acting in official fucking duty, our members of Congress are covered by the speech and debate clause, which pretty much says you can say whatever the fuck you want. You can't be sued for it. If I was a member of Congress, I could say whatever I wanted to about you, even in a defamatory way, and there ain't shit you can do about it. So yes, our members of Congress are allowed to say whatever the fuck they want to, but if you say anything that they can even twist to think that you're lying, you may go to prison.
Diplomats and consular officers, for the obvious reason that the French ambassador to the United States doesn't want their child born in the US to be a citizen, and their situation in the United States is they're representing a foreign power. In fact, the embassy itself is considered foreign territory. Native Americans, that was the only really substantive discussion the Reconstruction Congress had.
Where is it?
At the time they suggested this addition of the
real Arthur
Citizenship
Blake
Clause to the 14th Amendment.
There you go,
And
Rick. That
they
one hit
pointed
from
out
last
in
night.
many discussions that the Indians, Native American tribes, were sovereign powers with whom we had treaty relations, who were not subject to US law. They had their own tribal courts and laws. And at that time, they wanted to be excluded, and the Reconstruction Congress didn't want them to be automatically included. I should note that there is now a federal law that gives Native Americans automatic birthright citizenship. The final group, I'm happy to say, we've never encountered, which is enemy aliens in occupied territory.
Great. I'm gonna stop you just because I.
And we have actually done that. Tren de Aragua. Are you kidding me? Are they not enemy aliens in occupied territory? Are they not here in our cities trying to take over neighborhoods so they can gain a foothold? I'm sorry, it was in that Kerry Lake fucking audio where the dude said, I hear the cartels are working in all 50 states. And we can point out 17 through news reportings. I'm sorry, what?
I have another question here. One of the lawsuits blocking the order was brought by an individual in my state, Alicia Lopez. She was born and raised in El Salvador, but she fled the country after experiencing a violent and abusive situation. She had applied for asylum, has received a work permit while her application is pending. She's lived in Washington state since 2016. She has a 5-year-old son with her partner. She's pregnant with a second child who is due in July. I want to bring this back to the real impact of what would actually happen. Birthright citizenship
We
has
are kind of a
generated
little
this
bit of a
deep sense
different breed than
membership
most of
in
the
our
South,
society,
yes.
a collective commitment to a shared value and opportunity, equality, and
And I don't mean
contribution
like
that's
Florida
allowed
man
America
either.
to thrive. What's the impact on real life
Bitch, we got
Americans
fucking
across this
bears
country?
walking down the main street of one of our biggest
To
fucking
eliminate
cities.
birthright citizenship would be to create a permanent underclass, a caste system, which was the very result the Reconstruction Congress intended to end.
Thank you so much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentlelady from Washington. I now recognize the committee chairman, Mr. Jordan.
I thank the chairman and thank you for holding this hearing. I would yield my time to the gentleman from Arizona.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I'm going to ask each one of you a question related to this scenario, because this is a real scenario. In Yuma, Arizona, they have one hospital.
Look, I want to put it this way. This is the first time the real Arthur Blake has kind of come across us. Well, not the first time. I've seen him here before. But yeah, we're going to be starting to ramp this shit up. We're going to be doing more. I'm definitely going to be doing these committee hearings on my own to kind of fill some more, not more content, but just kind of hang out with y'all, get a bearing of everything. Oh shit, I never actually stopped the poll. I'm a dick. But yeah, kind of get a bearing on everything here and see how you guys actually start reacting by hearing your own elected officials and the dumb shit they put out, whether it be left or right, because there is a lot of retardation that happens on the right too. Don't get me wrong. It really does. A lot of people on the right are just like willing, and able to just jump on some shit that because it may be new before. I guess you could say trying to get out in front of it and either downplay or hype it the fuck up. They do that a lot too. Democrats always try to take this weird. It's always about racism, Trump. Now that Trump thing is turning into a Trump-Elon mixture. Everybody's all pissed about Elon, but doesn't even really matter because you're going to hear about either Trump or Elon in any fucking committee hearing, especially from the Democrats. Depending on who's there, you may hear some racism or claims about racism. It's weird. It's a weird economy with what we have going on here with all of this, but tracking everything back the way I've been able to follow these, I'm going to say about 96% of these hearings are going to have a bingo for somebody.
For about 150,000 people. They have a small maternity unit.
I need to start a
about
bingo
8 to
card
10
for this
beds.
kind of shit then.
Many times the beds, every one of them is occupied by a
But yeah, we're going to start doing more.
who is illegally crossed.
Shit. I kind of blocked off there. But yeah, we're going to start doing more. We're going to do members only content. We got some ideas coming down the road. And a lot of things that are coming up here. I got the last little bit of what I do. I need to set this shit up and make it all good. I'm in contact with somebody so I can make the visuals of this a lot better. And we can really make it fucking shine without having to use something like StreamYard. I'm getting everything worked out on the ass end of this. And it's going to be visually a lot fucking better. And this is all thanks to every single fucking one of you. I'm not going to lie. Every single one of you. Everything that we've done, everything that we've gotten from this has gone actually back into making this possible for you guys. As a matter of fact, I've actually pumped more money in than I should. I'm glad my wife isn't around. But yeah. We're going to be continuing to do this. We're going to be pushing this out. We got some members only content that's going to be incredibly fun. Like one thing we have is most of us use some kind of green screen. You know, most of the people that you see here, we use some kind of green screen or we have the ability to use it. So what we're going to do is we're going to present a show. Now we're going to take the production side, everything that you see on a live event, a live show that we do, the production side is done by somebody else. Whatever you see in the background of everything, we all use green screens. So when you're bringing up a camera, like, say like this right here, you bring up a camera, somebody's making a statement, and instead of seeing the off-label background, you'd see some random weird little video or an image or whatever the producer wants to do. If they want to make fun of you, if they want to poke fun, or they want to put something funny in the background while you're saying something incredibly serious, things like that. The producer will have 100% visual control as we produce as we go through an actual episode like we normally would. I think it'd be funny as hell. But yeah, things like that. We got that kind of thing coming up, but we got a lot in the works. We got a lot in the works, especially more things like uh, we may have an episode or two here and there where we take a deep dive. Maybe we get Rick here. Maybe we get Rick and Liberty together, and me, and we just have a deep dive on the one situation and talk about that for a while. We got a lot of things that are actually being planned in the background, and I appreciate every single fucking one of you for helping us make this possible because this is going to be great. I have, the more and more we're going through this, the more and more I actually have confidence in this, and I appreciate the fuck out of every single one of you for helping back us with this project. Let's continue though.
Our border, usually through the Cocopa Reservation. I know right where they come, and they go in, and they have a baby, and then they both depart to go back south across the border. And I guess my question for each one of you is this: under the original meaning, because I'm trying to establish, you've all made it clear.
We all have our own 9 to 5s. We still got to
The
do
original
this
meaning of the
too.
14th Amendment, Ms. Frost, is that child a citizen of the United States of America?
Yes, of course, because the
Okay, thank
Reconstruction
you.
Congress
And we'll
wanted
go,
it in simple and clear
thank you,
language.
appreciate that. Oh, and now, Mr. Cooper?
It's been 5 o'clock for me for a while, but take it easy, Hookie.
No, Congressman, not under the Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment.
Mr. McCarter?
I agree with Mr. Cooper. That's correct.
Mr. O'Brien?
No, because she's not lawfully present in the United States, the mother.
So let's consider, we have a very, very disparate interpretation of Wong Kim Ark. We've got Ms. Frost, who position, and I don't want to misstate it, but that the original allegiance or the jurisdiction thereof displaced the allegiance requirement, right? So there's no more allegiance requirement. Is that fair? Is that a fair description of what you're saying, at least on that portion?
I'm not sure what you're referring to by the original allegiance requirement. There was never an allegiance requirement. There was the Dred Scott decision.
Okay,
which
so that's what I'm getting at. You believe there was never a jurisdiction thereof never required allegiance to the sovereign. And so now I want to clarify.
I'm just going to kind of squirrel out here for a second. When you say allegiance, I understand that, being a citizen of the United States, even being born into it, however the fuck, naturalized, whatever, you still owe allegiance to that country. But let me ask you a question. It is a gray area. If you've never sworn an oath of any way, do you actually owe allegiance? If you've never pledged an oath, do you actually owe an allegiance? And if no, is that why they got rid of the Pledge of Allegiance in schools? Because think about it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to its stands for which is justice, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You said that as a child. Did you not just swear an oath? What up, renegade?
By that, when you get to that, Mr. McCarter, why is it that in Wong Kim Ark, the court said that the plaintiff or the appellant in that case was actually a citizen of the United States?
The Supreme Court's rationale is a little hard to follow in Wong Kim Ark, to be honest, but it does say that the parents there were lawfully present with the consent of the sovereign, which is the United States, the equivalent of our modern day LPR, lawful permanent resident.
So if because that's the way I read Wong Kim Ark. They're talking about there's lawful presence, and there's an intention de domicile, which has a legal term of art, meaning you're intending to live there, stay there, and be part of that community. That's really what that gets at. So I'm baffled by the notion then that if you cross through the Cocopa Reservation and you go into the regional hospital in Yuma, and you have a baby, and your intention is to immediately leave and go back home, you're not legally present in the United States, nor do you have an intention to be here. Why then does that
Renegade at
baby
one of the memberships too now.
entitled to birthright citizenship, Mr. Cooper?
Sorry, Congressman, that baby is not entitled to birthright citizenship. And I think Wong Kim Ark does not in any way support the claim that it's entitled to birthright citizenship. As I mentioned previously, the issue in that case was
I'm sorry, I'm looking at
clearly
chat and I just got blown away with
to,
how that actually worked out.
aliens who had established a permanent and lawful domicile in this country. So whether you think that's sufficient or not, it clearly doesn't sweep within it people who have come into this country illegally. And I would also point out, Wong Kim Ark itself it said there are some certain irresistible conclusions to be drawn from the Citizenship Clause, including that the 14th Amendment affirms the ancient and fundamental rule of citizenship by birth within the territory in the allegiance and under the protection of the country. And the reason they concluded there.
And I have to.
I kind of want to have to agree
because it actually segues from that nicely, and that is.
I mean, the
one of
more
things, and actually, Ms.
the
Frost
story
kind of
shit you eat, the more gay you turn out to be.
She indicated this when in the Indian tribe case, when we look at that is because there was respect for a tribal Indian having an allegiance to that tribe.
What do you mean, Rhino?
That's very different than someone who crosses over, has a baby, and returns to their native country. Isn't that true? Mr. O'Brien, I'll go to Mr. O'Brien.
Yes, that's true. And in Wong Kim Ark, what the court did was they inferred that long-term residence was an intention by someone who was working towards citizenship and wanted to be a long-term member of the community in the United States. So the court was at pains to point out that there were two qualifications.
But legally.
One, that the individual.
Come on, Lenny. Here's my point. You, as an American citizen, growing up in the American education system, you said the Pledge of Allegiance every day. I know you did, because I did. Up until a certain point. When it was taken away from our school system. Before all this craziness ever really fucking began with the school system. Now let me ask you a question. If you've never given the Pledge of Allegiance, even as a child, have you sworn allegiance? Now, owing allegiance is a different thing. But have you sworn allegiance?
Attempting to transmit citizenship had to be lawfully present in the United States with the permission of the government. And number two, that person was within the allegiance of the United States, meaning that individual had more than a simple obligation.
This is an argument that nobody's bringing up yet.
While present.
Thank you, gentleman from Arizona. I thank the witness, and I will now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. O'Brien, I want to go back to where you were right there. So
I want you all to 100% understand that Dan Goldman here actually told a woman whose child died of fentanyl overdose that she was too stupid to know what high crimes and misdemeanors are simply because she didn't know, or she didn't go to college. Paraphrasing, of course. I can track it the fuck back. She said that, or he said there's no way she could understand what high crimes and misdemeanors are because she didn't go to college. That was one of the arguments he tried to fucking make. In a border hearing to a woman who lost her child to fentanyl overdose. This motherfucker had an eviction notice for the only goddamn apartment that he's a representative of. For over a year, this was about a year ago now, but for over a fucking year, this motherfucker was not paying rent. And the only thing that tied him to the district that he represents. That is Dan Goldman.
And I think Mr. McCotter said this as well. Your interpretation is to be lawfully present in the United States with consent of the sovereign. Mr. McCotter said that's the equivalent of a lawful permanent resident. Is that correct, Mr. McCotter?
That's correct, yes.
And you agree, Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, I do.
Why is a visa holder not lawfully present in the United States with consent of the sovereign?
Well, first of all, a visa holder is a person who has a permit to board a common carrier and come to the
Welcome
United
back.
States and request admission.
Let's listen to a lot of
Person who has been
stupidity.
admitted to the United States by the appropriate authorities following inspection by an immigration officer is lawfully present.
So someone with a visa, a work visa that could go on for years and years, you're saying is not lawfully present?
No, that's not what I said at all. I said a person who has been admitted in a visa classification.
Oh, wow.
H-1B, F-1.
Oh, hold on. Y'all actually, I got to point this out. Y'all actually hit up the fucking polling on this. Out of 13 votes, Matt O'Brien got 15. Or Trent McCotter got 15. Charles Cooper got 15. Amanda Frost got 53%. So by this, I'm going to say Matt O'Brien, McCotter, and Cooper got 1 vote. Everybody else went to Amanda Frost. I need to tighten up the little polling and everything as far as the timing is concerned, but you guys are 100% correct in that. The ones that went for Amanda Frost, you were 100% correct with your voting.
And so on and so forth, is lawfully present.
I forgot
while
about
they're in
that. My bad.
compliance with the terms of the immigration.
We're going to play with that
Okay.
more.
So I agree. But you're trying to restrict this to green cards. And the problem that I'm addressing here is this executive order is not restricted to green cards. It prohibits birthright citizenship if neither parent is either a lawful permanent resident or a United States citizen. Do you agree with that, Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, I do. The court
Okay,
in Wong
thank
Kim
you.
Ark.
So in Wong Kim Ark, exactly.
No,
in Wong Kim
that is
Ark, they
Eric
used the
Swalwell,
definition
not
you
Dan
just said,
Goldman.
which would include visa holders, and yet the executive order expressly excludes visa holders. So let's move to the second point, allegiance. This is what the subject of the jurisdiction thereof that you all three of you have talked about relates to allegiance. I'd love to see a clear and definitive definition of allegiance, but let's just talk about what you all were saying. Allegiance means assimilated. Is that correct, Mr. Cooper? That's one of the things that you said?
I think that only a person, or at least an Indian, under the view of the framers of the Citizenship Clause, who had been assimilated and had left the reservation and therefore had essentially abandoned that person's allegiance to the tribe and had shifted their allegiance to the United States, just like others could have a child.
So if you move off of a tribal reservation and you move across the street at the time, where you're talking about, originalism here, and you move across the street, then all of a sudden your allegiance has changed from the Indian tribe, the Native American tribe, to the United States. That's what you're saying. Do you disagree with that?
I do.
No. Hold up. Did this motherfucker just try to argue that just because somebody who lives on an Indian reservation travels off the Indian reservation and goes into United States territory, that somehow their allegiance changes? What? That's what we're arguing, Goldman. You goddamn retard. Now take that on a global fucking scale, because you want to sit there and point that dumb shit out with your goddamn. I don't even know what to classify this fucking look as. But why are you staring there looking like this goddamn asshole? Like I was saying with K. Bean, take the Muslims who believe in Sharia law. But because they come into this country and pop out a fucking kid, those kids are now American fucking citizens? I mean, you're trying to denigrate this dude for sitting there trying to go after the Indian population, which he wasn't in the first fucking place. But you make this argument, and you're stupid enough to really fall in that trap of all I have to say is, now apply that to the people who believe in Sharia law. Would you agree that the women of this country need to be subjected to that? I yield back.
I disagree with
Okay.
that. I think the
So
notion.
is there a time requirement? You must live off of the reservation for 1 year, 2 years, 5 years?
No.
No, there's not. So this is the problem.
There was my argument to K. Bean, though. And that was the point I was actually trying to get to. Again, let me help you out here. Me and K. Bean were having a discussion about birthright citizenship. She said if they need to come into if they want to come into this country, serve in the military. I asked her immediately, or should there be any kind of real grace period to adjust to our society? And she was kind of like, no, right away. If they want to do it right away, they can. So I asked her, okay, those from Muslim countries that believe in Sharia law should jump into the military right away without adjusting to the fact that we as an American population believe you matter. You are equal to us and you have a voice within us, and we damn sure care about you. You want them to jump into that immediately with you in the military? There needs to be an adjustment period. This is the argument that they were talking about.
Problem is you start talking about allegiance and you're excluding green card holders. Now, green card holders, of course, are also citizens of other countries.
I will say this. He makes a good argument, but he does it in the sleaziest fucking way that I cannot agree with your argument, but I understand the basis of what you were saying here.
And yet somehow in this definition of allegiance, that a green card holder has more allegiance to the United States than that person would to, by necessity, by definition, than that person would to a foreign country. That seems like a pretty bold statement to be asking the Supreme Court to say. And what scares me about it as an American Jew, when Jews are often accused of dual loyalty with Israel, is you're now
So was
getting
mine,
into a
though.
situation where the government has to determine which country any individual has more allegiance to. The country that they have immigrated to.
I love KB.
And
She may
even if
get
they're a
me
lawful
for some
permanent
things,
resident,
but
or the country of their citizenship. And it baffles me that
what up,
the
Ken?
Republican Party, the party of small government, the party of federalism and states' rights, would sit here and say, yes, it is the government's job to create a definition of allegiance, which somehow is required in order for birthright citizenship.
Hold on. Hold on. Did you just motherfucking argue that in a constitutional republic where the people have say over everything, the government must define what birthright citizenship is? Wouldn't this be something that is definitely left up to the states? I mean, it's not covered in the first 10 amendments of the United States Constitution, ladies and gentlemen. This argument is not covered in that. The 10th Amendment says anything not covered in the first 9 go back to the states, and then everything after that is still beholden to the 10th Amendment. But yes, you also have to think of the Federalist Papers that have actually laid this shit out, exactly what they meant, how they felt, and opposition and in favor for. This was expressly fucking deliberated for this shit. Let's forget that, right?
Now look, Mr. Biggs, and you may not like the example, birthright tourism, you call it, of someone coming into the United States, having a baby, and then leaving. If you don't agree with that, that's fine. Pass a constitutional amendment, because this is clear, and this definition that you're providing is unbelievably vague and very, very careless, and I look forward to the courts rejecting it. Thank you. I'll yield back.
Thank you, gentleman from New York. As individuals who
Rhoda. My dad was in the Air Force. I was born in Landstuhl, Germany. I have a certificate of birth abroad. If anybody had explained anything to me about that fucking time frame when I started to do taxes, I could have claimed dual citizenship. I could even have denounced my American citizenry and just said, I was born in Germany. I'm a German. But because nobody explained that to me, I am 100% U.S. American. Now, I will admit, I am 100% grateful that that wasn't explained to me in any way, because it had been a shit show that I even exist in this country. But hey, I'd have paid less taxes.
recite the Pledge of Allegiance down on the floor of the House of Representatives. Every time we open the House, I think those of us understand what allegiance is, particularly the gentleman from Texas who wore the uniform of our armed forces. I think he's fully aware of what allegiance is. And I would also note that one of the very few responsibilities our federal government has is actually making those determinations as to who should be citizens and who should be in our country.
Correct.
I would now recognize the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand more than anyone that we are a nation of immigrants, but there's a difference, stark difference, between giving citizenship to the children of slaves, the children of those subject to the Middle Passage, the children of sharecroppers, and the children of those who were once considered property, and giving citizenship to the children of people who cross the border illegally, stay in taxpayer-funded luxury hotels, who receive free Xboxes, free cell phones, free flights around the country, and 3 square meals a day. There's a big difference. My great-great-grandfather was born on a plantation, Rosedown Plantation in Louisiana. He had to join the Union Color Guard to gain his freedom. By morphing the citizenship clause into something that it wasn't meant to be, it's demeaning to descendants of slaves like me. And not just me who served this country, but my father is a retired colonel. My sister went to West Point as a retired colonel. My brother went to West Point. We are talking about a direct descendant of a slave that earned the right to be in this country and passed that ilk down to his ancestry. People bled for it. People died for it. And it means something. The purpose of the 14th Amendment that President Trump's birthright citizenship executive order is that the Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment was never meant to apply to children of illegal or legal aliens. Allowing birthright citizenship to stay in place dilutes the citizenship of not just Black Americans like me, but every single American citizen that had to earn it the right way. Let's say this in black and white. Either you're a U.S. citizen or you are not. Now, the left has spent decades
Unless you're
what it means
behind
to be an
Arthur,
American
this is
citizen.
Mr. Hunt, not
They've quite
Goldman.
literally been chipping away at the basic value of American citizenship. They pretend to be altruistic, but we know the truth. Ozzy Osbourne's daughter said on The View that we have to let illegal immigrants in this country because who else will clean our toilets? We hear it all the time. Who will pick our crops? And even though that we know that American citizens are the majority of those people picking our crops, we know what you're insinuating. And all this must end now. Mr. O'Brien, earlier you brought up birth tourism and how it's an
Yo, hold up. Hold the fuck up. The motherfucker just said on a goddamn committee hearing everything we've been saying this entire time. Just because you're sitting there, who's going to pick our crops? Who's going to do this? Who's going to do this for illegal fucking immigrants? That is the same damn shit you said about his fucking skin color back in the day. Donalds, I wish that was the trigger you would have pulled a long fucking time ago. But well done, Wesley fucking Hunt.
an issue of national security. Could you kind of expound on that and talk about why that's an issue? As somebody that served this country, this is near and dear to my heart.
Sure. If we give U.S. citizenship to absolutely anyone who is born on our soil, that takes the United States out of control of who becomes a U.S. citizen. And since, as everyone here knows, the people are the government of the United States, that puts us in a position where we could be allowing people who are citizens of adversary nations to be coming here, having children who gain U.S. citizenship, and then are trained to be adversaries of the United States. It puts them in a position where they can get jobs with security clearances, they can join the military, they can work in the defense industry, which they would not otherwise be able to do.
So over the course of the last 4 years, have there been people that have entered our country that are our adversaries, that have come to this country that we know of, and had children?
Yeah, there have been a massive number of people who have come here. And not just over the last 4 years, it was happening before. I worked in the national security apparatus of the Department of Homeland Security, and I worked on many cases where that had happened.
Is there any other country in the world that operates like this? I'm saying this from the standpoint of somebody that's deployed to Saudi Arabia and other countries around the world. This would never happen anywhere else, by the way. Can you name a country in modern or recent history that has behaved like this, and what has been the outcome of this type of behavior? Meaning that is this even a sustainable model, given the number of people that have entered this country over the course, especially the last 4 years?
No, it's not a sustainable model. The only other place where it existed was in a number of the Latin American countries, and most of them did away with it after they were attempting to attract migrants in order to build their industries and build the number of people living in those countries. So this is something that's nearly non-existent.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. The left throws love thy neighbor in our face, and they say that we have to have open borders in order to be nice to people. Well, I ask them to tell the left, we have a bunch of neighbors right here in our country that are Americans. You see, your neighbors are the homeless veterans that you drive by to work. Our neighbors are the wayward teens running away from a bad home environment. Your neighbors are the families who just got evicted from their apartment. What do all those neighbors have in common? They're all Americans. And let's use our American taxpaying dollars to put Americans first. Newsflash. This is why President Trump is our president, because it's past due that we put the American citizen first. And once we solve our issues here, I'm a Christian. By God, let's help everybody else. But at this point, we have enough problems to fix in our own country, and this must stop. Thank you for your time.
Thank the gentleman from Texas. I will now recognize the gentlelady from Vermont.
I'll
Thanks,
agree,
Chair.
Spuds.
Today we've heard a lot of different legal theories about interpreting the Constitution. And at times I know it feels a little bit like a law school lecture. So I'd like to kind of cut through the legalese and clearly focus on something that I find deeply troubling. What Republicans are offering is a plan to redefine who gets to be American. And it's a big step towards a country where Americanness itself applies to only a privileged few, and a country where future and past generations are relegated to an underclass status. They're trying to stake out
What? By saying that people that come here illegally and have a child, whether they are impregnated while they are here illegally, or whether they are pregnated before or impregnated before they come into this country, just because they pop a baby out, that baby is now a U.S. citizen, and those people, the parents, need to stay, because how are you going to evict a U.S. citizen? That Now, I want you to all to understand. Most of the people you hear from, especially the ones that they're always looking the fuck down like they're reading on something, there are some who can play the fence, who can blur the lines. Don't get me wrong. And that's on both sides. I'm looking at you, Jim Jordan. However, most of these motherfuckers, when they have their speeches and things like this, are written by their fucking staffers. So you are paying them hundreds of thousands of dollars as a base salary to fuck you in the ass with absolutely no lube while playing a character.
who is a real American, and it will leave a whole lot of people out. And this, I think, is a frightening road to go down. The arguments we've heard have been with us since our founding. As you pointed out, Professor Frost, the Dred Scott decision changed the common law understanding of birthright citizenship for all. It enabled slave owners to use the law to take away citizenship, to take away identity, to take away the freedom of Black people. The 14th Amendment and the Civil Rights Act of 1866 were a direct response to Dred Scott.
I'm sorry, I gotta pause it with this. You are right, Mike. You are fucking right. I mean, what did him and Comer do when Hunter fucking Biden spit in your face and in Congress's face twice? Twice. He showed up. He had a press release, said, I'm here to testify, then got in a goddamn car with Eric Swalwell and drove the fuck away. The next goddamn month, he's sitting in a fucking committee hearing about holding his ass responsible for this shit. And he gets up and walks away as soon as Marjorie Taylor Greene starts fucking asking questions, and nobody stops this asshole. And then, after both of those fucking incidents, it was Jim Jordan and James Comer that said, hey, Hunter, you want a way out of all this being held in contempt of Congress bullshit? Just come in here, just reschedule. Come in here and talk behind closed doors. That was Jim Jordan and James fucking Comer. I'm sorry, I will rage against that every fucking chance I get. That motherfucker spit in your face as an American citizen. Spit in your face with the Burisma scandal. Everything that was going on with him and Joe Biden and his family and everything. No, he was supposed to be there to testify. He was supposed to tell you as an American fucking people the truth. And because it wasn't an open testimony with his first fucking sworn with the closed door shit, I'm going to be fucking honest. I don't want it. I will fucking back Hunter Biden up on that shit. I don't want those closed door sessions for anything ever the fuck again. I don't care how long it takes. I don't want those closed door sessions ever the fuck again. But because he didn't get his way, he broke our laws and got away with it. And they all laughed at you as they said, hey, come in and talk. Just reschedule. It'll be all right. Republican fucking Party laughed at you.
The law grants citizenship to people born in this country, plain and simple. Yet here we are, over 150 years later, talking about how maybe the straightforward language of the law could possibly or should actually be used to deny citizenship for often people of color. Ms. Frost, did the framers of the 14th Amendment intend to extend birthright citizenship to the children of slaves and other non-citizens?
Yes, the Reconstruction Congress could not have been clearer. They used clear language, and their discussions that followed made this clear. They said, of course, they wanted to overrule Dred Scott, which include giving citizenship to all enslaved Americans, including those who had arrived illegally because they'd been illegally imported after the laws prohibited it. They were the illegal aliens of the day. The Reconstruction Congress said, we want them to have citizenship. The second group explicitly discussed was the children of immigrants, in particular, the children of Chinese immigrants. That was the intention of the Reconstruction Congress, and they achieved that through clear language.
Thank you. Through clear language. And citizenship was based on where you were born, correct? And not actually the identity of your parents.
Of course, we are a country that doesn't visit the sins of the father on the child. We believe in the idea that all people born are equally American because they are born in the United States. Our Constitution rejected titles of nobility explicitly. We, of course, rejected a hereditary monarchy. America is about birthplace. It's not about ancestry or lineage.
So, Mrs. Toxoplasmosis, let me ask you a fucking question here. Okay? So, if any woman were to walk across the border and pop out a fucking child because she walked across the border and entered the United States of America, legal or illegal, she must now stay here in America and live off my taxpayer dime the way we have actually seen, especially with the illegals that have come to this country. Off my taxpayer dime, they must live. Because some baby who even could have been consummated outside of this country. The moment of conception could have happened outside of this fucking country, but because the baby pops the fuck out, it's a U.S. citizen. Now, I want you to wrap your fucking heads around this, ladies and gentlemen. They're also the same fucking party of people who say that babies are not alive until you pop them out of the fucking womb. They're just a clump of cells. They're not life. But because you plop something the fuck out here on this homeland, somehow it is life then, and it's valuable no matter what, and anybody and everybody that is involved in this needs to live off my fucking tax dollars? The party that wants to kill babies in the womb, sterilize children before they even grow into puberty, is telling you that if a baby lands on these on this soil, it is a U.S. citizen. So we're turning U.S. citizenship into gladiator fucking mode? Now, hold on. I do advocate for Darwinism. I'm sorry. Hold on. I just talked myself into this. I'm just bullshitting, but yeah.
So is it safe to say that the 14th Amendment enshrine citizenship for an entire class of people and their ancestors?
Yes, of course. And any other real rule would require a test of lineage and ancestry for every new child born in the United States. I'd like to quickly add 33 countries have birthright citizenship in response to Congressman Hunt's question, including Mexico and Canada. We are not outliers.
Exactly. I'm so glad you brought that up because I had it in my
So because Mexico and Canada has birthright citizenship, so should we.
notes to bring that up as well. So what if the Supreme Court decides
God
that the
damn,
14th
can we
Amendment
not?
actually does not give citizenship to children born in this country to non-citizens? What if the Supreme Court made that ruling? Where does that leave the descendants of those who've been granted birthright citizenship?
Yeah, I mean, it would unwind the citizenship of the entire country. We are a nation of immigrants. A very significant majority of us trace back, really other than Native Americans, trace back our lineage to an immigrant, parent, grandparent. 5% of our military are the children of immigrants. Now, all of us, when we have a baby, the first thing we'd have to do is produce proof of our citizenship. Imagine a generation from now. It wouldn't be good enough to show your own birth certificate. You'd have to show the lineage. This is exactly what the Reconstruction Congress wanted to prevent, and it's exactly the result that Dred Scott wanted.
I want to take a pause here to address Stacey's thing. She said, I'm under red lights, so don't stress. I think American citizenship is something you should earn. That's my hot take. I am in 100% agreement with you. I really am. And that was my point to KB. There needs to be some kind of adjustment period into American way of life. Now that adjustment period, however long that takes, that can be up for debate. But again, like I told her, I don't want them jumping into the military, especially because you got motherfuckers believing Sharia law in the army, in the military, in any way with you. Immediately right out the gate without understanding that you matter to us just as much as he does. There needs to be an adjustment period. The question is, how long of an adjustment period?
Appreciate that so much. So let's follow this logic. Say a person's grandparents came to this country from Central Europe in the 19th century. An investigation reveals that those grandparents used false pretenses or false names at Ellis Island. Does that mean, based on what my colleagues would be saying today, that the present day descendants of those grandparents are not citizens?
The logic of the position is that every single person who considers themselves an American, perhaps people in Congress, certainly people voting, would suddenly be under scrutiny, and any flaw in their family's immigration history, going back to the Contract Labor Act of 1885, where if you came to the
Penny,
U.S.
that's the
with a contract to work, that was illegal. Many people violated that
that's
law in
the fall of
1885.
every big
All of those people, their
civilization.
descendants today, could have their citizenship questioned and could be stripped of their citizenship under the executive order.
Thank you. And if I could, in conclusion, because I see that I'm out of time, doing away with birthright citizenship is an intentional choice to give this president, I believe, massive power to dictate who is and who is not an American. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady from Vermont. Now I'll recognize the gentleman from North Carolina.
I kind of feel like KB's just like all about no adjustment period. They get into the military, so just because you're a woman, they could do whatever. I feel like she just wants to be like, she wants to just be the feisty motherfucker. Just be like, I'm gonna beat your ass anyway. Fuck it. This is how America is. I kind of understand that, man, but I still don't like it. I still don't like it. I think there needs to be an adjustment period because, all right, let's harken back to this. All jokes aside, you're going to take somebody that might have an ISIS affiliation, an Iran affiliation, a Chinese affiliation, a Russian affiliation, a BRICS fucking nation affiliation, whoever the fuck says all this down with America bullshit. And just because they come here and try to apply for US citizenry, the first thing we need to do is shove them in our military. So we train them and then try to take care of them after the fact. If they serve for 4 years, they're an American citizen now, right? Yeah, there is some vetting that goes on, and I get all that shit, but fang fang. By the way, can we look into Charlie or what is it? Richard Lee, Lindy Lee's father. Can we look into that shit, please? Because that's a little fucking weird. But fang fang. The Chinese spy operation that was going on from 2011 to 2015. Yeah, let them into your military immediately? How do you think that's gonna actually work, though? Some of them slip by, man.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this hearing and to all of you that are serving on this panel today. The issue of birth tourism is a big concern for me and stands out as a glaring example of a loophole being taken advantage of. Mr. O'Brien, in
I
your
gotta go back to
testimony,
this Rumble
you
comment.
shared a little bit ago with Mr. Hunt about the national security risk associated with widespread birth tourism. What are among the top countries that are taking part in this practice? Where do they come from?
Well, the largest is China. The second
I
largest
do
is
understand
India.
that.
And then it drops.
KB, and I do understand that. And I get that every single person out there is your brother or sister. I 100% they get that. But just coming from a family who has backstabbed each other more times than I could fucking count in my life. If I were on the field with you and some random motherfucker that just came from any other motherfucking country was out there with you, I'd expect him to do the same. However, let's just say you get pinned the fuck down and I have to save your ass. Now he feels you are the weakest link. And because it is his right, his honor, his country, everything he believes that you need to end right there. That's not our way. But that's their way. Who do you think I'm going to choose, man? Can we avoid that altogether till we have a point for people to adjust to the way we think, to the way we feel, to American culture as a whole, to say every single one of us, no matter how goddamn retarded we are, every single one of us matter. Gender, sex, whatever, race, creed, color, religion. I don't give a shit. Because that's what America's supposed to be, the melting pot. Everybody comes over here. Everybody comes from a different background. Everybody's okay with shit. And this is where you are headed with it. And if you're willing to join the military, then kudos to you. I 100% agree with you, man. But again, that is ripe for abuse with our enemies. There is a reason why we are a superpower, and it's not because of our numbers. It's because of our technology. I mean, I've told you time and time again, even with the business party, I laid it out there because Jackie and Liberty were there, and I laid out the Jewish space laser comment about that. We went through it all. You know this. You've seen this. I don't want to be teaching somebody who might turn out to be an enemy everything about me, and all they have to do is wait 5-6 years It's like you train a sleeper army to sit within your own fucking country and you make them a citizen. Again, just like I said, with all the rush at the border shit and everything like that, and nobody's vetted and everything. Now we have Trenday Aragua taking over everything. We have funded this through our own goddamn tax dollars. Welcome them in with open fucking arms. Why? Why in any way, shape, or fuck would I send a goddamn bullet one of weapon of war towards you if you will let your enemy in with open arms and fund them? That scares the shit out of me, man. Really scares the shit out of me. I'm not trying to be a dick to you in any way. I don't want it to be the first introduction into U.S. fucking culture. Prove to me as an American citizen, prove to me as a foreigner, you want to be an American citizen before I let you take up a fucking rifle and train you how to use it to defend this country. Prove to me you want to be here before you can defend. It's a tricky line to walk down. It really is. Because I get your point in every way. If you want to put your life up for this fucking country immediately to prove it, but if you roll that out immediately, you are literally telling the enemy, I will train you in my ways to build a sleeper army within my community. I don't like that, KB. I get your point and I understand it. That shouldn't be the first introduction, man.
Drops off from there, but there's still large numbers of people from a large number of countries that we should have concerns about.
Very good. And aside even from the national security risk that you've already addressed, this practice puts many of those involved in coming here in harm's way. Can you talk about how the birth tourism can harm the expectant mothers involved in this?
Certainly, it's not advisable, at least according to all of the medical personnel that I've talked to, for women who are in an advanced stage of pregnancy to do something like a 14 to 24-hour flight from China. We have seen repeatedly along the southern border people who are traveling in extremely harsh environments, attempting to cross the Rio Grande while expecting a child imminently. And so this is a danger to both the mother and the child.
Thank you. I'm also curious, while we're here, Mr. O'Brien, about the comparison between how the United States treats this concept of birthright citizenship when compared to the rest of the developed world. Is it common for other countries to automatically grant citizenship to those born on their soil?
No, it's not common. It's something that's most typically associated with the United States, Latin America, Canada, and a few other countries that have extremely truncated variations of it.
And how would you say America compares to most EU countries in regards to this issue?
It's profoundly more broad. Most countries that have birthright citizenship have significant restrictions on it compared to the United States.
Very good. Mr. McCotter, I'd like to hear from you about how Congress can play its part in this conversation. I mean, it's one thing for executive orders, it's another thing for court decisions and interpretation. What steps can Congress take to support President Trump's executive order?
I authored an amicus brief on behalf of many members of this committee, and we submitted that in almost all the district court proceedings and in several of the circuit court proceedings, so the court is at least aware of these members' views on the historical understanding of the jurisdiction clause. That's one thing, of course, Congress could do. Congress obviously could hold a hearing, which we're having now, and I'm glad to participate.
Well, I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of Representative Brian Babin's Birthright Citizenship Act of 2025, which does clarify which individuals automatically receive American citizenship at birth. In fact, I've told folks if ever there's a time for us to clarify and codify, that time is now. Would you deem it necessary that Congress clarify this question surrounding the citizenship clause, or should it be left to other institutions?
The Supreme Court has long held that the decision of citizenship is left to Congress, except, of course, as dictated by the 14th Amendment. The courts can interpret the 14th Amendment as they're doing now, but otherwise it is exclusively a congressional prerogative.
So we do have an opportunity now, and with the act introduced, to take some action on this. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
I thank the gentleman from North Carolina. I will now recognize the gentleman from Maryland and the ranking member of the committee.
Ma'am, while you are 100% correct in every way, I'm sorry. That's just, you're right. My idealism, just as what you were saying, is your own idealism. The idealism is crashing. You've been there. I haven't. However, me as who as I am, as a man, as an American, I'm taught to stand up for you. So when it comes to letting somebody in that wants to treat you like shit and is taught to treat you like shit just because, yes, the military would train that or would change that. I get that. But I couldn't imagine training and working and defending and living alongside somebody that just in a moment's time, when a trap is sprung, you're out there with him. I'm out there with somebody else. We're pinned down. And the trap goes out. I understand. I'm trying to get myself to that point. I really am. Me as a man, me as the person that I am, I'd feel guilty. I'd feel like I didn't do enough. The survivor's guilt, maybe? However you want to play that, but that would be me. I know that. That's who I am. I'm not trying to be an asshole. But I don't want to be I don't want to feel responsible for something like that. Just because I didn't do enough or say enough. And even doing enough or saying enough might piss you off. But isn't that my role as a man and as an American? I love you with all of my heart, Gabe. You're awesome. It's my job to take care of you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
As you took care of me.
And thanks to all the witnesses for being here, and special greetings to my former colleague, Professor Frost. I want to start with you because there's been a major flurry of litigation about the onslaught of unlawful and unconstitutional executive orders that have come down from the administration. And this executive order has appeared in 4 different courts. And as I understand it, all 4 of them have worked to stop it, either through a temporary restraining order or a preliminary injunction.
I understand.
And they were appointed by my count
I
by
understand
Presidents
completely.
Reagan, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden, 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats. And take a look at what they said. Here's
Oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, again, multiple fucking signs are coming. The camera's going to be stuck. Literally, he's going to be damn near head level with me for a while here. Okay, but every single one of these fucking signs were paid off your tax dollars. Considering the size, the print, everything like that, how much do you think each and every single one of these fucking signs cost to print?
Judge Kuhnauer, who was nominated by President Reagan. Citizenship by birth is an unequivocal constitutional right. It's one of the precious principles that makes the United States the great nation that it is. The president cannot change, limit, or qualify this constitutional right by executive order. I can't remember a case that presented a question as clear as this, says Judge Kuhnauer. And the fact that the government cloaked what is in fact a constitutional amendment under the guise of an executive order is equally unconstitutional. The Constitution is not something the government can play policy games with. Here's U.S. District Judge LaPlante from New Hampshire, been nominated by President Bush. The plaintiffs are likely to suffer irreparable harm if the order is not granted. Here's U.S. District Judge Deborah Boardman, nominated by President Biden to the court in my home state, in Maryland. The executive order interprets the Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment in a manner that the Supreme Court has resoundingly rejected and no court in the country has ever endorsed. And finally, check out Judge Sorokin, nominated to the district court in Massachusetts by President Obama, who says, the 14th Amendment says nothing of the birthright citizens' parents in efforts to import such considerations at the time of enactment and when the Supreme Court construed the text was rejected. No federal judge, to my knowledge, has upheld this executive order against legal attack. Tell me why you think there's such unanimity across the spectrum among the judges.
Well, first of all, the language is crystal clear of the 14th Amendment. There are thorny and complicated and broad and vague provisions of the Constitution, but the Citizenship Clause could not speak more clearly. That's what the court said in Wong Kim Ark. Its language is universal.
You know, I did a little research on this last night, and I found that the leaders of the writing of the first section of the 14th Amendment were Republicans from Ohio, right? John Bingham was described as the primary author of the Citizenship Clause by Supreme Court Justice Hugo Black, who said he was the 14th Amendment's James Madison, the second founder who most worked to realize the universal promise of Madison's Bill of Rights and Jefferson's Declaration of Independence. And another great Ohio Republican, U.S. Senator Benjamin Wade, insisted on making the Citizenship Clause perfectly clear to avoid any backsliding in times of high partisan feeling. He said, I've always believed that every person of whatever race or color who was born in the United States was a citizen of the United States. But by the decisions of the courts, there's been a doubt thrown over the subject. And if the government should fall into the hands of those who are opposed to the views that some of us maintain, a different view of it, they may construe the provision in such a way as we do not think liable to construction at this time, unless we fortify and make it very strong and very clear.
You're using this in a fucked up way, but that was the argument I was using with KP. He's using it in a fucked up fucking way. But yes, that was the argument. Oh, P-Pit. Yeah, this motherfucker. I'm not even gonna.
We do not do so, there may be danger that when party spirit runs high, it may receive a very different construction from that which we, the founders, put upon it. Now, so I wonder what you think Senator Wade might be saying about the debate today about whether it's okay just to throw away the first sentence of the 14th Amendment.
Yeah, he was remarkably prescient. He foresaw a future in which a future political party would want to take away citizenship and voting and political power from groups of Americans it didn't like and didn't view as fully American.
All right, I'm sorry to rush you along here, but the original purposes of the 14th Amendment remain perfectly clear for anyone who's an originalist, right? They wanted to stop the government from reconstituting a racial or ethnic caste system based on the inheritance of a subordinate or a superior legal status from one's parents. In post-Reconstruction America, nobody would ever become a slave or a serf or a legal outcast or a prince or a princess or a king or a count at birth, because everybody here would attain equal citizenship at birth. Am I capturing it correctly?
You are.
All right, I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
I think the
I understand where he led with that. What the fuck just happened? Because logically, that actually tracked with Raskin. I don't agree with anything you actually try to put up, except for the fact that the argument that I had with KB over the same thing that he tried to argue in a fucked up way. I'm not going to lie. It's one of the very few times I've ever heard Raskin ever make any real sense, though. And it fucks me up because this bitch used it in a fucked up way to just be like, nah. I kind of feel like that was the argument we had with KB. But everybody played everybody's part in that shit. Oh my God. Okay.
ranking member of the committee, and I will now recognize Mr. Grothman for 5 minutes.
I'd like to ask one of the.
I got to square that away. Hold on.
Right here. And I've had other committee hearings, so I'm sorry if I'm going over things we've already dealt with. But it says in the 14th Amendment that citizens are people who are all persons born in the U.S. and not subject to any foreign power. I mean, they must have had something on their mind when they said not subject to any foreign power. Does anyone want to comment on that? How that little phrase there, how that affects what the original drafters intended?
I'm not arguing
I
with
addressed some
you.
of that in my opening remarks,
You know
sir.
I'm
So I
not.
think the best understanding is that it referred to children who would be deemed citizens of their parents' home
She's
country
feisty
as
as
of the
shit
moment of
tonight, is
birth.
she not?
Okay, and right now in this country, if your wife goes to Italy and has a baby, does she become an Italian citizen? Would anybody say that?
I'm not sure what Italy's laws are. I would defer to Mr. O'Brien on that. I can say that at the time of the 14th Amendment, for example, English citizens born
I
in the
don't know
US
whether
would
it's
still
for
be deemed
Mr.
English
Cotter or
citizens, and
me,
that's why
but
they
you're
would not
right
be
in
entitled
both
to birthright
fucking ways.
citizenship.
Okay. There are a variety of other countries that have some form of birthright citizenship, none of them in Europe, Canada, but you mentioned, Mr. O'Brien, that that's a limited type of a birthright citizenship. Could you elaborate on that?
Yes, in most of those countries, there are restrictions that require at least one of your parents to be there lawfully. In some cases, it's birthright citizenship combined with familial lineage. There's all different ways of doing this. What I can say unequivocally is that the United States is the only place that does it the way it's done here.
Okay, so if you would interpret it the way some people want it interpreted, you would say the United States would be a clear outlier.
I love it when KB gets
Would
feisty.
they have been a clear outlier in
I like picking at her
1966?
when she gets feisty.
Well, yes, because at that point, most
She
other
gets fun.
countries in the world were monarchies, and the
She
monarch
gets mad,
considered you
though.
to be something akin
And
to
I don't want to take it too far
permanent
with her.
allegiance. So regardless of where you were born,
But it's like Joe with
you
me.
could still be considered a citizen depending upon how
Joe's
you
the
had left the
Santos can
country.
get under my
Of course,
skin
we have records of the debate at the time. In
because I know he knows better.
1866. There's a quote here from Senator Howard from Michigan, making it clear, I think, that he felt we were excluding people who are foreigners or aliens normally. Do you want to elaborate on
The
that,
issue
what
is I'm fucking with
the
you, man.
drafters at the time thought?
Sure, I think the drafters at the time were concerned about the treatment of emancipated slaves during the Reconstruction time.
I love you, KB.
Frankly,
You're
at
awesome.
that point in time, there was a relatively small number of people in the United States, and as I had stated in my opening remarks, the concept of illegal alien was not the same as it is now.
Was there any indication at that time that in the hypothetical that the opponents of President Trump cite today, was there any indication that the drafters of the amendment believed that if somebody just came here as a visitor or whatever, we talk about, people coming from China and landing in San Diego or whatever, that the equivalent would have resulted in people being a citizen? Is there any evidence of that in 1865, 1866?
No, the court in Won Kim Ark was very explicit when it said that it was
I gotta
referring to
rile it
people
up
who
just to
were
say, yeah.
residing in the United States
I
with the
fucked with
permission
you.
of the government.
There's no evidence of any of the debaters at that time saying, whoosh,
I
we're
love you,
opening the
KB.
door,
You were
become
awesome.
American citizen.
I'm sorry I put you through hell, woman.
Gets off, just gets off a boat.
No, and I think if you stop and think about the way the amendment was drafted, if that's what they wanted, they could have just left the qualifying statement out and said anyone born in the United States is a citizen. But they added subject to the jurisdiction thereof for a reason.
Exactly. It's in there for a purpose. It's an amendment to the Constitution of the United States. You wouldn't put that in there if you wanted anybody who just shows up to be, as a baby, to be a citizen, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you the others know any examples of other countries? Any other countries? that
Yeah,
have
Muffins
something
out
this
there
broad,
fishing while
just
he's
so we
listening to
understand
us
the way the
bullshit
average
with
person
each other.
thinks about these things?
Yes, I'll say that 32 countries have birthright citizenship, just like the United States, including Canada and Mexico.
Okay, Mr. O'Brien, I think she's saying something a little misleading there. When she says just like the
I'm
United
sorry, though.
States,
That was
and those
great. I
other
love you,
countries,
KB.
Are they, when they have birthright citizenship, just like the United States? I think what you told me is not true.
No, to the best of my knowledge, at present, there is some kind of limitation on birthright citizenship in all the places that have it.
Well, thank you all for tolerating me, and we'll send it back to the chair.
Thank you, gentleman from Wisconsin. I now
I will tell you this. As far as that goes, Jennifer can confirm the way I treat KB is the same way I treat Jennifer. I'm going to fuck with you.
recognize the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member. I think there's a quick video that I have.
Oh, God, I love it. I love it. Inside jokes all the time. What the?
You don't need to be a genius to realize that Trump's not talking about babies that come from Norwegian vajayjays. No, he wants to wipe out the Constitution so that he can whiten America. That's what he's planning to do here.
All right, I just thought since, the South Africans are in the news, I would play that. I had a question for you, Mr. O'Brien. Is
Well, fucking
the
stop.
Equal Protection Clause
There ain't no goddamn way. I want y'all to understand what just fucking happened. Trevor Noah was a Comedy Central star. He took over, really held a good point with The Daily Show after Jon Stewart left the first time. You're going to use a stand-up fucking comedy special for half a sentence in congressional goddamn record. Son of a fucking bitch. I'm sorry. I just accidentally closed out of that screen. Let me bring it back. Let me bring it back. Hold up. Oh my God. I'm an asshole. I know. I called it out immediately. I'm an asshole. Let's go. Come on. History. present your share screen. I need to take them damn hotkeys off this mic or off this mouse. But hold up. Is this it?
You don't need to be a genius to realize that Trump's not talking about babies that come from Norwegian vajayjays. No, he wants to white out the Constitution so that he can whiten America. That's what he's planning to do here.
All right, I just thought since, the South African.
You're going to sit there and motherfucking tell me that you're using a stand-up comedy skit to make a point? And of course, it's going to be about racism, right?
Africans are in the news, I would play that. I had a question for you, Mr. O'Brien. Is the Equal Protection Clause part of the 14th Amendment, yes or no?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. McCotter, is the Due Process Clause part of the 14th Amendment, yes or no?
Yes, although each clause
Okay,
uses
thank
different
you.
language.
Yes, I do know, but thank you for that.
I
ask those questions because I have heard no objection from this body, no quarrel, no disagreement with the fact that the Equal Protection Clause and the Due Process Clause are embedded in the U.S. Constitution through the 14th Amendment. In fact, this country's president, that so many revere, has invoked the Due Process Clause on the regular, as he should, because it is his right. And he has in fact showed the country how due process works when applied without prejudice. If only it would work for the rest of us like that, but I digress. The point is those tenets are here to stay with birthright citizenship. So I want to talk about the times that gave rise to the 14th Amendment. It was 1868. There was the aftermath of the 4-year divisive, destructive Civil War that killed roughly 750,000 soldiers, or 2% of the population. Resistance in the form of Reconstruction.
It was a bloody war. But ladies and gentlemen, she said it killed 2% of the population of the United States of America. Do you understand the percentage of people that actually participated in the Civil fucking War? This is why they say it's bloody. 3% of the United States population actually fucking participated in the Civil War. 2% of Americans died. That means 1% survived on both sides. That was some badass shit. On both sides. Everybody just felt like, I'm dying for this fucking cause. Now, this harken back to a kind of a, will we see a Civil War thing? Do you not see that within the public now? You're willing to die in this cause. They're willing to die on that cause.
A massive tsunami in a soon-to-be U.S. territory that killed 70 people. And in the aftermath of the 1868 Louisiana Constitution, which gave Black men the right to vote and a public education, you had Louisiana, the Louisiana Massacre, where Black people were murdered trying to vote. As people would say from my hood in
Like
LA,
I said, it's all going to be about racism.
Cray-cray. And in spite of all of that, white congressmen showed up in 1868 to debate the 14th Amendment because in the midst of the madness and violence of the time, it was that important. And
Even in 2025.
with birthright citizenship. Those three
This
clauses.
is still in your Congress.
And these tenets forever changed this country. The 14th Amendment is a pillar of American law in a good way. And it has been for 160 years. Everyone recognizes that it should not be touched, that it is sacrosanct, even Justice Scalia. And Scalia, whose ideology I do not support, his reasoning is that the full 14th Amendment, which includes the Due Process Clause and the Equal Protection Clause, as well as birthright citizenship, was based on originalism, textualism, and traditionalism, and that one should consider the political and intellectual climate, beliefs, and prejudices of the time it was ratified. and the amendment should be protected, which is why it is worth revisiting 1868, because the origin story of the amendment is as applicable now as it was then. You had a Democratic president impeached in 1868 and a Republican president impeached in 19 and 21. You had political violence in 1968 with the Louisiana Massacre and an insurrection that happened here in 2021 where Capitol Police were speared with American flags. You had a tsunami in Hawaii in 1868 and a fire again in
What Capitol police officer was speared with an American flag? Name it. Name it. What Capitol police officer was speared with an American flag?
in 2023. You had an economic turndown in 1868, and you have $15 eggs under Trump right now in 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been, what, 5 weeks? Look at your egg prices under Trump. 5 weeks, and he said day one, your egg prices would go down. I spent 4 fucking years destroying that shit. Day one, he said your egg prices would go down. Look at him now. You know, anybody who voted for Trump in any way has at least a basic understanding of how economics works, to a point to where we understand through the very fucking basics, no matter how dumb any Trump supporter is. We understand the fact economy, people work, we succeed. People don't work, we suffer. Now, when we suffer because you have flooded this country with people that shouldn't be here in the first fucking place, and now, as taxpayers who are already suffering, we must pay for them. I don't give a shit what amount of racism you throw at me. Moot fucking question from the very beginning, right?
Same environment, toxic, hostile, destructive, deadly. And let's be clear, they had immigrants back then too. Irish, Jews, Germans, Italians, people who couldn't speak English, but they saw through the moment and passed the 14th Amendment. And it's not like this country has not had moments where people have felt under attack. We've had Jim Crow, World War II with the Germans, McCarthyism, the Japanese in internment camps, the Vietnam War, and birthright citizenship has survived all of that. And
ladies and gentlemen, throughout all the racist shit we've ever done in this country, birthright citizenship survived it all. Now, she's wrapping up her fucking speech right here, but everything, all of her fucking time being a representative of your fucking government is to let you know that throughout all the racist moments here in America, birthright citizenship has survived it. And it needs to stay.
And now, not because of war, but because somebody can't get a job at Walmart because of xenophobia, fragile ego, and mediocrity, we are going to look for culprits instead of protecting the Constitution. It is the epitome of lazy. And if they could put the 14th Amendment in the Constitution during those hostile times, we can keep it in law during ours. The climate is not different. It is the patriotism of the Republican Party that is different. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Well, I would just observe for the record that the phrase white people be cray-cray is itself cray-cray. And I will now recognize the gentleman from California.
And also racist, of course. I was wondering how long it would take the Democrats to play the race card. And I want to thank my colleague from California for satisfying that curiosity. I think we can thank the Democrats under Joe Biden for bringing this issue to the forefront. The mass illegal migration over the last 4 years has made answering this question a necessity. Have those who've illegally entered our country in defiance of our laws and who are subject to deportation under those laws, can they be considered as having accepted the jurisdiction of the laws that their very presence defies? I don't think it does. I mean, we know that phrase, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, we know that means former slaves are citizens. That was the stated purpose of the amendment. That's the plain language of the amendment, passed, by the way, over the objections of the Democratic Party at the time. We know from the congressional debate that its authors understood its meaning to exclude foreign nationals who were merely passing through the country. But somewhere along the way, it simply seems to have become assumed. So my first question, I guess, begin with you, Mr. O'Brien. Have any laws been passed that specifically provide for birthright citizenship for illegal migrants?
No, there have been none. And one of the reasons that this interpretation persists is because this wasn't an issue at the time that the case was decided, so it was left alone.
Well, how did it come to be that it was simply assumed?
Nobody knows that. When I was at FAIR, we did an extensive research project where we spent hours trying to find this, and we couldn't find any commentary on the Wong Kim Ark decision discussing the import. We couldn't find any government directives indicating that this was the rule. It just appears to have started happening in the mid-1920s.
Mr. McConnell, can you offer any light on this subject?
I think that's probably right. I think that's probably practicality. People weren't really paying attention, perhaps, and that's how we ended up with
2 minutes,
kind of
45
so no act
seconds.
of Congress, no Supreme Court decision, obviously no executive order until a few weeks ago, touching on this subject.
Mr. McClintock, if I may just jump in here, I think the unfortunate reality is that the Wong Kim Ark case was misinterpreted in much of the way I think that my friend Professor Frost here misinterprets it to have been a holding, some of the very broad language that is clearly dicta, instead of the narrow and specifically identified holding, which was quite limited to people who are in this country and their who bear children in this country, who have a permanent lawful residence in this country, at least.
And it just kind of simmered.
Establish allegiance.
It just kind of simmered in the background until we had this mass historic illegal migration. And now we have to confront it. The chairman says the issue belongs to Congress, and I'd say, well, sort of.
That was a good leap.
Obviously
But
Congress
you
can't
landed it.
deny automatic birthright citizenship by statute if that's what the 14th Amendment guarantees.
I want you to understand that was a good leap. McClintock got lucky as fuck with that leap, but he landed it.
But of course, neither could an executive order. I think Congress would have to propose a constitutional amendment to the states if that's what the 14th Amendment actually means. But if the 14th Amendment does not provide automatic birthright citizenship, and no statutes have been passed, and no other Supreme Court orders issued, it seems to me that no law would be needed to deny it. It was never extended in the first place. Is that, Mr. O'Brien, is that essentially correct?
Yes, that is correct. The question that Wong Kim Ark has been interpreted as addressing was never the question that was before the court. The case came before the court in order to determine whether Wong Kim Ark was an individual who fell into one of either the privileged or prohibited classes
Y'all
under
know
the
I had to
Chinese
do it.
Exclusion Act, which itself was a modification of a treaty of trade and friendship between China and the United States.
They were here permanently within the laws, within the jurisdiction of the United States by act of a ratified treaty.
Yes, that's exactly it.
So if that's the case, and wouldn't the president's executive order simply be restating existing law?
I believe that's exactly what it does.
Mr. McCotter?
That's what my amicus brief on behalf of members of this committee says, sir.
Mr. Cooper?
I agree with that, Congressman McClintock.
I will just assume Professor Frost disagrees. That's it for me, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from California. I will now recognize the ranking member, the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you. You know, the effort to end birthright citizenship is hardly something new. It's been the long-term goal of.
I want you to understand, as soon as he introduced her, I felt a pain just straight through my fucking spine. I don't know. That could have been a series of unfortunate events, but goddamn. Oh, okay. What?
Anti-Semitic and white nationalist groups for decades.
Oh, we're doing
The
this?
claims largely based on the bigoted Great Replacement conspiracy theory.
Oh, yeah. The Great Replacement. It's largely bigoted. Ladies and gentlemen, the replacement theory is import fucking migrants because your economy is shit. Somehow that's racist, right? Ma'am.
Same conspiracy theory that has inspired a lot of deadly terrorist attacks in recent years. And we're hearing really uncomfortable echoes of some of that here in Congress in this day and age. You know, as we're listening to some of these statements, I was reminded of one of our predecessors' statements here, the great Barbara Jordan,
Yes,
who
KB
at
has
a
a wrench.
critical moment in our country's history talked about we the people. And when that document was completed in September of 1787, neither she nor I nor Professor Frost were included in that document. But as she said, through the process of amendment,
I was hoping somebody
interpretation,
caught
and
that.
court decision, we were finally included. And as members of Congress now, we should not sit here and be idle spectators, much less participants in the diminution, the subversion, or the destruction of the Constitution. I would submit that the effort we're seeing here today to try to reinterpret and twist the clear language and legislative history of
Did
the
you not
Birthright
twist that
Citizenship
word
Clause
that you
would
fucked out?
be such a diminution, subversion, or
Or
destruction
that one?
of the Constitution. Now, Professor Frost, you've studied this for quite a long time. You, unlike several of the people here, are not a contributor.
They're here. I'm sorry. I don't give a shit what y'all say. This bitch, she reminds me of the fucking the top hat dude from Poltergeist. Not Top Hat. That's not a top hat. She reminds me of the suited fucking poltergeist from the movie Poltergeist. You can't convince me otherwise.
Contributor to Project 2025. We've heard a lot about the specific language subject to the jurisdiction of. Why did they choose that phrase?
Yeah, the Reconstruction Congress told us clearly what they wanted to do there. They wanted to exclude the
The
children of
Great
diplomats and
Replacement theory.
ambassadors. And they also discussed at length the need to exclude
As
children born
described
to
by
Native
Polar
American
Bear.
tribes, which were separate foreign sovereigns with whom we had treaty relations, with their own courts and laws.
It did strike me the inconsistency in claiming that an undocumented immigrant is not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States when they are, in fact, subject to our criminal code, paying taxes, et cetera. Can you talk about that and talk about how that relates to the issue of the exception for diplomats and their children?
Yeah, sure. Of course, all children of
can't.
immigrants, including, and all immigrants,
I
including
can't.
undocumented immigrants, are subject to the laws of the United States.
I know it's fucked up. I know it's really fucked up. With Scanlon, I can't look at this bitch. I can't. I just can't look at her. I can listen to her fine, but I cannot look at her.
States. President Trump knows that better than most, and that he is seeking to deport and enforce the immigration laws and other laws fully against this group. Also add something I mentioned before, which is the Reconstruction Congress was well aware there were people
feel
in
like
the
a
United States in
Medusa effect
violation of the
going
law.
on.
Those were the enslaved African Americans brought to the United States in violation of federal law. And of course, the Citizenship Clause was intended to provide them with citizenship despite the fact they were there in violation of US law.
I noticed you reacting to some of the testimony about the U.S. being some kind of outlier with respect to birthright citizenship, or having, it looked like you might have a different interpretation. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, with all due respect to Mr. O'Brien, who is a deep expert in U.S. immigration law, I don't think he is familiar with the laws of the 32 other countries that have birthright citizenship, automatic birthright citizenship, just like the United States. In Canada, if you're born
Before we let this bitch continue, I didn't mean to hit the right click. Before we let this bitch continue, let me ask you a question. What the fuck did the other countries that have birthright citizenship have to do with the United States of America, you dumb whore?
born in Canada, regardless of who your parents are, you're a citizen. That's why Senator Ted Cruz had to renounce his Canadian citizenship in 2014, because he was born in Canada to a US citizen mother.
Thank you. I also was struck by the idea that we would be putting a rather strange burden upon our maternity wards in our states if every time someone is born, they have to determine the citizenship or the immigration status of their parents. And how would that play out? I mean, does the delivery nurse have to ask which border the person came across, whether or not they checked in, whether they filed an asylum claim, or whether maybe they just overstayed their visa to study here if they were, for example, from South Africa? Do you have any thoughts on that?
I want you to square away with the fact that her question is, why should nurses have to ask what country of origin, and if you are an American citizen, file the paperwork and make sure it's all correct all the way the fuck down? I'm sorry, nurses should ask if you were an American citizen. Whether you answer yes or no, it should be off the hands of the nurses at that point, because that is not her fucking field. But for you to sit there and say immigration, and if they are illegal or not, falls on the goddamn hand of the nurse? Bitch, are you retarded? We already know the answer is yes.
It would impose enormous bureaucratic burden on hospitals, on state agencies, on our already overburdened immigration officials, and on the parents of newborn children. And as an immigration lawyer, I will say many people lack documentation of their citizenship or of their immigration status if they're lawful permanent residents. They may not be able to show that. And so we are asking these people at the time of their child's birth to prove this, or risk having their child be deemed an undocumented immigrant from the moment it's born.
Okay.
Hold up, bitch. Hold up. trouble proving status. Do you understand the lengths that I have to go to just because I have a certificate of birth abroad? Do you understand the lengths that I have to actually go to without having really some kind of deep fucking connection, apparently? It will take me at least 3 months to get a copy of a certificate of birth abroad. Me, as an American citizen, born to American parents who were stationed overseas in Germany. For me, as an American, if I lose that certificate of birth abroad, do you understand the lengths I need to go to? That should never be a thing for me as an American fucking citizen, but fine. If I need to do that to prove I am an American citizen who was born overseas, I get it.
I do think it's interesting that this is hardly the open and shut case that our colleagues would suggest. Senator Cruz was recently quoted as saying that's actually a disputed legal question. There are serious scholarly arguments on both sides, et cetera. But with that, I see my time has expired, so I would just have a unanimous consent request to enter into the record a statement of the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. I will also, without objection, ask to insert in the record a collection of quotes from the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jordan. The airport bears her name. I fly in and out of in Austin, Texas, every week. But it's a collection of quotes from her service as chair of a commission regarding immigration in the 1990s, in which she makes very clear her position that the enforcement of borders security is important. The importance of having immigration policy that works is important. That we should not have amnesty. That we should immigration should not be a path to public benefit. She was very clear in her language about that. And numerous other quotes from the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jordan. And without objection, I'll insert that in the record. And I will now recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Onder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. My colleague from Pennsylvania mentioned the term
Ken is
white
bringing
nationalism,
Davey
and I would
involved in
remind
this. Motherfucker's
everyone
nowhere to
of the
be seen.
context of the 14th Amendment, that the original white nationalists, Southern Democrats, fought a civil war to deny blacks their constitutional rights, to deny their very humanity, and then in the wake of that civil war, sought to deny them of the rights of citizenship
Wait.
as
Hold
well.
up. What? What did he say? I was talking over some shit. Let's go back a little bit.
Insert in the record a collection of quotes from the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jordan. The airport bears her name. I fly in and out of in Austin, Texas, every week. But it's a collection of quotes from her service as chair of a commission regarding immigration in the 1990s, in which she makes very clear her position that the enforcement of borders security is important. The importance of having immigration policy that works is important. That we should not have amnesty. That we should immigration should not be a path to public benefits. She was very clear in her language about that, and numerous other quotes from the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jordan. And without objection, I'll insert that in the record. And I will now recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Onder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. My colleague from Pennsylvania mentioned the term white nationalism, and I would remind everyone of the context of the 14th Amendment, that the original white nationalists, Southern Democrats, fought a civil war.
I know where you're going with that,
to deny
man.
blacks their constitutional rights, to deny their very humanity, and then in the wake of that civil war, sought to deny them of the rights of citizenship as well. And in that context, the 14th Amendment was enacted to make sure that white nationalist Southern Democrats not deny black slaves, former slaves, of their rights, and therefore made it clear they were citizens. But Mr. McCotter, one of the authors of the 14th Amendment, Senator John Bingham, said that the Citizenship Clause conferred citizenship to every human being born within the jurisdiction of the United States of parents not owing allegiance to any foreign sovereignty. Another author of the 14th Amendment, Senator Lyman Trumbull, stated that subject to the jurisdiction of the United States in the Citizenship Clause meant not owing allegiance to anybody else. Do aliens, and particularly illegal aliens, owe allegiance exclusively to the United States, or do they still bear allegiance to their home country?
They would still bear at least partial allegiance to their home country.
And therefore, in part, foreign ambassadors, diplomats do not have, children of foreign ambassadors and diplomats do not have birthright citizenship.
That's correct. And this came up earlier in some prior questioning about
I
how
like this
LPRs,
leading. Hold
lawful
on.
permanent residents, could somehow be included within the Birthright Citizenship Clause. And I think the
Let's see
response
where
to
he
that is
takes
that
us
Wong
as
Kim Ark
far as the
itself
finisher.
recognized that those individuals do have sufficient allegiance, but that's because they're here permanently with the consent of the United States.
Okay. And, an example of, sort of the absurdity of all-out birthright citizenship. El Chapo's wife, Emma Coronel, traveled to California to give birth and then immediately returned to Mexico. Under Biden's policy, the children of a drug lord were then American citizens who had every right to American bank accounts, and indeed they obtained American bank accounts.
I will object to demagoguery, but I get your point.
Did El Chapo's children, did they own full allegiance to the United States?
They would not, no. Their children would have been at least partially allegiant to their parents' home country.
And so it is that, and I think in your testimony, it's very clear that this idea of full allegiance is pivotal here.
It was the widely understood understanding of the jurisdiction clause at the time it was ratified, yes.
Okay.
And if I may just briefly
Well,
respond to the claim that some of
What
the
up,
arguments
brother?
in this area are inherently racist in some way. I'd point out in Wong Kim Ark, Justice John Harlan, the sole dissenter from Plessy v. Ferguson, the patron of interpreting the Constitution as colorblind, he dissented in Wong Kim Ark and said that Wong had never become a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, and likewise, if I recall, it was what Filer v. Doe, in which Justice Brennan, in dictum, in a footnote, opined that that anyone born physically in the United States.
In dictum, ladies and gentlemen, there was an indictum here. Sometimes I like fucking legal language because somehow that actually fits with exactly the innuendo was fucking 100% right.
States be a birthright citizen. Does dictum have the same force of law as a holding in a case?
It doesn't. And also in that footnote, Justice Brennan said that jurisdiction, the phrase jurisdiction, is bounded only, if at all, by principles of sovereignty and allegiance. Exact same things we've already talked about.
Which is what you're arguing today. Okay, thank you.
The gentleman yields. All right, I appreciate that. I will now recognize myself for 5 minutes. And I would just ask,
Let's go, Chip.
Professor
Let's see what
Frost,
you
we
got.
talked a little bit earlier about the extent to which we've got the record is replete with examples of tourism, birth tourism, in which there are, malactors who are profiting by moving people into or transporting people into the United States to then deliver babies. So we have Georgetown Law report talking about women from foreign countries, China and Russia, paying tens of thousands of dollars to temporarily relocate to the United States, give birth, and then often return. We have that happening at the southern border with some regularity. In McAllen, we have it in Laredo, we have it in El Paso, throughout Texas. I certainly can attest personally. You believe that all of those children, regardless of why they end up on American soil, that those children are in fact
Mike Ditka?
U.S. citizens under the law?
I'm so glad you asked that because there's actually a federal regulation, 22 CFR 41.31, which bars people from coming to the United States to give birth and gives consular officials the authority to bar anyone visibly pregnant from giving birth.
Individual, but that's not the question. The question is these babies are born on American soil. These babies are born on American soil.
I love it
They're
when you're
brought here. They're
spicy,
brought here for
KB.
profit. Are they citizens? Yes or no?
Yes, they're citizens, and if you have a
Okay.
problem, enforce the regulation.
So the question is that they are in fact citizens under your interpretation of the law.
I love it when
Mr.
you
McCotter,
actually
you
get
noted just a
feisty
minute
in the
ago
chat.
that in fact Justice Harlan was the lone dissent in Plessy, correct?
That's correct, yes.
But was also a dissenter in Wong.
Right, he joined the
And
Chief Justice.
so a threshold question here is with respect to Wong, which is often cited as the basis now 130 years hence for these individuals being viewed as citizens by now in this instance, the most pernicious models where people are profiting for bringing people into the United States to have babies, exploit our laws, go back to their countries or exploit our laws for citizenship, that they are deemed citizens based on an interpretation of an opinion 130 years ago. Yes or no, Mr. McCotter, do you believe that Wong stands for that premise?
I do not, and I cite support for that in the brief.
You believe that it is limited to, at most, an LPR type status under today's law.
Right, here's a quote. Wong, by its facts and some of its language, is limited to children born of parents who at the time of birth were in the United States lawfully and indeed were permanent residents. That's from a professor at NYU.
Mr. Cooper, do you share that view?
I do share that view, and I would point out again that Wong itself conditioned its irresistible conclusion from the 14th Amendment. It affirms the ancient and fundamental rule of citizenship by birth within the territory in the allegiance and under the protection of the country, which was premised in that case on the parents of Wong being lawful permanent residents, allegiant to this country.
So to be clear, Mr.
And that's what I want, Carolyn Hall. I want you, your real you. However it be in the chat, let it go, ladies and gentlemen. There will be some people I will fuck with. I'm not gonna lie. You know me. What up, Bruce? How you doing?
Mr. Cooper, you do not believe that that Wong's opinion extends certainly at a minimum beyond, again, what we would characterize under today's law as an LPR status individual.
No, it clearly just didn't have anything to do, as Mr. O'Brien has said, with illegal aliens or aliens here who may be here lawfully, but only temporarily.
And are you aware of any opinion by the United States Supreme Court that has extended beyond that interpretation since Wong?
No.
Mr. McCotter, do you agree with that?
I agree, yes.
Mr. O'Brien, do you agree with that?
I do.
And so now, having, I think, established that that is, in fact, the state of the law with respect to Wong and everything since Wong, now my question is Wong itself correct? We have an opinion by Mr. Justice Harlan. Justice Harlan, who was the dissent in Plessy.
I'm not gonna lie. This is a perfect fucking freeze for this. Why is it when I hear Mr. Wong, I look at the dude behind him every time? Every time. It doesn't matter. Why?
Was Plessy later overturned? Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. McCotter? Overturned. Mr. O'Brien? Yes. Professor Frost? Plessy was
Racism.
overturned.
Yes.
It's racism.
Now we've got Wong. Is Wong itself correct on the law with respect to even
Now y'all are doing
LPRs
it.
under the interpretation of the 14th Amendment? I would ask Mr. Cooper your opinion on that.
Well, I will tell you, Mr. Chairman, that I think there's significant support
You're correct.
for the conclusion, the holding in Wong in the debates under the Citizenship Clause. But one doesn't have to conclude that it is correct in order to uphold this executive order, because the executive order is entirely consistent with Wong.
Mr. McCotter, do you have anything to add to that? Mr. O'Brien? And then
I do. I do want to hit this up. KB. You're right. However, let's not forget, this motherfucker stood up for 30 goddamn minutes. What was it? A year and a half ago. Stood up for 30 goddamn minutes and called out the entire Republican Party for being fractured and voting in different fucking ways. I mean, that was a big fucking shot for the left to be like, oh, Chip Roy. Oh, what has the Republican Party done? Oh, what did they have done? He was 100% fucking correct for calling that shit out, though. He is effective if you pay attention. In the soundbite game, he's retarded.
Then I will be done with my time.
No, sir.
Mr. O'Brien, anything to add?
I do not believe it was correct, and I would go so far as to say that the holding itself should be considered limited to the terms that were before the court, which had to do with a treaty with China, which is no longer in existence.
I appreciate it, gentlemen. We now have another member of the committee, and I will
can give you that
recognize my
whole
colleague and
30
my friend
fucking
from
minute
Texas,
speech.
Mr. Gill.
I'm sorry. I'm going to post it again. I can give you that whole 30-minute fucking speech, K-Bean. He was right in everything that he said. He spoke for 30 minutes, and he was right in everything that he said when he was talking about what has the Republican Party done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 160 years ago, Democrats were asking us, if it weren't for slavery, who would pick our cotton? And today they're asking a similar question, which is, if it weren't for mass migration, who would pick our avocados? It's a similar pattern that they've established. You can say that the United States is not, in fact, better off by importing a massive class of what is virtually serf labor, which undermines our cultural fabric and our government as well. I'd also like to point out that the admission that we need more and more unvetted illegal aliens pouring into our country is also an admission that the goal, or one of the goals of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, is explicitly to reduce American wages, because that's exactly what they're doing and what they're saying they're doing whenever
That's
they
the
talk about
48
bringing
thing.
in cheap labor. We're
There
talking
you
here
go,
about
KP.
birthright citizenship, and which has provided an enormous loophole in our
That
immigration
entire,
system and has facilitated the mass importation.
I'm just going to be honest with you. That right there, it says 48 minutes and 53 seconds. There was a lot that went on with that. It was actually an obstruction. It was a filibuster. Tell me where the motherfucker's wrong, though. It can be a little bit twisted to think in any kind of situation, lean a little bit Republican, whether you want to vote Democrat, however the fuck you feel. Tell me where the motherfucker was wrong. Now, in this, he says, what has the Republican Party done? And rails at the fact that nothing's happening within the Republican Party when you have a majority in the fucking Republican House. He was right to call it out because there was so many Republicans actually voting on a Democratic stance at that point in time. He was right to call it out, no matter how you feel, no matter what you think. Listen to this man's arguments because he's the bald version of me. And even I disagree with him. But his mannerisms, the way he is, he makes a damn good fucking point. And I'm not even talking about the mannerisms and the way he is. I'm talking about all of it included. From the way he makes a actual argument from beginning to end, it follows a common sense, logical track. Everything he does, whether you agree with it or not, you can logically track the way he comes to his conclusion every time. And I am impressed by Chip Roy for that ability.
Of
I'm gonna
illegal
take a piss. I'll be
aliens.
right
Through
back.
this current loophole, upwards of 300,000 people a year are granted automatic citizenship in the United States, despite being born to parents who have no ties to our country and who are here illegally. And also due to failures in our legal immigration system, these individuals then use their citizenship to sponsor their illegal alien parents and other family members for a green card, which creates a never-ending cycle of people coming into the country who have no business being here at all. We've now gotten to the point where the percentage of America's foreign-born population is quickly approaching 15%, which is the highest it's been since at least 1910. Mr. O'Brien, I'd like to start with you with a couple questions, if you don't mind. Under the 14th Amendment, Native Americans, due to tribal allegiances, were not granted citizenship. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Got it. And the children of foreign diplomats were also expressly excluded from birthright citizenship.
That's correct.
Got it. From the available evidence, is it safe to say that the authors of the 14th Amendment understood a difference between total allegiance to the United States compared to simply being subject to the legal jurisdiction by nature of presence in our country?
Oh shit, my bad. I'm gonna do this real quick. What we're talking about, it's almost done, and then we'll get into the Harmeet Dhillon one. What we're talking about with KB. This was the moment. I believe this was it. Hold up.
When are we going to act like a Republican majority and start fighting? When are we going to do anything to truly cut spending instead of playing games? Yes, we've passed 7 appropriations bills. Yes, we've adopted some cuts, and I'm proud of those cuts. Yes, we've adopted some strong policies in the NDAA and passing H.R. 2, the border security bill. But all of that is a tree falling in the forest if we are unwilling to lock arms and fight. It does you no good to get all your ammunition ready and get all prettied up and get in the boats. And when you get to the beaches in Normandy, say, sorry, I don't think we can climb the cliffs because now's not the right time. When is the right time? Because nobody's going to just stand up one day and say, guess what, boys? It's June 6th.
This is November 15th of 2023. When this do-nothing Republican Congress was all over the place. It was all over social media. They ain't doing shit. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. It was Democrats obstructing every fucking way, including a goddamn House Rules fucking hearing that was 6 hours long, and 4 hours of it was actually debating over the word and, or should it be changed to the word or. That was during that time. This is what he was saying. And it was Democrats and Republicans that were just completely going down rabbit hole after rabbit hole of dumb shit that never made a fuck. And he was calling that out.
It's time to get up and fight. Because right now, all I'm hearing is excuses. All I'm hearing are reasons why we can't do what we campaign on doing. We can't have a shutdown. Okay, well then why don't you just take your voting card, walk over to the other side of the aisle and say, Thank you, sir. May I have another? Because that's what we're doing. If we don't stand up and say, there's going to be a moment where we're going to say, we're sorry, you don't get to use taxpayer dollars and, more importantly, borrowed money to continue to stick it to the American people every day with open borders, dangerous communities, skyrocketing interest rates, skyrocketing inflation, an inability to educate your children without them being indoctrinated, an inability to have a job without being told you got to get a vaccine, an inability to have your business open during a pandemic because a bunch of tyrants shut your livelihood down, and now we do nothing about it, an inability to have a national defense that isn't woke and focused on, diversity, equity, inclusion, and transgender surgeries and abortion tourism, rather than actually killing people and blowing things up, which is what the military is supposed to be trained to do. What in the hell are we doing in this chamber? We talk about these leaders of the law that are put up on the walls around the chamber, including Moses. And we're walking away from Moses and the people of Israel by not standing up and defending Israel, by ensuring that we force the Senate to do their job. I would have shoved down the throats of the United States Senate a funding bill that included Israel and dared Chuck Schumer to shut the government down and go home and eat turkey. But instead, we walk away. Continuing resolution, ladies and gentlemen, we'll fight in January. Enough of continuing to do the same old, which is all we're doing.
Now, mind you, that was back in 2023. Never mind how the fact you feel now. He is a shill. You are correct. But he's right for pointing that kind of shit out, though. He will always shill for whatever the fuck the hot take is. But when he hits some points, gotta give it to him. Everything else, maybe, hey, we got arguments for. The motherfucker can at least give a goddamn speech. But let's go back to what we were doing, because this is almost done. And then we're going to move into the Harmeet Dhillon one.
Yes, I think they made that very clear in the debates.
Got it. And in your opinion, based off this difference, would the authors of the 14th Amendment conclude that an individual whose parents
This
did
is
not
what I do
owe
in the background, no
total
matter what.
allegiance to
While
the
I'm
United
listening to
States
this,
be granted
these
birthright
questions that
citizenship?
I'm asking, these things that I'm saying is what's going on in my head while I
holding in
listen.
Won Kim Ark was that only individuals who were lawfully present in the United States could transmit citizenship to their children born, or I should say, only the children born of people who were lawfully present in the United States could acquire citizenship at birth.
Mm-hmm. And despite all this, some of my colleagues here still contend that essentially any person born here, regardless of their legal status or the legal status of their parents, have a constitutional right to become a United States citizen. Have you seen any evidence to suggest that the authors of the 14th Amendment would support that view?
No, and I don't think the authors of the opinion in Won Kim Ark would have supported it either.
Got it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time back to you.
Well, I thank my colleague from Texas. I would now recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania for a unanimous consent request.
Yes, I seek unanimous consent to introduce Barbara Jordan's obituary in the New York Times from January 18th, 1996, in which it notes that she spoke out against a proposal to deny automatic citizenship to the children of illegal immigrants, saying, I quote, "To deny birthright citizenship would derail this engine of American liberty."
Without objection. And I would ask consent to insert into the record the amicus brief that was submitted by a number of House colleagues. It was drafted by Mr. McCotter. I would also like to introduce into the record a note that was written by Amy Sauer from the Heritage Foundation, who has written extensively on this issue, and also a op-ed that was written by Mr. Cooper, along with Pete Patterson on this subject as well.
look. You all know it. I've said it time and time again. I am a Democrat from the 90s, maybe early 2000s. That's where I kind of cut ways with everything that goes on because once you actually hit fucking, what was it? The housing crisis. That's when it really fucking hit me as an adult. The 2008 housing bubble. Y'all remember that shit, right? That's when it hit me as an adult because I'm actually trying to get into a point to where I do make good fucking money. I'm saving up a good amount of money. And then all of a sudden everything jumps 4 fucking percent. So now I have to make 4 fucking percent more to do the bare fucking minimum of getting myself a basic bullshit. Why? That might have been the first fucking red pill for me, but yeah.
Without objection, I'll insert that in the record. That concludes today's hearing. We thank the witnesses for appearing before the subcommittee today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
Okay, so that was Birthright Citizenship. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and just 100% jump into the next one. This is Harmeet, Dhillon, and John Sauer. Their confirmation hearing. This one I was actually interested in. This one caught me by surprise. I wasn't actually following this one, and I didn't know both of these happened at the same time. I'm going into this blind. I didn't hear any bit of this. I've avoided any kind of clips or anything that could have come from this. I'm walking into this 100% blind.
We welcome you to this hearing considering the nomination of John Sauer as Solicitor General, Harmeet Dhillon to serve as Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, Aaron Wrights to serve as Assistant Attorney General in the Office of Legal Policy. We're going to call on, this is how we run the committee. We're going to call on Senators Lees, Cruz, Hawley, and Schmidt to introduce the nominees. After that, the nominees will have a chance to give an opening statement. Following that, from the nominees, we'll proceed
Every single person will tell you
round
this.
of questions. I ask the members.
Hey, Ken, let me tell you something. I know it's fucked up, and it's the stupidest goddamn reason. I've admitted it multiple fucking times on this channel, but you know why I hate Donald Trump? Home Alone 2. Because in that scene with him, when he looked down at Macaulay Culkin, when I was a kid, 100% behind that because, man, my life, I could understand. When he looked down at him, I felt that was incredibly disrespectful. The son of a bitch is the biggest piece of shit I've actually ever seen. As far as a personal level. He's just like everybody else. He wants to bully his way through. He wants to push his way through. He wants to just keep going and just like, no, this is the way it's going to be. It's needed. Right now, more than ever, it's fucking needed. I hate Trump because he is like me. And I could see how it could be taken out of control. That's my problem. Because the things that I say, the things that I advocate for, sometimes I do go a little bit too far. I could see him doing the same fucking thing. But being at the head, I'd never run for president because I know what I could do.
Do their best to adhere to that limit.
That's all I'm saying.
Our three nominees have been tapped to serve in important roles in the Justice Department. We congratulate all
I
of you
own my
on your
shit, man.
nomination. If
Can you say
confirmed,
the same?
your work will impact the lives of millions of Americans, as you know. Each of you has impressive qualifications, and we're looking forward to hearing from you. We thank your family and friends for coming today to be with you, and I'm sure they're very proud of you. I've said many times that the Department of Justice is at an inflection point. Over the last 4 years, public trust in the department has declined. Many Americans feel like the justice system isn't working for them. If
I'm sorry, what? No, I actually don't understand this attack here. I'm not even going to try to get mad or anything. I'm not understanding. Because everything I've said is the way I look at life. Whether it be in a situation where I'm not experienced in, I would love to think myself that way. Just like you. Who is inexperienced in a lot of other things that you would love to think yourself in a situation because you take in information without the experience and try to put it against your own will, your own person. I don't understand this shit talk here. Everybody else I fuck with, I know them. And Ken, I hope to get to know you more, but yeah. Everybody who has ever fucking heard me, anybody who has ever fucking talked to me, am I not what I just fucking espoused? Have you listened to me? The problem is, you think just because that's a thing, you need to attack. Ken, that's the goddamn reason the good people on both sides fucking quote woke me the fuck up. And you want to tell me you want to do it to me? Just because, hey, I may think a little bit different than you. I thought this was what it was about. I'm not going to lie to you. And I'm not even trying to grift or any bullshit like that, right? I thought that was MAGA. What is it about? As far as the goddamn house is concerned, everything that goes on, anything in this thing, you know what the goddamn right is, brother? Anybody that doesn't walk lockstep with this bullshit we've been seeing. And that's why we're here today. But hey, you want to gatekeep, go ahead, man. You want to gatekeep ideas that may make sense along the lines just because they don't go against your lockstep ideology? Hey, fucking cool. We all fight. Every single one of us, even in the Discord. We all have it out. But if your way of thinking is just because somebody doesn't follow your doctrine, they should be exiled. I don't know if this is the community for you then. We're all savage to each other. We're all assholes to each other. But in the end, we all come to an understanding. Every single one of us. There is a lot of things even you believe in that were considered democratic back in the day. A lot of things that you grew up with, the laws, the maybe, hey, I want to buck the law in this situation, that were considered democratic back in the day when you grew up, how you believed. So because I grew up, I'm damn near 40 fucking years old. I grew up in the 90s, 2000 fucking era. I was an adult when the goddamn housing bubble crisis happened. Because of that reason, because of what I was believed to be, how I am indoctrinated into believe, however you want to put it. I grew up that way, and now I'm evil. Because maybe there might be some other way of taking care of the people if we didn't spend all of our money on bullshit wars. Like, seriously. That 300 fucking billion we've sent to Ukraine, something like that. How much do you think that would have actually paid down the debt of every single fucking American on the healthcare system? There's your socialized medicine, right? But the problem with that would be, how the fuck do we take care of the hypochondriacs who think just because their fart fucking stinks, their insides are rotting out and they must run to the hospital just because? Ken, I'm not here to be your enemy. I'm not here to grift. I'm here to tell you that, hey, I see it your way. I have my own fucking opinion on this. Though it may be inexperienced as you see fit, but I am 40 years old. It is that time of my lifetime where political power starts to shift a generation. I don't want to disrespect you, but I don't want to hurt you if you were an older generation for me. But I don't want to hurt me because what you felt was the best way for you, and it's no longer that for me. I understand. The Democrats back in the 90s and 2000 were for you. They wanted to help. They got twisted. I don't know along the way. I can tell you the fucking the end all be all, the eruption was goddamn Wall Street. That's when the divide happened. That's when everything really broke the fuck through. That's when identity politics came into play for everything. And now here we the fuck are. You think I'm your enemy? You can think I'm your enemy. That's fine. But I want the same thing you do. The only difference is I want the same thing you do for every American. And they're now arguing that every American is every single motherfucker that comes through this goddamn border. I can't agree with that. So here I am with you. standing with you. You may argue with me. That's fine. But there ain't no damn way you're going to sit there and try to paint me as your enemy just because.
Confirmed, we expect you to work with Attorney General Pam Bondi to fulfill her promise to turn things around. Mr. Sauer, you're particularly well qualified to serve as the nation's chief appellate lawyer. You started your career clerking for Justice Scalia, a legal giant, as we know. Justice Scalia spent his life teaching lawyers to faithfully interpret the Constitution
And this is where we are at
according
now.
to original meaning. I have no doubt that you learned this lesson very well. After clerking in a stint in private practice, you left DC behind to go home and serve as assistant.
No, that's going to have to be
United
one of the
States
next
Attorney
episodes. We touching on
Missouri.
that fucking Tuesday.
You worked diligently to prosecute criminals and keep communities safe. In 2017, you joined the Missouri Attorney General's office as a Solicitor General, where you served under two members of
You're
this
right.
committee,
We were.
Senators Holly and Schmidt, serving as the state's
That was my
chief
parents.
appellate officer during the COVID pandemic and across two presidential administrations. You undoubtedly prepared you well for the role that you'll walk into after confirmation. There's
That's
a lot
going to
of
be a
work to be
bigger
done
fight than you
defending
know,
our
Ken.
nation's laws, and it seems
You
like
hitting
you're
that
well
pocketbook,
prepared.
brother.
Ms. Dhillon, you're one of the nation's foremost experts on civil rights. Your journey started a long ways from here when your family emigrated from India. You went to Dartmouth at a very young age of 16, I'm told, and then went to law school at the University of Virginia. Throughout your career, you never shied away from unpopular but just causes. You served as director of an ACLU chapter after 9/11, a group many on my side are often skeptical of.
I just want to point out, this does not look good, does it? This image just does not look good. I'm sorry. If I were to throw you this image and I wanted to do some anti-Muslim shit or anti-Hindu shit or whatever. Yeah, that is Hindu. Which is who she is. I understand. And you didn't know any of this shit. How bad would that look? But I praise you. I praise you, Miss Dhillon.
You also started your own law firm and founded a nonprofit. You've litigated some of the most important cases on free speech, religion.
As far as that goes, let me clarify with the fact that as Americans, anything turban related, we think the Taliban, Osama bin Laden, because nothing happened before Obama, right? Except for 9/11.
Religious liberty, voting rights, and discrimination. Discrimination is wrong. Common sense ought to tell us that. Our Constitution, our civil rights laws do not tolerate determination on the basis of race, as the Supreme Court recently said in Students for Fair Admissions. Unfortunately, the previous administration not only allowed discrimination to take place, but openly encouraged it under the name of diversity, equity, and inclusion. That administration imposed nationwide regime of discrimination, and the Civil Rights Division completely failed to enforce our nation's laws. Our President Trump has put an end to this.
Well, my bad. My bad on that.
And if confirmed, I know that you will work to help him execute his promise. Americans don't pick winners and losers based
What
on
happened?
color of skin, sex, or the name of their God.
Hold up. Let me track
Still,
this
you
back. What?
fought for everyone to be treated equally. You fought against colleges shutting down free speech for political reasons, against states restricting freedom of religion, and against big tech companies engaged in censorship. You've won many victories defending freedom and our constitutional rights. And if confirmed, we'll need your continued leadership to protect the civil rights of all Americans. Our side of the aisle doesn't spend much time talking about people's personal
Yeah, that's something
characteristics.
we're gonna hit
We
up
care
too.
about character and we care about merit. But in addition to your qualifications, your backgrounds make you particularly suited to return the Justice Department to its proper role of enforcing our civil rights laws and ending discrimination. You're an immigrant, a religious minority, a woman, a business owner, a civil rights leader, an accomplished lawyer, and I've learned that also you do a lot of knitting. You're an example of what is great about America. Mr. Rights, I'm to you now. You have an impressive and dedicated career of service to our country. You attended the College of Texas A&M University on an ROT scholarship and honorably served our country as a Marine, including tour in Afghanistan. Upon your return from Afghanistan, you attended law school, University of Texas, where you excelled. After a time in private practice, you decided to serve your country again. You clerked for the now Chief Justice of the Texas Supreme Court. Then you ran for a seat in the Texas House of Representatives and campaigned on issues you believed in. You continued gaining legal experience during this time in private practice. You eventually joined the office of the Attorney General of Texas as Deputy Attorney General for Legal Strategy. In that role, you were involved in some of the office's most impactful litigation during the Biden administration. You fought to secure the border, to hold big tech accountable, to protect integrity at the ballot box, and to promote conservative social values. Today, you continue to serve Texas and your country as a member of Senator Cruz's staff. You're currently his chief of staff, and I think I won't offend my colleagues when I say that this is no easy job. This is particularly true because you continue to serve in the Marine Corps Reserve, where you actively drill with your unit and hold the rank of major. Your relentless work ethic and love of country are obvious, in short, for all three of you. These nominees before us have impressive careers and life stories, and I look forward to hearing from them today. Now, Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Chairman Grassley. I'm going to make a brief opening statement here, and it relates to an issue which is very personal to me and to some members.
All right, Durbin, what you got?
You are gathered in this room today for an important hearing of the Senate Judiciary Committee. When you entered this complex, you were protected from the first step you took until this moment by the Capitol Police. These are men and women, some in uniform, some not, who are risking their lives to keep you and me safe.
Okay.
We should never, ever take that for granted. Those of us who were witness to the January 6th riot here in the Capitol
Here we go.
have an experience we'll never forget. You've seen it. You can't miss the videos that have been played over and over again.
Right.
As a result of that riot.
Wait. Do you mean the videos that have been played over and over again by mainstream media, or the videos that have been played over and over again by independent media? Because those are two different fucking stories, because one will tell you about how they were actually let in on two of the fucking four sides, at least. One is still in question. The only thing that ever got violent was a West Side, which is still in question as to how many motherfuckers were actually instigating the crowd.
On January 6th, 4 police officers died, over 140 were assaulted, 1,600 people were arrested and convicted of crimes that day.
I'm sorry, Durbin. How about this? The month of what was it? June to May. Halfway through June, halfway through May. This is something like, no, it was May 29th. This is, so yeah. April, May, June. It had to have been early May. I can check it back, but it had to have been early May all the way through June that BLM and Antifa were rioting in D.C. May 29th, 2020, they attacked the fucking White House in an attempt to fucking burn it down. Set a guard shack on fire. The church right across the goddamn street was set on fire from the basement. Which is, huh? It was set on fire from the goddamn basement. And the media presented that situation as the president ordered a fucking gas line to mow down peaceful fucking protesters in order to put out a fire at a historical church. Yet you motherfuckers attacked the White House. Now, what happened to those people? Oh, some of them did get arrested. Oh, they did get arrested, ladies and gentlemen, but what happened to their cases? Oh, most of them were dropped, and the ones that weren't were dismissed in court, and then they turned around and sued and got paid for it. You got paid to levy war against the people of the United States of America.
For those of us who witnessed that occurrence, we know what was at the heart of it. It was an attempt by a mob to take control of the Capitol while we went through the constitutional exercise of counting electoral votes. It could have been worse, I guess, but to think that we had that happen in the United States Capitol is almost unthinkable. Imagine if you just heard the news that the House of Commons in Parliament in London had the door broken down and been overrun by a mob. You would have said to yourself, well, that's impossible. Not in London, not in England. For goodness sakes, it couldn't happen. It happened here, and we lived it. We ended up postponing the session of the Senate and the House to complete the constitutional duty until later in the evening, and we'd cleared these rioters out of the Capitol. I tell you that because the president recently announced that they weren't, in fact, guilty of any crime. They were being assaulted. Assaulted by whom? By the Capitol Police? By the National Guard that was here? That's an incredible statement, and it's on its face patently false and insulting to the men and women who protect us every single day. The bottom line is they're not stopping now that they've been released by President Trump's pardon. They're not stopping in their assault on the Capitol. They are now revisiting the Capitol, holding press conferences, harassing the men and women in uniform who protect us here every single day. This has got to come to an end. Democrats and Republicans have to stand up for the men and women who are risking their lives to keep us safe every day. And to say to these people who were pardoned by President Trump, please take your press conferences someplace else. We don't want them here in this Capitol. I think it's essential that we move in that direction and do it quickly. If we care for these men and women, it's time we speak out against this insulting, harassing conduct when it relates to Capitol policemen. Let me also say that I'm concerned, as I have been in the past, that we are seeing some transformation.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, the speech and debate clause
Of law enforcement in this country that most people don't imagine. There was a time when the Federal Bureau of Investigation had one political appointee. For 50 years, the director was the only political appointee, given a 10-year term and expected to be at least mindful of his or her responsibility under the Constitution. The choice that was made by this committee and the Senate and ratified by the president has now put a new person in charge, Mr. Patel. Mr. Patel is proceeding with this effort to cleanse the ranks of the FBI of people who could shown any conduct in the past disloyal to Donald Trump. Honest to goodness. That's the first time in history we've gone through this. And to think that we're going to see a loyal, politically loyal ranking in the Federal Bureau of Investigations is an embarrassment to this nation. And it's hard to imagine that's happening. Sadly, we're seeing the same thing happening in the military. I don't think that's going to be good for this country at all. Those ranks should be apolitical, top to bottom. And I think we've got to work hard to make that happen. I'll be asking these witnesses what their responsibilities are and their reaction is to my statement. I yield.
Thank you. Now we go to Senator Lee for introduction.
Thank you so much, Chairman Grassley, and Ranking Member Durbin, and to all of my colleagues. It really is an honor to introduce Harmeet Dhillon, who's been nominated by President Trump to serve as the Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Rights Division. If confirmed, she will serve every American with integrity and dedication. Harmeet is a fearless, longtime defender of constitutional rights with decades of litigation experience in civil rights advocacy. She's taken on some of the toughest cases, those that many others feared, standing up for the forgotten and holding power to account at every step. Her journey is one of perseverance. When Harmeet was 2 years old, her family emigrated from Punjab, India. By the age of 16, she was attending Dartmouth College, followed by law school at the University of Virginia, where she excelled.
For any person immigrating into the United States of America, I wish you the path of success, just like this woman. She has stepped on a lot of fucking toes along the way. She has done some fucked up shit in the past too. She is American. Doesn't matter her skin color. Doesn't matter her religion. This bitch is American.
In every way. After clerking on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit, Harmeet gained invaluable experience at top law firms before soon going on to found her own incredibly successful practice. As the founder of the Dhillon Law Group, she's one of the nation's most respected attorneys, known for her unwavering commitment to justice, free speech, civil rights, and election integrity. She litigates complex cases with precision and takes on powerful institutions with fearless dedication to her clients. Harmeet's championed government accountability, election integrity, and civil liberties. Her 3 years on the ACLU board demonstrated
She looks ready for battle. I'm sorry.
Judges,
she looks ready to fucking fight.
Meticulous courtroom strategy. Colleagues admire her tenacity, and even adversaries can't help but admire her resolve and professionalism. Additionally, she's been a beacon of hope for a number of persecuted communities. As a true leader in the Sikh community,
Look at
she's
that.
fought against post.
There ain't no goddamn way. I haven't seen this yet. Holy shit. There ain't no goddamn way she ain't ready to fight right now. That desk there, though. Well done, man. Well fucking done.
9/11 discrimination and religious intolerance, ensuring that no one is denied their basic rights based on their faith.
No, she's fucking observant as shit, though.
Harmeet's career embodies.
She noticed that motherfucker out of the corner of her eye.
Whether challenging unconstitutional laws, holding institutions accountable, or fighting for fair elections. She leads with integrity, fearlessness,
While staring
and
his ass
unshakable
down,
belief
he
in the
saw
rule
something
of
out of the
law
corner of her
and the
eye.
importance of sticking with the Constitution. Harmeet Dhillon truly is an inspiration. She embodies the traits and the characteristics that are needed to help her succeed in this new role to which she's been appointed. Her career reflects conviction and the relentless, unapologetic pursuit of justice, no matter the cost. I urge every member of this committee to support her, and I look forward to voting for her enthusiastically on the Senate floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No, she's actively
Now,
fucking
we go to
scanning.
Senator Cruz.
Hold up.
Thank you, Mr.
You might be right, Ken.
On the Senate floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hold up.
She's been traits and the characteristics that are needed to help her succeed in this new role to which she's been appointed.
Watch the
Her
eyes.
career reflects conviction and the relentless, unapologetic pursuit of justice, no matter the cost. I urge every member of this committee to support her, and I look
She's
forward to
actively
voting for her
scanning.
enthusiastically on the Senate floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now we go to Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to introduce to this committee my friend Aaron Reitz. Aaron has been nominated to be the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Policy at the Department of Justice. As Chairman Grassley observed, he is currently my Chief of Staff and has the virtually
job.
impossible job of keeping me out of trouble.
She has some kind of military.
In
She's
that
got to.
regard, he has failed spectacularly. But it may not be possible to succeed. And so he is fleeing instead to the Department of Justice, where I have absolute confidence that he
No,
will
she shined at that shit. Hold on.
diligently and vigilantly defend the rule of law at the Department of Justice. Before I get into
There's
Aaron's
something
special
behind that.
I want to note that he's
I don't
here,
see anything military
with
wise.
his beautiful wife Meredith, with two of his four kids. So William and Caroline are both sitting behind their dad, and at home, Cecilia and Georgia, the younger ones, I'm sure are watching on TV, unless they've fallen asleep or are doing something else that has distracted them. I want to take a minute just to walk through Aaron's career because
There's
he has
something behind
excelled in
those
everything
fucking
he
looks,
has
though.
put his hand to. He went to Texas A&M. He is a proud Aggie.
Unless she's paranoid as fuck.
Both he and Meredith are from San Antonio. She went to the University of Texas, so they are a divided household, and yet a happy one. And somehow they managed to.
Oh shit! I don't. I missed this. Thank you, Jennifer, for the $5 dono. Good night, Mr. Adams. Stay frosty. Be job secure. Oh no! Hold up, Mr. Adams. Yeah. Ah, shit. My bad. Fuck. No. I play a lawyer for. Hold on. Let me bring this camera up. I play a lawyer for Just Rhonda on her channel. I'm Mr. Adams in that shit. It just hit in that time. Good night, Mr. Adams. Good night, Jennifer. I will say this though. That shit has been fun. Following it back, learning everything that is actually going on through these trials and everything. Y'all need to pay attention. Just Rhonda's got some shit coming out for you. A lot of voices that you hear with us, there's a lot of voices you will hear there. It's going to be fun. And she's going to have a lot of members only content that is going to be us where we do what we do on this show where we squirrel the fuck out on a situation. That's going to be her members only content. It's going to be a lot of fun going through this, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all got to go follow Just Rhonda. I'll go ahead and throw that in the chat for everybody. But yeah.
Work through the return to the A&M Texas football game that occurred this year. He went on to serve as an officer in the Marine Corps. He spent 5 years in active duty, deployed to the Helmand province of Afghanistan, where he was embedded with the Afghan National Army, leading logistical operations in one of the most dangerous regions of the world. To this day, he remains in the Marine Corps Reserve, where he holds the rank of major. He left active duty, went to the University of Texas at Austin, where he served as president of the Federalist Society and editor-in-chief of the Texas Review of Law and
I
Politics.
got mods in there.
After that, he went into
Shit.
private practice.
My bad. All you did was just see me front fucking stage, just trying to find that link and get into it. Fuck it. Whatever.
and then clerked on the Texas Supreme Court. And then he returned to public service, going to the Texas Attorney General's office, where he was the Deputy Attorney General for Legal Strategy. And in that role, he was the driving force in many of the most consequential legal battles for my home state. For the last 2 years, he's been my chief of staff, and he's demonstrated a terrific ability to, number one, fight for my legislative agenda, including efforts to secure the border, to protect children from online harm, to grow our economy, and to bring justice to victims of violent crime. He also has earned the respect of his colleagues, the chiefs of staff of each of us around this dais.
I will say this, as far as the person behind the fucking on the soundboard, why the fuck did you cut so much of the low out? There ain't no way that Ted Cruz, this sounds like he's talking through a tin fucking can. Come on, guys. Why should you make just as much, if not more, than me when this is a sound that you bring to the fucking forefront?
He has worked well both with Republicans and Democrats. He has brought people together behind a shared mission. And he now has been nominated to lead OLP at the Department of Justice. And I have every confidence that he will do that job with great distinction. And he will serve as a critical right hand to Attorney General Pam Bondi. And I'm proud to introduce Aaron, and I would encourage all of you to vote to confirm him.
Senator Hawley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's my privilege to introduce John Sauer, my friend, my former colleague, who has been nominated for the position of Solicitor General of the United States. I've known John for years and years now. He is a proud Missourian, going back many generations. John's career has already been incredibly distinguished. And the chairman mentioned some of his accolades. Let me just walk through a few of them. Beginning with his education, he's a Bachelor of Science degree from Duke University. He was a Rhodes Scholar. He has an MA from the University of Notre Dame and a JD from Senator Cruz's law school. We'll try not to hold any of that against
I apologize for that.
After graduating and completing his education, he clerked for Judge Michael Ludick of the Fourth Circuit, and then for, as the chairman mentioned, for the great Antonin Scalia, who I continue to believe is the most influential Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the 20th century. And he served there with distinction. John then came back to his native St. Louis and was for 5 years a federal prosecutor, where he prosecuted violent crimes, white-collar crimes, and more. And then he briefly, in between that and joining the Missouri Attorney General's office, he founded a small litigation firm where he represented all manner of clients. And then our paths really began to intersect in 2017. I was elected Attorney General of the state of Missouri, and the Missouri Attorney General's office at that time did not have an office of the Solicitor General. And I thought it was important to create one given the volume of appellate cases that we were facing. And I couldn't think of anybody better of all the attorneys that I'd had the privilege of working with than John. So I remember I went to John, and this may say something about my recruiting habits. You'll like this, Senator Kennedy. I went to John and we met at a Cracker Barrel. We sat down at a Cracker Barrel and over chicken fried steak. I said,
you may be right, Lenny.
John, you have the ability and the record to be Solicitor General of the United States, but would you at least consider coming to be Solicitor General of the state of Missouri? And to my great delight, and I think to the great benefit of the state of Missouri, he said yes, and served as my Solicitor General for 2 years, and also as my first assistant in the office, overseeing all of our criminal and civil litigation, including record numbers of criminal convictions, as well as an astounding win rate in the appellate courts. He's argued multiple times in the federal courts, the United States Supreme Court, of course, the Missouri courts, and handled all of that with the greatest of aplomb and professionalism. He went on to serve for a number of years, another 4 years, I believe, with my successor and now my good friend and colleague, Senator Schmidt, who will say more about that in a moment. But that reminds me, John, here's an opportunity to prepare for your first question. I'll just give it to you now so you can think about it. Which of the attorneys general on this dais was your favorite, and why is it me? So can be thinking on that. John has served his state
Hold
with
up.
the greatest of distinctions. He has served his country with the greatest of distinctions. I do not know a better lawyer in private practice, in public practice, federal prosecutor, name it, go down the line. I do not know a better lawyer in this country than John Sauer. I'm delighted to see him here today, and I'm delighted to support your nomination. I urge all of my colleagues to do the same.
Senator Schmidt.
Only because of seniority did you get to ask that question first. It was coming. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor and privilege to introduce the smartest lawyer I've ever met, President Trump's nominee to be Solicitor General of the United States, and my former Solicitor General of Missouri, John Sauer. A born and raised Missourian, John is a man of deep personal faith, a fellow Catholic, a devoted husband to his wife, Ann, and father to his 5 children. As a young man, John ventured east to attend Duke, Oxford as a Rhodes Scholar, Notre Dame, Harvard Law School, I mentioned it. After graduating magna cum laude from Harvard Law, John clerked for Judge Michael Ludig, as Senator Hawley mentioned, and the late, great Justice Antonin Scalia. After clerking for Justice Scalia, he worked at Cooper & Kirk, one of the nation's most influential law firms, was a federal prosecutor in the Eastern District of Missouri, and started his own law firm. During my time as Attorney General of Missouri, John was my...
I'm going to say this. I don't know if anybody's going to bring it up, but John Sauer was the motherfucker that stood up in front of the Supreme Court and argued presidential immunity and won.
Solicitor General. As Solicitor General of Missouri, John's performance was nothing short of exemplary. He demonstrated the ability to win on behalf of the American people. John is a home run choice to be our nation's Solicitor General. John possesses a very rare combination of brilliance, unparalleled work ethic, and humility. I don't know of many people who combine all 3 of those traits, but John certainly does. As my Solicitor General, he defended the God-given rights of not just Missourians, but of all Americans, litigating numerous cases during the COVID era, helping the office beat back the authoritarian forces who were seeking to shut down the United States of America, impose mass mandates on young children, and make Americans choose whether to take a vaccine or their livelihoods. He also helped hold the People's Republic of China accountable for their actions during COVID-19. He helped the office take on big tech giants who, in an unholy alliance with the Biden administration, colluded to censor and silence dissent in our country. Missouri versus Biden, later Murphy versus Missouri, stands as one of the most important First Amendment cases in our nation's history. Together, we brought the student loan debt forgiveness case and won at the Supreme Court. He has defended the unborn, the rule of law, our Constitution, and for the last few years has been President Trump's legal champion while the president defended himself from the most weaponized and politicized prosecutorial onslaughts in American history. So now, and once again, he is called to venture back east, this time by President Trump, to be our Solicitor General of the United States. As Solicitor General, John will be the nation's chief courtroom advocate for the high stakes, high profile cases that will arise over the years to come in that courtroom. He will be the man in the legal arena, arguing before the Supreme Court on the most important cases that come before it. He will be the people's and the Constitution's legal champion. His professional track record demonstrates the skill and aptitude to win these most important cases. On a personal note, I can think of no one I trust more to do the right thing every single time. He is a man of great virtue. I can personally attest to his prudence, fortitude, and temperance as well. He is honest, hardworking, and as I said earlier, quite simply, the smartest lawyer I've ever known. I can think of no one better suited to fight for justice on behalf of the people of the United States in the biggest courtroom in the country. I urge my colleagues to support his nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well said.
Would you please,
Well
3 of
said.
you stand and take this oath? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the
Whether
truth,
how
the
you
whole
feel.
truth, and
That was
nothing but the
actually
truth,
well
so help you
fucking
God?
said. That was a
Let the
speech.
record show that they all responded. Now be seated, please, and then you can give your opening statements, Mr. Sauer, Mr. Rice, and Ms. Dhillon, and you have an opportunity to introduce family and friends if you want to. Please go ahead, Mr. Sauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Senators Hawley and Schmidt, for those kind introductions, which I'm not sure I
I
fully
was
deserve.
waiting.
Chairman Grassley and Ranking Member Durbin, thank you for the opportunity to address this committee. Thank you to the committee members for taking the time to meet with me and to discuss the thoughts and concerns about the challenges facing our nation. If I'm confirmed, I will look forward to working together with you and Attorney General Bondi's administration to address these challenges. Today, I have so many other people to thank. First and foremost, I offer my humble thanks to President Trump for this nomination and the great vote of confidence that it reflects. This nomination and the privilege
I'm just gonna be honest with you. The voice doesn't match the look. It's way the fuck off.
of representing President Trump over the past 2 years have been the greatest honors of my professional life. Next, I express my deep gratitude to my former bosses, Senator Hawley and Senator Schmidt, both of whom I love and adore equally, for giving me the opportunity to serve as the Solicitor General of the great state of Missouri. Senators, your leadership and mentorship in that office has meant the world to me.
Shovel
In addition, I thank my
face.
family and friends, many present here today, for their
There
unswerving
ain't
love
no
and
shovel
support throughout
face.
this
That nose
process.
sticks the fuck out.
Without that support, I could never have arrived at this moment today. Indeed, as I sit here today, I marvel at how the American dream could take a kid from the Midwestern heartland and give him the opportunity to sit before this august committee and address some of the greatest legal challenges facing our nation.
He does
In
have
my
that
legal
look,
career,
though.
I have been blessed with a long string of amazing opportunities. Each of these drove home to me in a unique way the importance of fidelity to the Constitution and to the rule of law. For example, as the chairman mentioned, shortly
can't
after law
unsee it.
school, I had the privilege of clerking for Justice Antonin Scalia of the United States Supreme Court. Justice Scalia was one of the greatest defenders of the Constitution and the rule of law in our nation's history, and his example has inspired my entire career. His insistence on fidelity to the original public meaning of the Constitution and the plain and ordinary meaning of statutes have provided the guideposts to my approach to legal analysis ever since. Not long after that, I received the opportunity to serve in the U.S. Department of Justice as an assistant U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Missouri, where I prosecuted violent crimes and white-collar crimes, among other matters. In this role, I was inspired by the Department of Justice's commitment to the principle of equal justice under law. I'll always remember the presentation I received from a
100%.
gray-haired veteran of the department explaining the motto on DOJ's
It ain't gonna stop me.
Qui pro domina justitia sequitur, those who sue on behalf of the lady justice.
Because the motherfucker would do it to me.
A few years later, I was blessed with the opportunity to serve as the Solicitor General of the greatest state in the Union, Missouri, under the leadership of two great public servants. In this role, I was called upon to resist the overreaches of the federal government that trampled the fundamental rights of ordinary American citizens. I began to see, as our founders did, that fidelity to the Constitution and the rule of law require constant vigilance and struggle.
I can't.
Then, during the most recent 2 years,
I'm just
I've had
being honest.
the great honor to represent President Trump in fighting back against the politically motivated prosecutions and lawfare campaigns against him. To me, these cases reflected a profound and dangerous perversion of the ideals of the Department of Justice, where I had proudly served as a young prosecutor. They manifested the weaponization of the federal government at its worst in an unconstitutional attempt to interfere with the 2024 presidential election by trying to prosecute and imprison the sitting president's main political opponent. I learned that fighting for the Constitution and the rule of law requires courage, perseverance, and sacrifice. Fortunately, that lawfare campaign failed, and President Trump was reelected in a historic landslide. In his inaugural address, President Trump promised that the scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. Instead, President Trump pledged that we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law.
I wonder.
If I'm confirmed by the Senate, I pledge to work
Can
with
y'all
Attorney
hear
General
this?
Bondi.
What up, Chica? Can y'all hear it still? Look, that's fucking wrong. It is. It's fucking wrong. But if I just put that image over his voice, it works. Oh, you can't hear. All right, so I'm gonna have to edit some shit down. But if you put that image over this voice,
in her administration to support and achieve President Trump's vision of fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wrights.
like I said, it's fucking wrong. But it works so goddamn well.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley and Ranking Member Durbin, for convening this hearing and for providing my fellow nominees and me the opportunity to participate in the Senate's essential and time-honored advice and consent role under the Constitution. The predominant feeling I have sitting here today.
See. All right, hold up. That's another thing I want to bring to you is since we're having these kinds of things where I can't just like flip to this kind of shit and just throw up an image and let the sound play. The fact that I can't do that is a problem. I want to bring that to a better standpoint to when I do these things, I can literally just program whatever the fuck I want with something like that. I can throw it in just so y'all are y'all can see exactly how we're forming it in a visual way. We're bringing that to you guys. You have to hold on. You gotta just keep it up. We're going back to a better visual way of everything we've been doing. We've had a lot of problems with StreamYard. And it has limited controls. We're going back. And we're doing it right this time. Hang in there, Lenny.
Is gratitude. And because of that, I want to say thank you to several people. Thank you to each of the individual members of this committee, both Republican and Democrat, as well as their staffs, for taking time to visit with me over the past couple of weeks. As I hope I made clear during those meetings, it's my goal to earn your support. Thank you to my boss, Senator Cruz, not only for your very kind introduction, but for your past 2 years of mentorship while I've served as your chief of staff. You've shown me not only how to be a fierce defender of the Constitution and the rule of law, but also how to work with a wide diversity of people with different perspectives on both sides of the aisle to serve the American people. Thank you to my family for supporting me and having my back. Today, we have with us my wife of 16 years, Meredith. We've known each other since we were 12, and I was reminded while preparing the paperwork for this hearing how much we've been through together. Moves, careers, deployments, kids, one public service pay cut after another, and now this new adventure, a hopeful opportunity to serve at the Justice Department. I love and appreciate you. We also have 2 of our 4 children here, William, my oldest, who was born while I was in Afghanistan, and his younger sister, Caroline. Back at home in Texas are our 2 littler ones, Cecilia and Georgia, who Meredith and I decided would be just a bit too squirmy for a Judiciary Committee hearing. Also at home are my parents, Donna and Paul. My father is undergoing surgery on Friday for kidney cancer, and we lift him up in prayer. Thank you to those who have had an outsized influence in developing me professionally over the years. My 1st Marine Corps Battalion Commander Bill Vivian and Company Commander Isaac Moore, Law School Deans Ward Farnsworth and Bobby Chesney, now Chief Justice of the Texas Supreme Court Jimmy Blacklock, who I clerked for, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, and of course, Senator Cruz. Thank you to Attorney General Pam Bondi for answering the call to serve as our
Take it
nation's
easy,
Attorney
Bruce.
General. She's been in office for only a few weeks.
We're gonna be doing
and
this
yet
for a
is
minute.
already making historic strides to
I'm bringing
restore
this
law
to you.
and
It don't
order
matter.
and to increase the
I
American
gotta
people's
hear these
confidence in our
anyways,
justice
so
system.
I'm gonna
I am
torture y'all
honored to
if
be
you want to
considered
jump
serve
in.
under her. Lastly, and most of all, thank you to President Trump for entrusting me to lead the Office of Legal Policy. President Trump cast a vision for accountability, transparency, integrity, and devotion to the Constitution that inspired millions of Americans to overwhelmingly vote him into the White House. I look forward to doing my small part to carry out that vision at OLP under his and Attorney General Bondi's leadership. The Office of Legal Policy has a broad mission. It plays an important role in advising the Attorney General on legal policy,
You dick.
coordinating the department's regulatory review process, and assisting the White House and Senate with judicial nominees. In each of these missions, I commit to the Senate the following.
Our initials for this show are the Office of Legal Policy. Holy shit!
With respect to legal policy, you can expect me to pursue the President's and the Attorney General's agenda with energy, impartiality, independent thinking, and faithfulness to the Constitution and all federal laws. With respect to regulatory law, you can expect me to closely coordinate with executive branch rulemaking authorities to ensure the department is effectively and efficiently pursuing justice for all. And with respect to judges, you can expect me to faithfully assist the President identify, vet, and process his judicial nominees. This necessarily means working collaboratively with the Judiciary Committee, as well as individual home state senators. Lastly, in all things, the
Maybe
Senate,
that should be a
the President,
tag for
and
this.
the American people have my absolute commitment to excellence, fairness, integrity, blind justice, the observance of the best legal practices, and adherence to the highest standards of conduct and ethics. Thank you again to the committee for considering my nomination. I look forward to answering your questions and hopefully earning your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Now, Mrs. Dhillon.
Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the Judiciary Committee, I would like to thank all of you for this opportunity to respond to your questions. And thank you to Senator Lee for his very kind introduction of me. I'm grateful for the time that many committee members have taken to meet or speak with me before this hearing, and I have valued hearing their concerns
Opening
and ideas
statements I
about the
can
Civil Rights
understand.
Division. I thank President Trump for nominating me to this
Opening
important
statements
position.
I can
He knows
understand.
all too well
Everything
how the
from that
Department
point.
of Justice may be
No.
weaponized for the wrong ends, for political persecution, for payback.
That also says the chairman and the ranking member. I give you that leeway. Opening statements you can read. Anything past that point, you shouldn't be reading a goddamn thing.
For punishing protected speech and ideas. As his lawyer for several years, I too am keenly aware of how quickly
Unless
justice may
it's a
become
quote.
unjust. I also want to thank Attorney General Pam Bondi for her inspiring leadership and her trust in me. I am deeply honored to be joined by members of my immediate family here today. My mother, Harminder, my brother, Mandeep Singh Dhillon, and two of his children, Tegs Robert Singh and Hazuri Kaur Dhillon, and other dear, near family members. With me in spirit, as well as my husband Sarjeet, who passed away last summer and who supported me in every way. Many friends have come from around the country to support me as well, and I'm so grateful. I owe everything I have in this world to God and to my family. My parents brought Mandeep and I to the Bronx, New York, where Dad finished his medical residency, then to rural Smithfield, North Carolina, where his simple goal was to raise his family in a small town with traditional values, practice orthopedics, play a little tennis, and enjoy the American dream. When we moved to Smithfield in 1975, there was a sign on the highway as you entered town that said the United Klans of America welcome visitors to Smithfield. My parents didn't know what the Klan was when they moved to Smithfield. We did find out. Thankfully, the anachronistic and despicable sign came down in 1977, and the Klan didn't affect me directly. But I was bullied as a child for my long braids, my funny name, my unusual faith, and it wasn't the easiest thing to be a family of turban-wearing Sikhs in the rural South in the 1970s. What I learned from my parents was that in America, anybody could be anything with hard work and determination. I am before you today because of these life experiences. My faith teaches me that it is a duty to stand up for the rights of the defenseless. Throughout my 32-year legal career, I have honored this teaching through my legal work. In law school, I've been an advocate for victims of domestic violence, work I continued for over a decade in private practice. I've advocated in the courts for asylum seekers facing religious and political persecution. My clients have included Muslims, Buddhists, Hindus, and Christians. This work has taught me deep compassion for the oppressed, as well as a daily appreciation for the liberty that Americans often take for granted. I was a lawyer in private practice in Silicon Valley when the 9/11 terrorist attacks struck. From handling intellectual property litigation, I suddenly pivoted to writing legal memos to help South Asians and Arab Americans understand their legal rights in the face of wholesale attacks from fellow Americans, ranging from murders and assaults on Sikh gas station owners and taxi drivers to casual slurs shouted at my brother Mandeep at Candlestick Park in San Francisco, calling him Osama and telling him to go back to his country. This is our country, senators, and it is the greatest country on God's earth. Today, the promise of equal opportunity that my family taught me, which I fought for my entire career in the courtroom, is being robbed from millions of Americans in the workplace by dangerous and oppressive ideology enabled by corrosive government dictates. Young girls and women are seeing their dreams of hard-fought equal access to sports opportunities, of even basic privacy, modesty, and dignity in women's private spaces being sacrificed on the altar of political correctness. Generations of young people have been denied educational opportunities because of their immutable characteristics, instead of merit, even in the face of Supreme Court precedent that clearly bans such admissions policies. And our elections are consistently at risk of becoming ad hoc coronations where government officials in power put a thumb on the scale to achieve preferred outcomes. Our democracy is the lifeblood of our republic. Insecurity in this process breeds mistrust. Mistrust breeds anxiety and anarchy. We must remain forever vigilant in ensuring the results of the ballot box reflect the will of the people, not the preferences of the elites. It's 2025 in America. President Trump was just elected with a historic amount of support from Latinos, African Americans, Asian Americans, and Americans without college degrees. There is.
Hold up, Ken. You realize she's a Democrat, right? The same kind of Democrat I am.
No greater time to be alive and to be an American than today. If I am honored to be confirmed as Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, this is my promise, Senators. I will bring my decades of experience as an attorney fighting for the rights of the defenseless to work every day. I will start every analysis with the Constitution. I will respect the words of statutes and the teachings of the courts, even if I disagree with them, though I will act within the law to challenge legal rulings I believe are wrong
Good
or
night,
statutes
Carolyn.
I believe are unconstitutional.
I'm
What
gonna be
I will
doing
never
this for a
do
minute.
is use the DOJ
This
Civil
is
Rights
what I'm
Division
doing,
as a
so I'm gonna
partisan
have to
tool
punish
to push a
whoever the
political
fuck comes
agenda.
in.
The Department of Justice stands for justice for all Americans. My parents crossed true oceans to bring me as a small child to America. We as a family are Americans by choice, and I can think of no higher honor as a lawyer than to be charged with defending and advancing the civil rights of all American citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Touche, Ken.
We have 5-minute rounds of questions. I'll start and then go to Senator Durbin. I want to apologize to the three of you because when I'm done asking my questions, the other members will take over chairing because I have to go to the Agriculture Committee. So I'm going to start with Mr. Rice. You were being a Marine in the major in the Marines and your service in Afghanistan. How do you think your military service has informed your legal career, and what lessons will you take from the
I've
Marine
noticed
Corps to
Harmeet
your
Dhillon for a
role
long
as,
goddamn
at
time, brother.
DOJ?
Well, thank you for that question, Chairman Grassley. I first raised my hand and
This
swore
is
an oath
why I
to
wanted
defend
to
the
listen to it.
Constitution when I was 22 years old. I take that oath deadly seriously. That not only structures my philosophy of how I would approach my job at the Justice Department. But that commitment also shapes how I work and how I execute that mission with integrity, with excellence, with high standards, morals, and treating everybody with dignity the way that they deserve to be treated. And so not only do I bring a commitment to the U.S. Constitution, but I also bring a way of acting that I think adheres to the best that our nation has to offer.
Yeah. Mr. Sauers, you clerked for Justice Scalia, a famous champion of interpreting doctrine of originalism, and throughout his career promoting the concept of federalism. What was your most important lesson that you learned from Justice Scalia?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. It would be very hard to reduce it to just one, but I would, in response to your question, echo the personal characteristics of Justice Scalia that I emphasized when I had the privilege of giving a eulogy for him in 2016 after his death. Not just his titanic influence on the development of law in the United States and advancing the doctrines of textualism and originalism, but in my experience, he exemplified the characteristics of a teacher and mentor, a man of great personal devotion, a man of great personal courage, and a person of deep humility. And I think you see the humility of Justice Scalia reflected in his attraction to the legal theories that he espoused, which are ultimately humble legal theories, the legal theories of limited role of courts in the interpretation of congressional statutes and the Constitution.
Ms. Dhillon, you'll have to protect the civil rights of all Americans under diversity, equity, and inclusion. The previous administration imposed a nationwide regime that discriminated against some people. The Civil Rights Division completely failed to enforce our nation's civil rights laws. So how will you approach enforcing our civil rights laws different from the previous administration?
Chairman Grassley, thank you for that question. The Civil Rights Division has 11 sections, and each of them is charged with an important duty under the Constitution and the statutes, of course. So my approach is going to be to meet with the section heads in each of those sections, understand the present work that they are doing, and then assessing the extent to which that work is consistent with my view of the civil rights statutes and the priorities of the Department of Justice. And I think the President and Attorney General Bondi have made clear that diversity, equity, inclusion, as it has been applied to use racial quotas to deny people equal access to education, employment, even potentially housing and other aspects of civil life that are covered by the civil rights statutes, are inappropriate. And so we'll certainly be taking a close look at all of those and enforcing the law equally in favor of all Americans.
Would you approach Title VII discrimination civil rights laws and use it against companies that discriminate on the basis of race?
Senator, if the facts support such a prosecution or a civil litigation, I certainly would do that. It is inappropriate in my view, and I think Title VII's language is clear that racial discrimination is inappropriate in hiring. And so that is certainly a priority that I would undertake, and one that I've undertaken in private practice as well.
The same question as it relates to Title VI against universities that receive federal funds but who discriminate on the basis of race?
Senator, we have a problem throughout the United States, not just on the basis of race in universities, but also religion. We've seen anti-Semitism sweep the nation, and it is very problematic that many people of the Jewish faith are barred by professors and fellow students from access to the classroom. So yes, in addition to race, I would see religious discrimination and other forms of discrimination on campuses as an appropriate target for the Civil Rights Division.
Thanks to all three of you. Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations to each of you, your family and friends for this historic opportunity. Mrs. Dhillon, I thank you for coming by the office. Though we may not agree on many issues, I certainly respected the exchange. And I want to say for the record, I'm still proud of the fact that the Sikh community came to me after 9/11 and asked me to introduce a resolution which said that there should not be any discrimination against those who follow your religion as a result of 9/11. It passed on a bipartisan basis. George W. Bush as president, I think, showed real leadership on that and many other issues. I also held a hearing in this committee when we had the terrible incident at the Gadwala in Wisconsin, where a white supremacist killed innocent people of the Sikh community. We had a hearing on that and packed the room with those who were interested in making sure that that never happens again. I'd like to go to specific questions, if I can, of the nominees. Mr. Wrights, have you ever expressed support for the idea that an elected official should defy a federal court order?
Thank you, Ranking Member Durbin. I'm not aware of any instances at this time of having made such an assertion.
So let me remind you of a statement that you made. On March 30th, 2020, U.S. District Judge Lee Yackel, a George W. Bush appointee, temporarily blocked Texas from closing abortion clinics as a response to the state's COVID-19 outbreak. You commented on this and wrote, looking for some Andrew Jackson level leadership on this one. Judge Yackel has made his decision. Now let him enforce it. This was an obvious reference to the fictitious story about language supposedly used by Andrew Jackson in suggesting he would defy a Supreme Court ruling in Worcester versus Georgia. Do you stand by your tweet?
Thank you for reminding me of this tweet, Ranking Member Durbin. What this tweet reflects is a conservative view of Article 3 and the role of courts and their ability to bind parties that are not litigants to the case before it, which is a mainstream view within jurisprudential debates, but captured in 140 characters on a tweet.
Bottom line, should an elected official be allowed to defy a federal court order?
It would be too case specific for me to make a blanket statement about that, Ranking Member Durbin.
So you're saying that a legal court order from a federal court should not be followed under some circumstances? What would those circumstances be?
Ranking Member Durbin, what I'm saying is that there are some instances in which a public official is lawfully bound by the holding of a particular court, in which case that official would in fact lawfully be required to be bound by it. I can't speak, though, Ranking Member Durbin, for all instances in which that dynamic may or may not be at play given a certain lawsuit.
That's an incredible statement by someone who wants to be part of the Department of Justice. Mr. Sauer, what's your take on this?
Ranking Member Durbin, thank you for the question. Like Mr. Wrights, I don't want to speak to hypotheticals, especially not hypotheticals that might come before me in an official capacity if I were confirmed by the Senate. Generally, if there's a direct court order that binds a federal or state official, they should follow it.
Why do you say generally? Give me an exception that would be acceptable to you.
I suppose if as I sit here, I can't think of a hypothetical one way or the other. I suppose one could imagine hypotheticals in extreme cases like the Korematsu decision, the Dred Scott decision, where people.
Let's go back to Korematsu. Describe for me that circumstance that you think relieved an official from obeying a court order.
Well, I believe there was a court order there that upheld. Which has now been, I think, correctly repudiated by virtually everyone, a court order that upheld the internment of Japanese civilians in internment camps during.
As bad as it was, that court order was followed for years, was it not?
And I just wonder whether some historians might think we'd be better off if it hadn't been followed.
But once we
Again, I don't want to get into.
I want to get into it because I think it goes to the heart of the question of the future constitutional challenge we face as a nation. There's a great fear among many people, academics and people in the legal profession, as to whether or not this president would defy a court order, which basically would put him above the law, at least in his own eyes.
You mean like Biden
I
did?
want to know what circumstances Mr. Wrights and Mr. Sauer believe justify that conclusion.
And you can answer that quickly. We've run out of time.
Very quickly, I've represented President Trump for the better part of 2 years, and I just think that that's not a plausible scenario.
You say the same, Mr. Wrights?
You've run out of time, Ranking Member. Thank you. Senator Hawley.
I want to, I think maybe I misunderstood this last line of questioning. I thought it sounded to me like my friend Senator Durbin was defending the Korematsu decision, which I think is one of the worst and most abhorrent decisions in the history of the United States. So I just want to be clear on this. Let me give you all a chance to weigh in on this. When we have a decision that is absolutely morally abhorrent, Korematsu, Dred Scott, we can go down the line. Should officials who disagree with a morally abhorrent decision just blindly follow it, or do they register?
This is why I got
I suppose if
popcorn.
they have to, they resign and protest. I mean, there's a system for this. There's a pattern for this. But is the United States of America better off if our public officials, in the face of grievous moral wrong, say and do nothing? Mr. Sauer?
I strongly agree, Senator Hawley, with your reaction to that. And the only point I was trying to make in my exchange with the ranking member was it's hard to make a very blanket, sweeping statement about something without being presented with the facts and the law that apply to that particular scenario. So those historical examples, I think, are designed to illustrate the difficulty of doing that.
Mr. Wright, do you want to add anything?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for your background and also for teeing up that question. I stand by my earlier comments, which is to say that there is no hard and fast rule about whether in every instance a public official is bound by a court decision. There are some instances in which he or she may lawfully be bound, and other instances in which he or she may not lawfully be bound.
Well, certainly I know that everybody sitting on this panel in front of me is a firm believer in the rule of law. It just seems that to me, we can multiply these instances. The Fugitive Slave Act, for example, and we had numerous judges and other public officials when the Supreme Court said that the fugitive slave law, an absolutely abhorrent law, had to be enforced in the North. You had multiple judges who said, I can in good conscience enforce this. Many of them then resigned. The United States might be a better place if more of them had done so and had taken a stand firmly against such injustice. So I can't believe that it's the position of anybody on this committee that in the face of decisions like Korematsu and Dred Scott.
For anybody that takes a little squirrel out moment in your own damn head, that Republican who fucking resigned because she would not drop the case on Scott Adams. The case is he got elected the mayor of New York because the country of Turkey was giving him upgrades on his flight. It's a lot more shit to it than that, but that is the crux of the fucking argument, ladies and gentlemen.
And the Fugitive Slave Act, that we should say to people, oh, just grin and bear it. Don't say anything. Enforce the law, for heaven's sake. I mean, good heavens. Ms. Dhillon, let me ask you, you spoke very movingly about religious liberty, and it made me think of that line that America didn't invent religious liberty invented America. And your family's story is certainly a testament to that. I also am mindful of the fact that in the last 4 years, we have seen unprecedented attacks on religious liberty in this country, absolutely abhorrent attacks on people of faith. Just to take one example, after the Supreme Court's Dobbs decision, 100 pregnancy care centers, more than that, were vandalized, criminally assaulted, firebombed. Over 300 churches, many of them Catholic churches, were targeted in the same manner. The Biden Justice Department did nothing to defend these institutions. They let them twist in the wind. They allowed the violence to go on virtually unchecked. And indeed, members of this body encouraged this kind of violence with outrageous, irresponsible rhetoric on the floor of the United States Senate and on the floor of the United States House of Representatives. My question to you is, will you commit to stopping the disparate treatment of Americans on the basis of religious faith that we have seen in the last 4 years? Will you make sure that people of faith are protected in the religious expression of their most deeply held beliefs?
Thank you for that question, Senator Hawley. I believe my career and the disclosures made to the Senate would back up the fact that my entire career in 32 years has included religious liberty litigation on the side of people of faith, of minority and majority faiths. And I'm very proud of that. And I've won cases at the United States Supreme Court defending people of faith from government tyranny and obstruction. And so I would absolutely be committed as a top priority in the Civil Rights Division, if confirmed, to defending people of faith equally.
Very good. And will you investigate and, where it's warranted, prosecute those who carry out attacks on pregnancy care centers, places of worship, those who with religious or maybe it's anti-religious motivation target people of faith in their houses of worship and other places where frankly they're quite vulnerable.
Absolutely, Senator. I don't think there's any question about that.
Good. Let me ask you about anti-Semitism on America's campuses. You referenced.
Good. Wait. Hold up. That is close to home. I was doxxed by those people who were burning down crisis pregnancy centers. Hold up.
Faith equally.
Very good. And will you investigate and where it's warranted, prosecute those who carry out attacks on pregnancy care centers, places of worship, those who with religious or maybe it's anti-religious motivation target people of faith in their houses of worship and other places where frankly they're quite vulnerable?
Absolutely, Senator. I don't think there's any question about that.
Good. Let me ask you about anti-Semitism on America's
Holding you
campuses.
to it,
You referenced
bitch.
this, I think, in your opening statement. Since October 7th of 2023, we've seen the most horrific explosion of anti-Semitic violence. Just yesterday, I met in my office with a young man, a student at DePaul University, an ROTC member. He's also Jewish. He's a Jewish American. His arm was in a sling because he had been physically assaulted on his campus. What was his offense? He had been tabling in support of the state of Israel. Will you commit to vigorously enforcing, Ms. Dhillon, Title VI violations related to anti-Semitism to make sure that we root out this scourge on America's campus?
If you want to briefly answer.
Absolutely, Senator. I would certainly commit to that.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Coons.
Mr.
Take
Sauer,
it easy,
thank you
Chica.
for your service as a federal prosecutor, and to the people of Missouri. Mr. Wrights, for your service to this body, to my colleague, Senator Cruz, and your military service to our nation. And Ms. Dhillon, I appreciate your willingness to step forward and raise your hand to serve. You are all seeking critical leadership positions in a Department of Justice that is reeling and questioning the direction that it's being taken. Career prosecutors were fired for working on cases that President Trump did not approve of or like. Senior DOJ leaders in national security posts have been reassigned. And at the Southern District of New York and in the Public Integrity Unit, a half dozen prosecutors resigned earlier this month rather than carry out what they believe to be unlawful or unethical orders in the Eric Adams case. Ms. Dhillon, if President Trump were to ask you to do something that you believe was either illegal or unconstitutional, what would you do?
Thank you for that question, Senator Coons. First of all, I have represented President Trump for 4 years in numerous different cases, and I currently represent him as a private attorney. And in all of those years, in multiple cases, in multiple jurisdictions, the president has never asked me to do anything that I found to be objectionable, immoral, unlawful, or illegal. And so I really can't fathom the circumstance that you're describing. It would really be hypothetical to
As
me.
I just conveyed, I don't think it's a hypothetical. You've got folks in the Public Integrity Unit and the Southern District resigning over what they believe to be an unethical and inappropriate order. And I put that exact question to your predecessor in the first Trump administration, Eric Dreiband, his first AAG for civil rights. He didn't call it hypothetical. He answered directly. He said every Department of Justice attorney swears an oath to execute and faithfully execute and defend the Constitution and laws, and it would therefore be appropriate to refuse to follow a directive of the president if illegal or unconstitutional. Mr. Dreiband.
Hold up, Mr. Coons. Are you literally going to hold the words of another person against the words of this nominee? Just because another person said something doesn't mean I need to live up to it, right? Now, you can make an argument as to how in the hell that strengthens what your point is. But there ain't no goddamn way in fuck you're going to sit there and tell me that you want to hold her beholden to somebody else's fucking words.
In exactly the same situation, answered the question, is there any reason you can't?
Well, Mr. Dreiband didn't have 4 years of representing President Trump as his lawyer, and so I would give him the grace of not knowing for that experience that I've had. And so I think that it is a hypothetical to me. And so I
It may be
respectfully.
to you, but sadly it is not to currently serving members of the Department of Justice. If I might, Mr. Wrights, in the exchange that was just held both between Senator Durbin and Senator Hawley and yourself, dozens of President Trump's executive orders have been blocked by federal courts in recent weeks, federal district courts, and a number have been reviewed on appeal. To your knowledge, has the administration complied with these federal court orders?
Thank you, Senator Coons. I have not been following the procedural posture of those
Welcome to the
cases very
fold,
closely.
kid.
Of course, I intend to do so should I be confirmed once I'm in the Justice Department.
You'll be centrally involved in those decisions, and part of what my
That might have
colleague
been
was
a
trying to
fucking
focus on was the
a
tweet that
mistype
you apparently posted in response to a
because we
decision you
did the
didn't
vector
like.
skit
The
yesterday.
tweet said, looking
But
for
if that
some
was a
Andrew
harken back to
Jackson-level
that,
leadership
welcome
on
to
this
the
one.
fold.
Judge Yackel has made his decision. Now let him enforce it. My colleague from Missouri suggested that somehow Senator Durbin was standing up for the Korematsu decision or standing up for the Dred Scott decision. And I think buried in what he said and in what my colleague said is clarity. What are the avenues appropriately available to a litigant, which can include the president or a department secretary? What are the avenues available to
This
properly
popcorn is salty as
challenge
shit.
a duly issued
I went
federal
too far
circuit
with it.
or district court order? And is it ever proper to simply refuse to obey that order?
Thank you, Senator Coons. I'll answer your second question first, which is what I referenced earlier. There is no hard and fast rule in all instances in which a litigant must comply with all or some or various parts of a judicial decision. It is so fact, law, and case specific that one cannot speak generally.
In your view, do litigants before a federal court get to choose whether or not to obey a federal court order? They can appeal it, they can speak out against it, they can question it, but can they refuse? Could the President of the United States refuse, as a litigant before a federal court, refuse to follow that order, which was the key implication of your tweet?
So generally speaking, Senator Coons, parties to a case are bound by a lawful court holding from that court. And as you rightly pointed out, Senator Coons, there are many different avenues to right a perceived wrong: appeals, rehearings, various motions, etc. You're familiar with them.
I hope you will be clear.
Could Joe Biden offer student loan forgiveness after the Supreme Court said it was unconstitutional?
In your service, since I recognize I'm nearing the end of my time. Thank you for that answer. I think all of us are holding our breath to see whether or not President Trump and those who will be advising him correctly understand what is a foundational
So your argument made no goddamn sense.
A litigant before a federal court may appeal, may question, may challenge, but may not ignore a
Thank you,
district
Senator
court
Coons.
order.
We'll move to Senator Blackburn for her questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Is that
and
Brit?
Congratulations to each of you. We are.
There ain't no way that's
we're,
Brit.
we're really pleased that your families are here, that you have this nomination, and we're so looking forward
No,
to
that's
having
not
you
Brit.
serve President Trump and the American people in your position. So congratulations to you. Ms. Dhillon, I want to come to you.
I know that's Blackburn. I was talking about Brit as far as ranking member at this point in time. Like somebody when she took over. That sounds like Brit, but he doesn't look like her.
You first. In Tennessee, we follow the motto, let's make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. And it is important for each person to know that their vote is counted and that votes are, that the process is going to be a process that is true, transparent, and honest. And so our counties have been busy cleaning up voter rolls, and it's why Tennessee has been ranked #1. in the country for election integrity. And I know that you're going to follow those same premises
That's
at
actually
the
true.
Department of Justice. So I would like for you to talk about what you can do at the Civil Rights Division to make certain that we restore election integrity.
Well, thank you for that question, Senator Blackburn. And I really appreciate how Tennessee has taken a lead in cleaning up the voter rolls. Federal law provides under the National Voter Registration Act that states do maintain their voter rolls in an up-to-date way, but in fact, most states are woefully behind in doing so, which creates confusion and distress among citizens who are concerned that their votes are not being equally cast. I think there are.
I'm sorry. Help America Vote verification, the HAVV data we bring up. Explain that. Somebody talk about that.
Limited enforcement mechanisms for the Department of Justice to necessarily take the lead on this particular issue, but there have been many cases in which private organizations or state parties have been granted standing to challenge, and the Department of Justice has the opportunity in those cases where the facts have been developed to come in and take a position as well. And the position, in my opinion, of the Department of Justice should be 100% in favor of clean voter rolls. And now many states have evolved excellent methods for doing that in a fair way, giving citizens notice, giving them notice in multiple election cycles. And so I think there are many ways that states can stay up to date like Tennessee has done.
Thank you for that. Mr. Sauer, I want to come to you, and I appreciated the opportunity to visit with you prior to the hearing. I want to drill down on one comment you made, justice
was way
without
too much
fear
thought.
or favor. And I appreciated that because so many people that have reached out to us, members of this committee, have noted that it seemed we were in a season under the last administration where there were 2 tiers of justice and 2 tiers of access and 2 tiers of treatment. And the American people have spoken against this loudly, and they want equal justice for all. So I would like for you to comment on what you mean and how that concept, justice without fear or favor, is essential to your role as the Solicitor General.
Thank you very much for the question, Senator. And again, thank you very much for the opportunity
I
to
saw
meet
that
and speak
flash
with
as
you.
soon as I popped
I
up.
greatly appreciated that opportunity. I greatly appreciate the question as well, because I think that you've asked about something that goes to the heart of the role of the Department of Justice. As I mentioned in my opening statement, the principle of equal justice under law, which is the same as justice without fear or favor, is central to the Department of Justice's mission. Senator Hawley, I think, referred to some recent historical examples of situations where that was not fully upheld in the most recent administration. In my opening statement, I referred to what to me obviously are the most compelling and really astonishing experiences that I have had with respect to that. That really arose, certainly that involved many of the cases that I had the privilege of litigating under the leadership of Senator Schmidt, but in it when he was Attorney General of Missouri, but also representing President Trump in the recent lawfare and weaponized prosecutions that he experienced. So we have a number of unfortunate examples in our recent history in the Department of Justice. And that's why what was really kind of a ringing call to me in President Trump's inaugural address was his statements that I quoted about restoring equal justice under law and the constitutional rule of law.
Thank you. Mr. Ritz, in your role over at DOJ, you're going to be responsible for initiating policy initiatives. And this is something important to addressing violent crime that is just raging across the country. And I want to get from you in writing what you can do. The previous Trump administration had programs like Operation Legend, which was very effective in Memphis, Tennessee. And I know my time has expired, but if you'll submit that one to me in writing.
Thank you, Senator Blackburn. Thank you for respecting that time. We're going to hear from Senator Hirono now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I asked the following two initial questions of all nominees before any of my committees, so I will ask you, starting with Mr. Sauer, and we'll just go right down the line. Since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No.
No.
No, Senator.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into
What the fuck is up with that with Arano here lately? Why? Why? Why is everything she's got to talk about the immediate as soon as she opens her mouth? Why is it always asking, have you done anything sexual with anybody? That was the goddamn first question of every fucking nominee she has ever talked to so far. Sex obsessed Hirono it fucking is.
a settlement related to this kind of conduct?
No.
No, Senator.
I have not, Senator.
I would like to state with regard to Mr. Rice that, for the record, that in 2023, during impeachment proceedings against Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, a Texas Ranger testified that there were, quote, many complaints of sexual harassment by female employees, end quote, about Mr. Rice when he worked in the Texas Attorney General's office. And I will have further questions for the record regarding these complaints. For Ms. Dhillon, relating to Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, I think that your position is that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act requires actual discrimination and basically discriminatory intent before it will be deemed unconstitutional under Section 2. Is that correct? Is that your view of Section 2, Voting Rights Act?
It's disturbing.
I would say to generalize, yes, it is.
So that means that unless there's discriminatory intent, unless say state legislature says, yes, we are about to enact legislation that will discriminate against a group, you do not think that Section 2 applies?
I disagree with your characterization, Senator. There are many ways to prove intent other
Stop
than a
Asian
blanket
hate,
statement
right?
from a state legislature. And
Ms. Rice, let me mention that under President Trump's Attorney General, Merrick Garland, they've filed a number of lawsuits under Section 2. For example, a law prohibiting civil groups from providing food or water to people who are standing in line to vote. There was no discriminatory intent.
Right.
Would you have filed that lawsuit against that law?
Senator,
Wait. Because they filed a fucking. You're not supposed to obstruct anybody at the polls in any way, shape, or form. For the retarded among us, how easy would it be that somebody who stands in line for what seems to be a long ass time, they're sweating in the sun, and you bring up a water bottle and you say, hey, vote for whoever. You know, from the retarded among us, that would be enough. But she's saying that should be allowed.
I haven't had the opportunity to study all of the facts underlying those prosecutions by the Biden Department of Justice.
Well, excuse me, you know what, Merrick Garland
It
also
did from
filed
the
a
beginning.
lawsuit under Section 2, state law limiting counties' use of absentee ballot drop boxes. So there are a number of these kinds
100%.
of voting rights laws that the states enacted after Shelby County, and in fact, 13 states very immediately passed all kinds of laws that made it a lot tougher to vote. So I'm just wondering, how are you going to decide which ones to go after? I mean, these obviously have the effect of discrimination against certain groups, making it harder for them to vote. How would you decide which of these kinds of voting rights laws enacted by states without, the obvious smoking gun?
Well,
I want to go back. Hold up. That is a look of, I have absolutely no idea what you're trying to ask me, and I know it's all fucking bullshit. But I have to respond in some way.
States without, the obvious smoking gun.
She can't. Her face can't lie. I'm
Senator,
sorry.
I have to disagree with the
Her
premise of your
face can't
question
lie.
that all of these measures that Georgia and other states took to improve confidence of all citizens in voting, in fact, had any form
Well,
of discriminatory
excuse me, I
impact.
only have a minute. I mean, obviously, there is disagreement. That is the crux, isn't it, as to whether or not these laws actually have an anti-discriminatory
What up,
effect. And
RB?
you obviously do not think so. For Mr. Rights, you stated
This
in
is
one of
what
your
I
many
do
tweets, in fact, there are
when I
thousands
listen
of
to this
tweets
shit,
that
ladies and
you
gentlemen. This is the shit that goes off in my mind. When I'm talking to
deleted
you,
before your
is
nomination.
what I'm
And
saying.
we could go over some of them. They're quite astounding, but one of them said, birthright citizenship is not a
Unless I'm
thing.
actually having a
Is
conversation
birthright
with you, in which I
citizenship
can't
in
have
the
that.
Constitution? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Wait a
Thank
minute,
you,
I
Senator
fucked that up.
Hirono. I think that there are.
Let's pull it back. What was the question? Sorry, I fucked you up, but I really don't give a shit what you got to say. But
Thousands of tweets that you deleted before your nomination. And we could go over some of them. They're quite astounding, but one of them said, birthright citizenship is not a thing. Is birthright citizenship in the Constitution? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Thank you, Senator Hirono. I think that there are reasons.
ma'am, how wide is that question? Is birthright citizenship in the Constitution? That question, I get what you're trying to do with this, but that question leads nowhere right now. You want me to pay attention? Cool. Is birthright citizenship in the Constitution? That's where you want to lead?
Reasonable debates to be had about the meaning and application and scope of what is commonly called birthright citizenship in the 14th
This is the
Amendment.
reason we are here, bitch.
Actually, since it's been 130 years where this particular provision has been deemed to confer birthright citizenship, and not in the way that President Trump views it, and apparently not you. So when we start
We are here because of the meaning of birthright citizenship in the Constitution. But she just asked you if birthright citizenship in the Constitution exists. And because he's like, I gotta answer. I don't know, bitch. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about because that's the reason we're here. Well, you never answered my question. And we're gonna move on. Hirono, these are not the viral moments you want.
we're talking about, the rule of law, and that you all would follow the rule of law, I do wonder what constitutes rule of law in your mind, because after President Trump issued all of his executive orders, some 70 lawsuits have been filed challenging the legality of his executive orders. So legality is often in the minds and eyes of the beholder. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Harper.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Did you just argue that what we should hold firm and true to is often in the eyes of the person that believes it? When it comes to a legal fucking standard in this country, just because I believe a law must go my way, there so it shall be. What?
Rono, we'll turn to Senator Britt. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Just want to say congratulations to each and every one of you for being nominated and to your families. I know that this is a big moment and you're really proud of the work that they've done to get here and what an honor it is. I think all of us up here know that when you serve, it's not just you, it's your entire family that does. And so we say thank you. I especially want to say something to Mr.
No,
Rice.
that's Brent.
It has
That's
been an
Brent.
honor
Okay.
and privilege to get to work with you over the last 2 years.
That sounds like the
I am
same
not only
voice.
grateful for your service to this
Was
nation
she
and the
acting?
U.S. Marine Corps, but what I have seen you do for Senator Cruz firsthand. As a former chief myself, I know what it takes to make it all work and to make sure that your boss and your state and the nation are in the best place possible. You have done that in a manner that is second to none. And I am excited to see each and every one of you serve our nation at a higher level. So thank you. I'm going to start with Mrs. Dhillon. So to follow up on Senator Blackburn's comments, Alabama feels strongly about making sure that every single person has access to vote, that we make that easier, whether that's providing free voter ID, whether that's coming to your house to allow you to register. We want to make sure that every citizen does that. We also want to make sure that that vote is protected.
Brit. Brit. I understand you have a little bit of time. But that's not our argument, ma'am. Hold up.
We say thank you. I especially want to say something to Mr. Rice. It has been an honor and privilege to get to work with you over the last 2 years. I am not only grateful for your service to this nation and the U.S. Marine Corps, but what I have seen you do for Senator Cruz firsthand. As a former chief myself, I know what it takes to make it all work and to make sure that your boss and your state and the nation are in the best place possible. You have done that in a manner that is second to none. And I am excited to see each and every one of you serve our nation at a higher level. So thank you. I'm going to start with Mrs. Dhillon. So to follow up on Senator Blackburn's comments, Alabama feels strongly about making sure that every single person has access to vote, that we make that easier, whether that's providing free voter ID, whether that's coming to your house to allow you to register. We want to make sure that every citizen does that. We also want to make sure that that vote is protected. Part of the work of the Civil Rights Division relates to protecting that.
No, I've got no problem. If you don't have a valid ID and you want to get a voter ID, I've got no problem with that. I've got no problem doing anything and everything you could actually prove to be a U.S. citizen in my area voting for me. However, what I have a problem with is the HAVV is Senator Britt. And I'm going to show it to you one more motherfucking time. even after the 2024 election, it still happens. Week ending February 8th, the last time it was reported. Senator fucking Britt, can you tell me that in 1 week's fucking time, 3,950 people tried to register to vote in Alabama? Out of that 3,950, 1,777 didn't know the last four digits of their social security number or last name. Out of the 2,173 that actually did match, 1,677 are single match alive, which means that last name is the only thing that is listed for those last four digits of your social security number. Out of these single matches that did line up with that information, 494 were dead. When you're talking about easier to fucking vote, is this the easier you're talking about, ma'am?
Right to vote. In my view, it's an important part of protecting the right of American citizens to vote, and it's to ensure that the votes aren't diluted by those who have actually no right to vote. I know you've done some work on this issue during your time in private practice, and it's an issue that I've also worked to address here in Congress. During this Congress, I'll be reintroducing once again the Citizens Ballot Protection Act, which amends federal law to explicitly allow states to put in place proof of citizenship, to require that for federal mail-in voter registration forms and any state mail voter registration forms that they might develop. I think many people across the nation would be shocked to know that states are currently hamstrung when it comes to requiring proof of citizenship as part of certain voter registration processes. It's common sense to ensure that only American citizens are registering to vote in our elections. Based on your experience, can you explain why it's important and necessary to take steps to ensure that non-citizens are not voting in our election, and the role that you think DOJ, and in particular the Civil Rights Division, can or should play in ensuring the votes of American citizens are not diluted?
Thank you for your question, Senator Britt. And I actually want to particularly thank you for introducing the legislation you just described, because while the NVRA doesn't itself, of course, bar states from requiring proof of citizenship, courts have done that and laid that prohibition that, in fact, was a subject of some conversations I had with some of your fellow senators while we met. I do think that it would be a tremendous boost to voter confidence in the integrity of elections in the states if there was assurance that only citizens are voting. Similarly, that they're only voting once. I think that's also very important. And the current self-certification system has not only allowed people to maliciously vote when they weren't entitled to, it's actually led many legal immigrants to unknowingly cast a vote and thereby putting their own ability to become United States citizens in peril. And we've seen this happen in Pennsylvania and other states. So I do think that it would be a tremendous boost to voter integrity and confidence. And that in turn would cause more Americans to come out to vote, which I think all of us want on both sides of the aisle.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Mrs. Dhillon, another question. As you're aware, President Trump signed an executive order in January related to the measures to combat anti-Semitism. Senator Hawley touched on this earlier, but pursuant to that order, Attorney...
I'm sorry, Ken. She's my senator. Even Governor Meemaw has addressed my concerns. I have yet to hear her say anything about the HAVV data, which I can track it back with you if you want me to. As a matter of fact, this right here, what I just showed you, what is it? Promoting where is it? Civil rights, USC is a in March 24th, 2021, President Biden issued the Executive Order 14019 on promoting access to voting. The EU stated, it is the responsibility of the federal government, blah, 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 blah. Here's the fucking thing. I can bring it up for you. You can go through it if you want me to. If you want to. As a matter of fact, where is it? I will actually find it. Voting access to order, vote, 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 vote. Where is the actual White House fact sheet? No. What is it? 14019. Wikipedia is going to have a link to it, ain't they? Well, there you go. One's 4019. Promoting access to voting. This gives the ability for the federal fucking government, say for about 5 or 6 fucking agencies, to register you to vote without your goddamn knowledge. And then you wonder, like, how something like this could happen? Now, track this the fuck back. Every bit of this spiked right after the 2017 election. When Trump got into office, every bit of this fucking spiked to a point to where Texas was registering. Texas reports every 2 weeks, but Texas was registering 6-digit numbers for months on end every 2 weeks. And every time they registered, 5-digit numbers did not match. Now, to register to go to vote, you have to have a signature for that, right? Where does that signature come from? How much information did they give it to people at the people that come through the legal ports of entry? For somebody who doesn't speak, read, nor have any interaction with our language, comes across the border, has somebody that's supposed to interpret, tells you in your language, hey, check this out. I'm here for you. You're going to sign your name here, 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 here. And on this page right here, this is to say, this is your sponsor to get into this country. Sign this name. Now sign your name here, 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 here. That sign this name is now that registration that the government did. So, you as an American citizen who has never voted ever before in your life, you go to register to vote for whatever reason. You don't know the process. You don't know how it goes. So you register to vote, right? You go up there and, hey, you're already registered. Here's your information. Blah, blah, fucking blah. Okay, cool. I'm registered to vote. I go to vote in person. I show up. ID in hand. I vote. But because my signature doesn't match whatever signature the government got, does my vote count? Now, the reason why I bring that question up ARRESD. Nope, that's not it. This is it. Yep. Former Atlantic City Council president arrested in voter fraud scheme. Now, here's the thing with this entire story. His criminality can be tracked back to 2003. What this motherfucker would do was he would pay people to bring him empty ballots with a signature on them. You just sign it and give it away. You bring it to him. Him and his crew fill them the fuck out. And they pay other people to go drop them off at ballot boxes. In everything that you find with Callaway here, as it is presented, you will never find anything in presenting as far as articles are concerned where his criminality goes into 2020. However, through the fucking court documents, it is expressed multiple times that he was involved in 2020, including getting Jeff Van Drew elected in 2022.
Agency task force to do this, to make sure that we're doing this. The task force will be coordinated through the Civil Rights Division. I have long been concerned about this issue and didn't think the Biden administration acted aggressively enough to address it, particularly on college campuses. So once confirmed as the head of the Civil Rights Division, can you ensure me that you will take aggressive action via this task force to ensure that Jewish students are protected
In
from
my
abuse and
state,
harassment, and that those who engage in such behavior will be subject to the full force of the law?
Well, Senator, this is a very high priority for me, and I have several Orthodox Jews who've worked at my law firm and have personally given me stories about their family circumstances and instances of discrimination.
I'm going to bring that up. In my state right here, I could have 2 of the 3 fucking pieces of documentation needed. But if I don't have all 3, my DMV ain't even trying to talk to me. Every time I go up there, I need all 3 forms of identification, my ID, my social security card, and my birth certificate, or in my case, certificate of birth abroad. I need all 3.
On campuses and in other settings. coming from a religious minority myself, I think it is very important and crucial that the Civil Rights Division step up to defend students on campus, because it is a blow not just to those individual students, but to the entire community when they see campus administrators refuse to protect them.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Britt. You're so timely. Senator Booker.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. Wrights, I want to pick up with a discussion that I found a little troubling. I'd love to go into it a little bit more with you. It just sounds like that you have been suggesting that government officials can ignore a court order if they disagree with it. You're pointing to some of the worst cases in our nation, like Korematsu. This would really create a constitutional crisis in this American context in which we're living right now. If our courts impose injunctions that restrict or compel government action, and then government officials go against that, to me, that's the very nature of what a constitutional crisis is. My staff pulled a tweet of yours that you compared the Dred Scott decision to the court's decision in same-sex marriages. And so I want to know, do you think public officials have it within their right, if they find it morally wrong, the Obergefell decision, to violate that court order or that court's conclusions?
Thank you, Senator Booker. So my position I've been consistent on, which is that parties to the litigation are bound by the lawful holdings of their respective court. I understand that there is genuine jurisprudential disagreement about the scope of certain holdings, whether they can apply nationally or to just litigants or other litigants. But I think that it is a fair discussion for attorneys in good faith to discuss the scope of a holding of a case.
I find academic discussions important in our national dialogue, but you're being nominated for a very important position. And my question to you, I guess, is very plain, is if you morally disagree with a court order, do you believe you can defy that court order, that the Trump administration, that the government, that you in your position can defy that court order?
Senator Booker, I appreciate the clarification. However, just a general reference in this hearing to a litigant morally disagreeing to the decision of a court, in my opinion, is too hypothetical for me to be able to answer with precision.
Do you understand that that is not a comfortable assurance for me when there is credible concerns about the Supreme Court making a decision as in Obergefell and having an administration that feels that it can defy that? You're not giving me great confidence by stating unequivocally that we are a nation that respects the separation of powers, the role of the courts. And far be it from me to lecture you, and I hope you don't take it that way. But the traditions of our country, if you disagree with a morally long law, the traditions we exalt, one of the two exceptions of statues underneath the dome of the Capitol is Martin Luther King, who was very clear about when you find a law morally wrong and you break that law, you accept the consequences of that, which is jail or removal from a position. I'm seeing right now.
You mean like coming across the border illegally?
In government, resigning from their position. That is a very different tradition, that vaunted tradition in our country, than a person in a position like you were nominated from, willfully disregarding a court order. That is in its very nature a constitutional crisis, and your failure in this forum to resolutely state your commitment to abide by court orders, I hope you can understand why that would be troubling to many of the senators before you. You understand that that's troubling.
I understand, Senator Booker, that is a perspective that members of this body may have.
Well said.
Very difficult for me to swallow that. And honestly, you send a chill to me and my concerns about
because
the
he
current
didn't say
administration.
exactly what you wanted him to
Ms.
say.
Dhillon, I am happy to see you here because of the pride of your family behind you. You could see it written over their faces. I hope you understand that. They are, it's just extraordinary for me as an American to see you sitting here and your incredible family behind you. I have some very direct questions for you that I do not have time with because I fear the chairwoman. But I'm going to put them in writing, and they have to do with your knowledge of any plans to dismiss employees and a lot of the things were going on here that do rise concerns to me. So I'll put them in writing. Would you commit to responding to me?
Yes, Senator, I commit to responding to your questions.
Thank you very much, Madam
Thank you,
Chairwoman.
Senator Booker.
I
You
hope-
too are timely.
Thank you for the
Oh,
same.
you saw it. You
kindness that
saw
you
it,
extend to me that you
RP.
extend to my colleague.
Senator Lee.
That Grinch fucking smile came up right after he was done and he wanted to talk to Harmeet, but he ran out of fucking time. That Grinch fucking smile come up. You saw it. What up, the Sentinel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few moments ago, one of my colleagues asked a question about abiding by the rule of law and abiding by Supreme Court decisions. Now, when the Supreme Court ruled that President Biden didn't, in fact, have authority to undertake his student loan forgiveness program, President Biden made a statement following that to the effect of the following, quote, "The Supreme Court blocked it, but that didn't stop me," flouting openly his defiance of the Supreme Court and the rule of law. Now, so I'd like to ask each of you, we'll start with Mrs. Dhillon and then go to Mr. Wrights and Mr. Sauer. Just to be clear, in your view,
Could you imagine how much ass would have to be kissed by Sweeney? Could you imagine me sitting in the crowd while a committee hearing for Sweeney is going the fuck on? The disruption that would have to be in that hearing would me be laughing my balls off at some dumb shit.
I
hope that motherfucker gets in.
does President Biden's statement hold water, and would you follow the rule of law if confirmed to your position?
Senator, thank you for that question. I too was surprised at President Biden's reaction to that order, because the order itself, I think many lawyers would agree, was entirely consistent with the law. No argument was made by the president that the order was unconstitutional, illegal, immoral, etc. He just simply defied it. So I think
Sort
that's
of like possession is 9/10 of the law, is what he was saying.
correct. And I think that's a little bit hard to swallow. In general, there are many mechanisms for a party to disagree with a ruling, seek a stay, seek an appeal, et cetera. And those are the steps you would normally take, seek reconsideration. In this case, it was, of course, the highest court in the land. So in that circumstance, I disagree with the president's position.
Mr. Wright?
Thank you, Senator Lee. Yes, if confirmed, you personally, this body, the American people, have my absolute commitment to always observe the letter of the law, no doubt about it. I think my reaction to President Biden's brazenly flouting a Supreme Court decision in which he was a litigant and thus lawfully bound to the holding of that court was disappointing and unlawful.
Mr. Sauer?
Thank you, Senator Lee. I agree with my colleagues. On a personal note, as Senator Schmidt mentioned in his introduction, we were directly involved in litigating on that issue in the decision that became Nebraska against Biden. So having taken all those efforts, those sorts of statements were particularly troubling.
Right.
And if confirmed, I will follow the rule of law.
Thank you. Mrs. Dhillon, the position to which you've been appointed, to which you've been nominated, is one that in some ways gets to the essence of the professional obligation we have as lawyers to represent clients as they come to us, even especially when that client happens to be unpopular, even especially when that client doesn't necessarily have the winds of public opinion at his or her back. Now, you've had a prestigious career in civil rights law, in which you've
I
represented
fucking did. I saw
clients,
it.
in which you've represented people who have been forgotten by much of society and even much of the modern civil rights movement. How do you believe the civil rights?
This is what he said. Oh, where is it? Here it is. when you and gang are ordering pizza and your broke ass friend says get wings too. That was fucking great.
Rights Division can be utilized in order to look out for those people.
Thank you, Senator Lee, for that question. Civil Rights Division was established in 1957, and it has a long and storied history of standing up for some of the most important heroes in the civil rights movement, including looking into violent crimes against many marchers in the civil rights movement and other important figures, Martin Luther King Jr. and others. And so I would view my role, if confirmed, to be consistent with the obligation. And as a lawyer involved in First
Why is
Amendment
the mic
cases,
cutting out all the time?
you're often asked to defend and protect some of the most outrageous and unpopular speech. My work at the ACLU and dating back to college has taught me the importance of standing up for the rights of free speech and rights of individuals to protest, whether you agree or disagree with the subject matter or not. And that would definitely be my charter if confirmed. Thank you, Senator.
Worth it.
Thank you. Mr. Sauer, you've been nominated to serve as Solicitor General of the United States. The Solicitor General, of course, performs many of the roles that a lot of Americans
I'm
probably
sorry, that
associate with the
melted
Attorney
ass
General.
cheese, that meat
You are
all
the
over
chief
the
litigator for the United
come on.
States government, particularly in matters pending before the U.S. Supreme Court and other federal appellate courts. Consequently, in that position,
What?
if confirmed,
What
you'll
happened?
have a client. So I've got two closely related, very important questions connected to that. Number one, who is your client? Number two, will you wear the morning suit if confirmed as Solicitor General?
You can answer briefly.
Your client, as the Solicitor General, if I were to confirm, would be the United States and the people of the United States. Your fidelity would be to the Constitution and the rule of law. And I commit to wearing the morning
What
suit,
happened?
but I will not look nearly as good as your father did when he wore it.
Terrific. Thank you.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much. I was over at an ag hearing, which was just a little more mellow. So I am happy to be here. Ms. Dhillon, I know we're going to talk on the phone at some point soon, and I appreciate it that you're willing to do that. I've led efforts to protect voters' access to the polls and the security of our elections, the Freedom to Vote Act, setting basic national standards to make sure all Americans can vote in a way that works best for them,
I'm gonna leave you
regardless
to
of
this,
their
guys.
zip code. John Lewis once said, "The right to vote is precious and
I
almost
heard this
sacred
one.
and one of the most important blessings of our democracy. Today, we must be vigilant in protecting that blessing." Do you agree?
Senator, I agree with everything that you said with respect to the importance of the right to vote. I think it is a sacred right, and I promise to safeguard that right if confirmed to this position.
Okay, thank you. Your comments earlier, though, you've written about the Voting Rights Act, referring to it as a law, and this was in 2022, referring it to as a law that, quote, was once, and I emphasize once, necessary to push back on Jim Crow laws. I have concerns about, of course, the Civil Rights Division under your leadership, whether or not it will enforce the Voting Rights Act. Isn't it true that 2 years ago, the Supreme Court reaffirmed Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which prohibits states and localities from enacting laws or taking actions that have the effect of denying or abridging the right to vote on the basis of race?
That's correct, Senator. And I would add that I don't know the full context of the quote that you read, but of course, we all know that the United States Supreme Court has actually struck down provisions of the Voting Rights Act as unconstitutional, specifically Section 4A, which effectively renders Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act a nullity unless Congress acts to fill in the gaps.
I was referring to Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act in Allen v. Milligan. But will you commit, the bigger thing for me, to vigorous enforcement of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, including with respect to groups that have been subject to historic discrimination on the basis of race, ethnicity, or language minority status?
Thank you, Senator. I would have to see the facts, but if the facts merited a Section 2 investigation and or legal action, I would certainly pursue that.
Okay. Will you commit to not reassigning or firing career attorneys in the division based on their political and ideological affiliations, who they voted for, or their views of the 2020 election?
Senator, without getting into the job itself and understanding all of the motivations of individuals.
Wait. What?
Commit to not reassigning or firing career
Did I miss
attorneys
this?
in the division based on their political and ideological affiliations. These
and
status 2 of the Voting Rights Act, including with respect to groups in Allen.
4A, which effectively renders
Let me roll it
Section
back.
5 of
I'm
the Voting
sorry.
Rights Act a
Hold on.
nullity unless Congress acts to
Okay.
fill in the gaps.
I was referring to Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act in Allen v. Milligan. But will you commit, the bigger thing for me, to vigorous enforcement of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, including with respect to groups that have been subject to historic discrimination on the basis of race, ethnicity, or language minority status?
Thank you, Senator. I would have to see the facts, but if the facts merited a Section 2 investigation and or legal action, I would certainly pursue that.
Wow. Well fucking done, ma'am. Oh my Jesus. She tried to go a racist fucking claim. Holy shit. And you're just like, nah, bitch. We ain't playing this game. Well done, Miss Dhillon.
Okay. Will you commit to not reassigning or firing career attorneys in the division based on their political and ideological affiliations, who they voted for, or their views of the 2020 election?
Senator, without getting into the job itself and understanding all of the motivations of individuals, I can't really commit to any particular personnel decisions. However, I will say that in my home state of California, we have laws about that, and
Wait,
that
what?
is certainly my general practice to not react against people based on solely on their political views.
Right. Mr. Sauer, at the nomination hearing for President Trump's first term Solicitor General Noel Francisco, Chair Grassley said, quote, "It is the responsibility of the Solicitor General to defend the law even when they don't personally agree with the law," end quote. Mr. Francisco agreed, stating that the Solicitor General is a lawyer representing the United States. What matters are the views expressed by the United States in the statutes that this body passes. Do you agree it is the duty of the Justice Department to defend the laws Congress passes? And will you commit to do so even when the president may disagree with an act, campaigned against its passage, or called for its repeal?
I believe Mr. Francisco stated that the duty of the Solicitor General is to defend the validity of congressional enactments when there are reasonable arguments available to do so. I think he noted an exception in certain cases where there's a conflict between a claim of encroachment on the president's Article 2 authority, and I would commit to following those principles that he outlined in his testimony.
All right. I also note that on her first day in office, the Attorney General issued a memo in which she said DOJ lawyers must be zealous advocates for their clients' interests. And then she said, and this was troubling to many of us, and to do otherwise deprives the president of the benefits of his lawyers. When you served as a prosecutor in the Eastern District of Missouri during the Obama administration, did you see yourself as President Obama's lawyers?
I believe as an attorney for the Department of Justice at any level, as I said to Senator Lee, the client of that attorney would be the United States or the people of the United States.
All right. So thank you. And all justice lawyers, as you know, take an oath to the Constitution. And as you note, their client is the people of the United States. I asked this of Todd Blanche, and he answered that is true. And so your client will, in fact, be the United States.
She looks like a goddamn thumb with the mouth. It's a thumb with a nose and a mouth. What? Oh, you son of a fucking bitch. There ain't no way. Oh, yeah, there's some fucking dicks. Hold on. Because I'm a dick. I clicked off something, apparently. Or clicked something. I don't know. Whatever the fuck happened.
Hearings, U.S. Solicitor General nominee.
full
Act be the
Tell me that's not a goddamn thumb. Anyway,
United States government and the United States of America and not the president. That's right.
I stand by my prior answer.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Senator Klobuchar. Appreciate all of you being here today. Certainly, I think, based on my history as a federal prosecutor and a judge and attorney general of the state of Florida, I think the roles in which you are volunteering to serve and have accepted these nominations are some of the most important roles in our government, especially at this moment in time when so many people believe, so many Americans believe that the Department of Justice and agencies within it have been used to unfairly target those that may hold a different political preference or persuasion. It is
is she new? Ashley Moody. Let me look her up. I've never heard this woman.
so important for the stability and consistency and long-term success of this nation to have people like you, patriots, passionate about this country and its founding principles in these roles, to assure Americans that we are going to bring this back to a place where Americans can trust that you are in true, that the institution of the Department of Justice is a shield protecting not only American safety, but their inalienable rights. Do you believe at its core that is one of the missions that you will fulfill? And I'll ask each of you to answer, please.
Thank you very much for the question.
Yes. Yeah, she is brand new. Wait, no. She was incumbent. No. Now, this is Wikipedia, but if she assumed office serving January 2021 to 2025, serving with Rick Scott, appointed by Ron DeSantis, preceded by Marco Rubio, United States Senator. Before that, 38th General of Florida, in office January 8th of 2019 to January 21st, 2025, preceded by Pam Bondi. This is your freshman year. All right. Let's roll it back. Let's give you a shot.
We are founding.
I'm sorry. Let's give it a shot. Freshman year. What you got?
Prosecutor and a judge and attorney general of the state of Florida. I think the roles in which you are volunteering to serve and have accepted these nominations are some of the most important roles in our government, especially at this moment in time when so many people believe, so many Americans believe that the Department of Justice and agencies within it have been used to unfairly target those that may hold a different political preference or persuasion. It is so important for the stability and consistency and long-term success of this nation to have people like you, patriots, passionate about this country and its founding principles in these roles, to assure Americans that we are going to bring this back to a place where Americans can trust that you are in true, that the institution of the Department of Justice is a shield protecting not only American safety, but their inalienable rights. Do you believe at its core that is one of the missions that you will fulfill? And I'll ask each of you to answer, please.
Thank you very much for the question, Senator, and I greatly appreciated the ability to work with you and your staff when I was in the State Attorney General's office on many important issues.
Oh, and let me just pause right here. I know that you said that you equally adored the two Missouri Attorney Generals, but you never said which Attorney General on the dais you liked and respected the most. And You know.
Only one here right now.
You can always
Okay,
go
so
with
that
Florida.
really was a joke.
It doesn't have to be your home state.
There are many wonderful public servants in the room, and I respect them all greatly. And in response to your question, yes, I don't think I can improve on the way that this principle is expressed in the quotations from President Trump's inaugural address that I referenced in my opening statement.
Mr. Reeds,
I 100% agree with you, Senator Moody.
Ms. Dhillon.
And Senator, I would agree with you as well.
Oh,
At this time, without objection, I would like to introduce for the record a letter from all
Okay.
4 women Republican attorneys general, my former colleagues, where they voiced support for you, Ms. Dhillon, and we'll enter that into the record without objection. One of the things that they highlighted, and I noted that we share this in common, and most people don't know this about you because they hear what's only pushed and highlighted within the media, but as a young lawyer and continuing through this day, you have, without charge, free of charge, using your skills as an attorney and for pro bono,
okay.
defended victims, sought justice for victims of sex trafficking and domestic violence. I remember after working long days at my law firm, going and sitting at the courthouse and helping
I have
victims
to
of
do
domestic
this for
violence.
my other
I believe
job.
that shows your heart
Why not bring
for
it to you?
protecting the most vulnerable in their time of need that may not understand how to navigate the court system and understand that the court system is there for their protection. And I believe that's what you will bring in heart and spirit and passion to this role. To that end, you've spoken to this. As Attorney General, I was one of the first to request that a large corporation be investigated for discrimination for some of their hiring practices using racial quotas. I also brought suit, one of the first of the kind in the nation, when pregnancy crisis centers were being
It
firebombed.
feels a
and
lot better the more I
threatening
massage it.
messages were being written on them to make sure that we were protecting the life of those that are pro-life America, or protecting the rights of pro-life Americans. Many of these duties would fall under the DOJ. I hope that you will go back and review where that might not have been done under the last administration. And do you assure this body and this committee that you will make every effort to do what this government is intended to do, why it was set up to be a government of the free people, first and foremost, to protect
Right
our
on.
rights. Will you confirm for this body that you will make sure that every American is protected under your tenure and leadership?
Senator, thank you for that question. And I'm deeply touched by the support from the women attorneys general. And it is an issue dear to my heart. But absolutely, as I mentioned, my entire legal career has spoken to the fact that protecting the rights of the defenseless and following the law and enforcing those civil rights laws has and will be a passion of mine and a top priority to make sure that the defenseless and those who look to the United States for justice will certainly have an open door in the Civil Rights Division.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. Coming from that woman, watching the past, looking at what she's done, looking at how she's carried herself throughout even the social media world. She has my sword and shield as well.
Thank you so much. And under 5 minutes, I am concluding my questioning as a model for all of my colleagues. All right, we will now turn it over to Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was hoping you'd confer to me your extra 15 seconds, but
Not a chance.
Colleagues, before I jump into my questions for the nominees before us, just have to express not just disappointment, but alarm. There's been a number of Department of Justice nominees that have come before us, most, if not all, echoing over and over again the respect for the Constitution, the commitment for the Constitution, a commitment to the rule of law. Yet when pressed
Good luck
about whether or not they would be loyal to the Constitution versus potential directives or decisions contrary to the existing law and the Constitution, they don't give strong answers, at least none that give us the comfort level that the American people need and deserve. When it comes to something as simple as the existing law says this, a court has ordered the administration to stop doing that. to obfuscate, to not, I mean, I can't remember a time in history when of all the nominees, Department of Justice, high-ranking Department of Justice officials not adamantly defending the balance of power, co-equal branches
You're on
of
Rumble
government,
right
the
now,
checks and
KB.
balances built into the Constitution is telling of the political times that we're living in and alarming.
And if you can't
That
add
being
them
said, I
on
know
the
my time is
computer,
limited, so let me jump into a couple
that
of
means they're
questions
not
for the
in
folks
chat.
before us. First, from Mr. Sauer. Now, as Solicitor General, you're tasked with representing the United States before the Supreme Court should you be confirmed. As an attorney, though, admitted to any state bar in the country, you're tasked with obeying and defending the Constitution of the United States. Now, the president's already defied the Constitution and Supreme Court precedent in issuing an executive order in regards to birthright citizenship. We
I
talked about
agree.
this in my office. I told you I was going to ask you in this hearing. Can you please articulate for the committee the current binding Supreme Court precedent with respect to birthright citizenship and the 14th Amendment?
Thank you, Senator Padilla, for the question, and thank you for the opportunity to meet with you. I really appreciated the cordial conversation that we had on Monday evening in your office. I do recall that in that conversation, you asked me to look at certain 19th century Supreme Court decisions, and I agreed to do that. I have done that since then. However, given that this is a matter that would be very likely to come within my purview, I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to
Again,
comment
another
on.
dodge. Thank you. Ms. Dhillon, now your record demonstrates to me, and as a fellow Californian, I've seen your work closely, you've opposed key voting rights protections over the years, including the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. You fought against the use of Voting Rights Act to challenge discriminatory laws. You've
Pretty
also spread
much.
disinformation about the 2020 election, and you defended restrictive voting laws in multiple states. Now, in 2019, you sued the California Department of Motor Vehicles, alleging issues with the
Can
state's
you hear me
motor
now?
voter program. However, an audit
Good.
found no widespread voter fraud. The lawsuit
Oh,
was
look, RB
unsuccessful,
Jags got
and that
one.
was just one of, I think, about 10 lawsuits that you brought against the state when I was.
All right, I figured it out. I think I've got this. However somebody piles in, even if you back out, you've been registered as being on there. So as somebody gives, it registers from the time that you popped in. You may even just be looking at something for, I guess, 20 to 30 seconds. If you do that, you register. So as somebody gives, even if you never come back to that stream again, you have one waiting for you. Now, I'm sure there's other things in that algorithm because, I mean, it's picked up pretty much everybody in our group. But it's weird to see how this actually works.
Secretary of State, all unsuccessful, many dismissed. Will you commit, or how can you convince us that based on this track record that you would equally enforce, fairly enforce voting rights through the Department of Justice?
Thank you for your question, Senator. When we had the opportunity to meet in your office yesterday, I gave you one example of California's failure to abide by the NVRA and make its voter rolls clean, and that is 1 million voters, quote unquote, in Los Angeles County alone, which the County of Los Angeles agreed in a consent
My
decree.
recollection, so I'm going to cut
not
you off because my
to-
time is limited. My recollection is the county agreed to adopt additional practices on maintaining voter rolls. All the lawsuits were unsuccessful.
Well, that's not true, factually, Senator. Actually, I've won several lawsuits against California at the United States Supreme Court during the
In
time
the
that you
interest
were
of my
the
time
Secretary of
left, a
State.
couple of questions for Mr. Wrights. Thank you for being here. Appreciate the time in my office. As part of our homework, I came across some disturbing social media posts of yours. I'd like to present them for the record and ask if they are indeed you, as they
I mean,
appear
my
to be.
pinned
In
message
February of
on Rumble.
2021, you wrote, Bostock is the worst SCOTUS decision since Obergefell. We all knew that'd be the case, but the left's almost total reliance on Bostock to support its insane cram down of the radical LGBTQ.
Again, gotta point it out. when it's shown. Just because you're too stupid to understand what he's talking about. Look at this. Yeah, it's a tweet. It's his tweet. But he has a border around it. Alex for Congress or whatever the fuck that is. Right down there at the bottom. Look at the board itself, ladies and gentlemen. Look how fucking thick that is. Anybody in anywhere close or anything that knows any knowledge of the printing industry. If you were to do that at Kinko's or wherever the fuck, how much do you think that cost you as an American fucking taxpayer? Because you're too stupid to know what he tweeted.
The agenda is breathtaking. This you? Yes or no?
Senator Padilla, it was indeed nice visiting with you the other day.
April of 2021.
Oh, no.
Friendly
No, I'm wrong. He's got more.
reminder that birthright citizenship is not a thing. Was this your post? Yes or no?
That appears to be my X handle. Yes, Senator.
Thank you. November 2020. Once again, Chip is one of a tiny handful of Texas Republicans with a spine, unwilling to capitulate to an obviously fraudulent election. Wish there were others. Was this you or not?
Every single one of them. How much money, ladies and gentlemen? Look at all that color. On that frame. On that size. Look at the quality. How much money? They seem to be little. Maybe it was printed out on paper and they glued it down. Looking at the ridges on the side. But still. How much money for this?
That appears to be my X handle. Yes,
Thank
Senator.
you. Lastly, for the record, I know my time is up. In September of 2020, I believe it was, bring back the good old days. For the record, this is a picture of the infamous Joe McCarthy. Was this your post? Yes or no?
That appears to be my X handle, Senator.
Enough said. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Padilla. Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do find it fascinating, though, that my friends on the other side of the aisle are very concerned all of a sudden about.
He just wanted thousands of fucking dollars in your face just to say, hey, you said this, right? Yes. Yes, I said that. Thousands of fucking dollars in your goddamn face. Because you're too stupid to know what he's talking about without a visual aid.
About an administration ignoring Supreme Court decisions. Mr. Sauer, you and I brought the student loan debt forgiveness case. We won at the Supreme Court, and Joe Biden said, the Supreme Court blocked me. That didn't stop me. So this lawlessness we've seen over the last 4 years, all of a sudden my Democrat friends have found religion on abiding by Supreme Court decisions. Ms. Dhillon, I want to ask you a couple of questions. My colleagues on the other side tell us that you're a threat to civil rights. The truth is, I think you're one of the fiercest advocates of civil rights in a generation. On paper, civil rights are supposed to mean protection from discrimination based on characteristics like race. In practice, the entire civil rights bureaucracy as it currently exists is a vehicle for an entrenched new system of discrimination based on race. The left is right about one thing, in my view. There is systemic racism that exists in America today, but it's not Jim Crow or redlining or our criminal justice system. It's the pervasive racial discrimination that exists against Asians, whites, and other disfavored groups that take place now on college campuses, in the boardrooms of Fortune 500 companies, even in the halls of our own government. It goes by a bunch of different names, principally equity or DEI or CRT. You can go on, but whatever you want to call it, it's wrong. And it has to stop. As Chief Justice Roberts eloquently put it, the best way to stop discrimination on the basis of race is to stop discriminating on the basis of race. And that's one of the reasons I like you. I think unlike most
Fair
quote, unquote,
enough.
major civil rights organizations today, you oppose racial discrimination in all forms. So I want to ask you, is reverse racism still racism?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I don't even use the term reverse racism. It's just racism to discriminate on the basis of race.
I agree with you. And do civil rights protections apply equally to all races?
In my view, yes, they do, Senator.
Okay. In my view, we've got to root out this wokeism and this discrimination that's been under the cover, this cultural Marxism of DEI that I'm glad President Trump is taking out of the federal government. But you've seen this obviously play out in the private sector as well. In 2023, Target, the company, Target, the store, explicitly stated that as part of its REACH initiative, it wanted to hire 20% more Black employees in overt racial quota system. Title VII of the Civil Rights Act prohibits discrimination in employment based on race, color, religion, sex, and national origin. Racial quotas violate our civil rights. Does Target's practice of having racial quotas raise red flags for you?
Well, Senator, if the facts are as you just described them, I believe that practice is illegal and unconstitutional.
And so one of the things that I find fascinating based on from the last administration, you know, against companies like SpaceX, for example, the Biden administration brought hundreds of civil rights actions. How many actions did the Biden administration bring against DEI racial quotas? Are you aware?
I'm not aware of any, Senator.
Well, I know the answer to it. It's Blutarski. It's 0.0. None. Because this is the truth. My friends on the other side had a system in place that needs to fundamentally be dismantled. The left views this again as cultural Marxism, a way to divide the room by race, and it's tearing this country apart. You have a really important role.
No, sir. No, sir. They view that as democracy. The cultural Marxism that has been thrown into our ideology, the children know not what they speak of. Why? Because of Smith-Mundt, motherfucker. It's always been there, but it was made to be blatant and overt. I'm sorry, I had to throw that off.
That you're going to step into when you're confirmed. I think you're going to get confirmed to try to end this. We shouldn't have quotas and racial quotas in this country. People should be judged on their merits. We need to bring merit back. It's not a 4-letter word. It's actually a bedrock principle that's
No,
made
it's a
this country such
5-letter
great
word.
place. And regardless of your skin color, you should have every opportunity to succeed. But you also shouldn't be held back because of your skin color either. And again, I think this leftist movement that the Democrats have been captured by, they totally lost the plot, and the American people have rejected it. Part of what the American people did in November, I think, is they sat in that jury box and they watched all this craziness over the last 4 years, and they rejected it. And you, given your background and your experience, and I think your grit to fight these tough fights, I couldn't think of anybody more qualified to do the job that you're about to do. So congratulations, and you have my support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator
There was a lot of times you shit the bed on that one, Schmidt.
Schmidt, and I would like the record to reflect, I believe this is the first time in the history of the Republic the word Blutarski has been used in the Senate. And with that, Senator Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sauer, you've served as one of the president's defense lawyers. Should cases arise in the Justice Department involving the same cases in which you represented him, will you recuse yourself?
Senator, thank you for the question. As reflected in the ethics agreement that I have signed and in the regulations of the Department of Justice, as to any matter that were to come before me that might require recusal obligation, I would consult with the Department of Justice ethics officials and follow my recusal obligations.
So you'll consult with the career ethics lawyers at the department?
Yes, that's correct.
You are aware, of course, that the career ethics officials at the department have been fired, demoted, transferred. They no longer exist. The two people in that office are one of your fellow criminal defense lawyers of Donald Trump and a political appointee who graduated from law school just a few years ago. They don't exist. So who are you going to consult? Are you going to go to one of his other criminal defense lawyers to find out if you should recuse yourself?
Senator, I'm not aware of any personnel actions that you've described, so I can't speak directly to those. I've just recently been through a process where I was consulting closely with a career
I'll
DOJ
tell you,
ethics
Ms.
attorney.
Sauer,
No.
those actions have taken place.
Did he just lead down one street and immediately take a left?
At the department.
Ethics.
I want to go back.
Same case. Lawyers, should cases arise in the Justice Department involving the same cases in which you represented him, will you recuse yourself?
Senator, thank you for the question. As reflected in the ethics agreement that I have signed and in the regulations of the Department of Justice, as to any matter that were to come before me that might require recusal obligation, I would consult with the Department of Justice ethics officials and follow my recusal obligations.
So you'll consult with the career ethics lawyers at the department?
Yes, that's correct.
You are aware, of course, that the career ethics officials at the department have been fired, demoted, transferred. They no longer exist. The two people in that office are one of your fellow criminal defense lawyers of Donald Trump and a political appointee who graduated from law school just a few years ago. They don't exist. So who are you going to consult? Are you going to go to one of his other criminal defense lawyers to find out if you should recuse?
Because Biden appointees that, by the way, track it back through the Senate appointed hearings for all of Biden nominations, most of them have a very lax history with child molestation. But because Trump fired them, now there's nobody to stand up for Alex Schiff. California. I know there's a lot of fuckery that goes on with your whole state. It is literally fucked from the inside out. You had a chance for even Katie Porter, who I would have understood a lot better for California. Why this?
Use yourself?
Senator, I'm not aware of any personnel actions that you've described, so I can't speak directly to those. I've just recently been through a process where I was consulting closely with a career DOJ
I'll tell you,
ethics
Ms.
attorney.
Sauer, those actions have taken place. And the two appointees are political appointees. The people who will make the recusal recommendations to you are political appointees. One was Mr. Bove's former chief of staff. The other was a fellow criminal defense lawyer for Donald Trump. If that's who you're going to for recusal advice, no one can have confidence that that judgment will be made properly. But let me move on to another question. You took the position as Donald Trump's lawyer that he could order SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political opponent and not be prosecuted for it unless he was impeached first. Should the president order the use of violence against a political appointment, will that continue to be your position as the...
If being uncensored on YouTube or any other social media platform, is that the same thing as being censured? Just a question. You son of a. Hold on. Okay.
Be a lawyer for the United States. Will you represent to the court that any prosecution should be dismissed if the president is not first impeached?
Senator, I believe the exchange that you're referring to, which occurred during oral argument in the DC Circuit in that presidential immunity decision, I was asked a question about that. And what I responded was that the president may be prosecuted for an action like that, but under the plain language of the impeachment judgment clause, he must be first impeached and convicted by the Senate.
And as
therefore-
as the judge in that argument made clear, that means your position is he cannot be prosecuted unless he's impeached first. So he can order the use of his office to use violence against a political opponent, and you would defend his ability to do that in any criminal prosecution unless he's impeached.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. As much as I've seen as like his staffers in the background, that woman is just right. She seems like the most normal son of a bitch in the whole damn. Out of everybody I've seen in the background of everybody, that woman, I'm feeling like a little Rachel Dawes situation in the first Batman. You know, Batman Begins. A little bit more weight than that. She seems like the most normal son of a bitch just by her looks. That is disturbing, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, shit. I clicked on the wrong thing either.
Is that your testimony?
I believe this situation came up with respect to a real world example.
Well,
where President, if I
I'm
may,
giving you,
if I may,
I'm
where
giving you, yes. You'll
President
answer my
Obama,
question.
yes, I believe I am answering the question. President Obama ordered the essential killing of U.S. citizens located abroad by drone strike. And my colleague on the other side of that case was
Well, my
asked-
question is not about President Obama and using a drone strike against a terrorist.
Adam. Did you just say an American citizen was a terrorist? Hold on. Anwar al-Awlaki. A minor. A U.S. American citizen. Was killed in a drone strike by Obama. And when questioned about it, Obama's ultimate answer was, if you want to root out terrorism, you have to get them root and stem. Whoa! You just brought up Anwar al-Awlaki in your argument, and you tried to justify the killing of an American citizen just simply because he was born to somebody you deemed to be a terrorist and must kill. So because you must kill him, you must kill a U.S. American citizen, a minor at that. Because fuck it. To stamp out terrorism, you must cut it out, root and stem. Right? Sons of the Father and all that.
Question is Donald Trump using his office to assassinate a political opponent. If he's not impeached for it, would you defend against any prosecution as Solicitor General?
The hypothetical you've offered respectfully is so outlandish. I don't know if I'm in position to address it.
Well, you addressed it for the court, but you want to address it for the country in this hearing?
I think I've just said exactly the same response that I
Okay,
gave
then
the court.
exactly the same response is that you would evidently defend him against prosecution for that. Let me move on to the last question. The department moved.
So because you didn't say exactly what I wanted you to say in my time frame that I wanted you to say it, You didn't answer at all.
to dismiss a corruption case against the mayor of New York. The acting Southern District
Here
of
we
New
go
York
again.
U.S. attorney refused to undertake an action that she believed was deeply unethical. So then it fell on her number two, Hagan Scotton, to do the dirty deed of dismissing this case. This is what he said. Any assistant U.S. attorney would know our laws and traditions do not allow using the prosecutorial power to influence other citizens, much less elected officials, in this way. If no lawyer with an earshot of the president is willing to give him that advice, then I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me. My question to you, Mr. Sauer, is...
Wait, my question to you, Adam Schiff, is this. The case brought against Mayor Adams is there was election interference because the country of Turkey got him elected by giving him upgrades on flights when they used their airlines. As the mayor of DC, this comes roughly a month after he comes out and says these illegals, we're getting them 10,000 a fucking week. They're going to destroy this fucking city. A month later, somehow this years-long investigation comes to a head right after that. And then you raid him and indict him on the charge that the country of Turkey got him elected to mayor of New York City by giving him free upgrades on his flights. Now, granted, there is a lot more to that, and it's all inconsequential to the goddamn argument at fucking point, because it all supports the fact that the country of Turkey gave him free upgrades on Turkish fucking flights, and that got him elected as New York mayor. And that Republican refused to drop the charges and immediately resigned, leaving the next Republican to do the dirty work. That was his argument.
Would that be you?
Would
that be you if it fell to you to dismiss that case? Would you be the coward or fool willing to dismiss that case on behalf of the president?
I certainly can't speak to any official action that I might or might not take in a hypothetical
Well, he's
scenario.
got a pencil
I will
neck,
say that there
though.
was a distressing lack of letters like this during the weaponization of justice.
Well, there is a disturbing presence of letters like this, and your answer tells me that it would be you. My colleagues have praised your legal skills. I have no doubt about your knowledge of the law. But to me, you can't be a good lawyer if you use the law
Right.
to subvert the law, if you use our system to undermine our system. And I'm deeply afraid that's what you've done, and that's what you will do in this position. I yield back.
All that time, he said absolutely nothing. Not a goddamn thing. Again, California. I'd have been more entertained by Katie Porter. As a matter of fact, there were actually times where I was, man, she made a good fucking argument. The bitch is insane as fuck. But you're insane as fuck, and she was fighting for you. And yet, through some fuckery that you allow to happen, we got this.
Let me say to the three of you, thank you for agreeing to serve our nation. Thank you for going to the Department of Justice. I will note my Democrat colleagues who are suddenly deeply concerned about the rule of law all seem to have entered the witness protection program during the 4 years of the Biden presidency, when the Biden Department of Justice was the most lawless and partisan Department of Justice our nation has ever seen. And not a single Democrat on this committee could be bothered to be concerned
watched
in
a
the
lot.
slightest
I
about
watched a lot.
weaponization of the Department of Justice to attack President Biden's
All voices,
political
as
opponents,
much as I can hear.
about Merrick Garland's refusal to enforce the law, including refusing to protect Supreme Court justices when a clear federal statute made it a crime.
I do not pay attention to
Protest and
Tucker
threaten the lives and
every
families of
time he
Supreme Court
talks, but
justices,
yeah.
and yet the Biden Department of Justice refused to follow that law. Now, Mr. Sauer, I will note that you and I share a lot of legal history. We both attended the same law school. We both clerked for the same judge, Michael Ludig, on the Court of Appeals. You clerked for the late, great Justice Antonin Scalia. We both started our legal career practicing under Chuck Cooper, one of the finest
That
Supreme
woman
Court
behind Ted Cruz
litigators
looks
on
like
the
she's
planet.
done with all y'all's shit.
You've been nominated to an incredibly important position, Solicitor General of the United States, a position frequently referred to as the 10th Justice. It is the only position in the entire federal government that is required by statute to be, quote, learned in the law. I will note I am grateful that is not a requirement to serve on the Senate Judiciary Committee. But I would ask you to share with this committee and share with the American people what is the responsibility of
Look at
the
that
Solicitor
face.
General, and how will you
She's done
carry
with
out this
everybody's
task
shit.
if and when you are confirmed?
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the opportunity to meet and discuss legal issues facing the United States. I believe I responded to earlier questions that the role of the Solicitor General is to defend both the statutes of the United States that are enacted by Congress and the executive actions of the executive branch. The Solicitor General does so on behalf of the client of the U.S. Department of Justice, which is the United States, the American people, and does so consistent with and with fidelity to the Constitution and the rule of law.
Well, thank you, and I have every confidence you will do exactly that. Mrs. Dhillon,
I have every
as
confidence
a
as
Sikh
well.
woman who immigrated to the United States at a young age, how has your background shaped your understanding of civil rights, and how can that perspective enhance the Civil Rights Division in advocating for all Americans from all backgrounds?
Thank you for that question, Senator. I would put it this way. My faith itself teaches first openness to all, respect for all, and protecting the defenseless. Those are among the tenets of the Sikh faith. And so that is why you see so many Sikhs volunteering in war-torn areas and doing relief work around the world. And so it's actually a tenet of our
None of
faith
it.
to contribute towards those efforts. So
None of it can. Anything and everything you hear is exactly what you were hearing with me. The question is what you were hearing with me my exact views? Or is what you were hearing with me, do you feel, is a pushed agenda? This is why mainstream media is dying and independent media is becoming a thing. Because you hear my raw, unfiltered fucking thoughts as we do this versus I take clips of this shit and try to paint a narrative. We've been watching this entire thing. Where have I strayed from any of my thought process?
it's been my entire career that I have served in that capacity, motivated by
That's
my
the
faith and my
difference, and that's
teachings
why
in my home.
everybody's turning.
And my career has also demonstrated many instances, as other senators have mentioned, of pro bono work, doing work for people who could not get a lawyer otherwise. And so I'm proud of that work. In the Civil Rights Division, there is a long and storied history of doing exactly the same thing, which is standing up for the most disadvantaged individuals in our United States and ensuring equal justice for all. And so I would definitely be informed by those lifetime experiences, including 32 years as a lawyer representing the underprivileged.
And let me ask you, how have your experiences as someone who's been subjected to racial profiling and abuse, and in particular the incident in 1995 when you and your husband were attacked on a bus. Can you please briefly describe that and how that will inform how you will carry out the roles running the Civil Rights Division?
Well, thank you, Senator. In the early 90s, as a newlywed, I got a terrible phone call from the chaplain at NYU that my husband, who was a medical resident in that program, had been shot and brought to NYU. He'd been shot in the chest by a racist who confronted him on a crowded New York City bus during rush hour and told him to get out of his face and to apologize, and used numerous ethnic slurs. And when my then husband refused to apologize, he was shot. And so it really brought home to me that no matter what your education,
I mean, isn't it
your
an American,
affluence, your
though?
background, there are instances in which bigots and racists will.
I don't give a shit whether I agree, whether I'm an offense or not. Fuck you, I ain't doing what you tell me. Is that not American? God damn.
Operate in society to try to harm people, and it is up to lawyers to then stand up to that and make sure that there are severe punishments. Unfortunately, that was New York City, and in that case, the person
The
was not
severe
severely punished
punishment
for
should not be a
shooting my
bullet
then
to the
husband in the
chest,
chest.
though.
That's truly horrible. Mr. Wright, I have one question for you. Will you tell this committee what the rule against perpetuities is?
If the chairman will grant me, I know that we're over time, if I may answer.
You may answer.
No interest is good unless it must vest, if at all, not later than 21 years after some life and being at the creation of the interest.
Very good.
So you can't benefit for 21 years?
I want to enter into the record multiple letters in support of Mr. Wright's nomination, a letter from the National Association of Police Organizations, a letter from former editorial board members of the Texas Review of Law and Politics, a letter from the MLK Association of Texas, a letter from the chairman of the Board of Regents at Texas Southern University, a letter from the Village in the Valley, and a letter from Pastor Willie Davis and Houston City Council members Willie Davis. And without objection, these are all entered into the record. And
Take it
Senator
easy,
Welch,
brother.
you're recognized.
I don't think we're going to hit
Thank you
up
very
the
much. Mr. Rice, it was
energy
very nice
efficiency
to
one.
visit with you yesterday.
And
it's nice to
tomorrow's
see your
all
kids.
about the
You promised they
wife.
were going to be
So
here, and your wife. A
as
couple of
soon
your
as this
kids.
is
That's
done,
great.
we're done.
All of us are kind of amazed. You're the cheerful person you are, having survived working for this guy named Cruz from Texas. I'll tell you, it's hard on us, but we can imagine what it's like for the chief of staff. You know, this is
Your time has expired.
You know, to all of you, let me express what is a concern I think many of us have. It's not a Democrat-Republican thing, but there's a profoundly new set of expectations and boundaries and what the executive power is now. We've had decisions by the Supreme Court that gives immunity to the president. I find that shocking. I think a president has to be subject to the law, not above the law. We also have a president who's been very explicit in determined his insistence that it's, quote, my Justice Department. And has also made a
So did
statement that if he does it to save the country, it's lawful. That's unique, that we haven't had that point of view embedded, and to some extent in there's
How
some
is that a
validation
problem?
with what the Supreme Court is doing and also what the president is asserting.
Because, sir, after everything that has fucking happened to the president of the United States of America, from the moment he walked out or he rode down the escalator, how is anything he said a problem? You brought the entire federal fucking weight of every branch of the government across this man. How is him saying my federal government in defense of the people who have been overwhelmingly targeted by this government? How are you sitting here saying that's a problem? it's a problem for him to say that because of the rhetoric, right? Let me talk about the ultra nuclear MAGA, the Biden photo where it's in all red and him shaking his hands. But that was an okay image, right? That was okay rhetoric, right?
That causes me great concern because I think it really threatens the separation of powers and the co-equal authority of Congress to be a check and balance. And all of you will have major positions that will require you basically to serve the interests of the president. And we all understand that, but where there's a real redefinition of that presidential authority. So I want to ask a little bit about that. I'll ask you, Mr. Rice, you know, I know your tweet was, you were asked about that. Can the president basically violate the law? Just tell me where you come from in terms of what the limits are on presidential authority.
Well, thank you. And it was really a pleasure visiting with you and your staff just yesterday. Senator, if I could just clarify, you referenced a tweet in which I said the president has unlimited power.
I'll get to the tweet. I thought Senator Durbin had displayed it. I was told that. You got it? Looking for some Andrew Jackson level leadership on this one. Judge Yackel has made his decision. Now let him enforce it. So it's the famous Jackson dictum that we can essentially disregard the decision of a Supreme Court.
Thank you for that. And thank you for clarifying, Senator Welch. So my position reflects a fairly mainstream view within right of center jurisprudential circles, which is simply to suggest that various Supreme Court or Court of Appeals decisions are more limited in scope than maybe our friends who share a different jurisprudential view of Supreme Court holding would suggest.
Well, let's say there is a Supreme Court holding saying that a presidential policy is invalid. You know, but President Trump has said he can do basically anything if it's to save the country. All right, that's his motivation. And that anything would include disregarding the order of the court if in the judgment of the president, his disregarding that order was to save the country.
So, Senator, first, I think I'm not aware of any instance in which President Trump genuinely stated that he can do anything to save
All right,
the country.
Mr. Sauer, well, I'm asking that maybe it's a hypothetical, but I actually don't
no, nope.
this is
You
a
didn't let him
hypothetical
finish.
in that it hasn't happened yet. But
Oh.
it's a hypothetical based on very explicit decisions, one by the Supreme Court on immunity, another by President Trump's own statements. Mr. Sauer, do you believe the president has the authority in the name of saving the country to disregard, you know, a decision by the Supreme Court?
To be clear, I think as I stated earlier, Senator, I have had the privilege of representing President Trump for much of the last 2 years.
I'm not asking that. You know what I'm asking.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I'm not asking about the privilege you had of serving the president. I'm asking the question. You heard my question. Can the president disregard the order because in his opinion, he's acting in a way that will, quote, save the country?
I think the answer that I was trying to give respectfully is that I've represented President Trump for 2 years and I've never seen anything that would lead me to believe that I'd be put in any situation.
You know what? I get it. You respect him. You like him. He was your lawyer. But I'm not asking about that. I give you that. Right. But the president has now asserted that he has the right basically to do what he thinks is necessary to save the country. And I'm asking whether that includes violating a Supreme Court order.
I think I would.
And sir, what he is telling you is in the fucking 2 years that he has served President Trump, he has never seen anything where he would say this violates a court order.
Just refer back to the answers I gave earlier to similar questions from the ranking member.
Well, how about answering my question now that I'm here?
Well, there was a exchange about that, but again, I've represented President Trump for 2 years. I've never been put in any situation like that, and I don't
know. I just got to say, Mr. Chairman, that's a little bit frustrating. I understand that he has a good relationship with the president, respects him. All right. And the president has never put him in that position.
Yeah.
But we're in a new situation here. The president is now the president. He's made these statements. There is a real question in emerging unitary executive authority. This is a very serious question that we've never had to face before. Can the president
Lizard lips. Watch Chef
we're
here.
in a
Right side of the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Watch Chef here. He literally deep throats the fuck out of this straw.
new situation here? The president is now the president. He's made these statements. There is a real question in emerging unitary executive authority. This is a very serious question that we've never had to face before.
Bird lipped. But why did you have to take half that straw to the fucking throat?
Can the president disregard?
Look at the length of that goddamn thing. Half that went in his mouth to take a fucking drink.
A decision by the Supreme Court? And, I'll yield back, but I want to just express my frustration at not getting a direct answer on what I think is an existential question for this country.
Well, I will note the witnesses did point out that President Trump has been president for 4 years and 1 month now, and he has never disregarded a court order. And we just finished 4 years of Joe Biden routinely disregarding the law, in no instance more flagrantly than concerning our southern border, where he defied federal immigration law and allowed 12 million illegal immigrants to come into this country. And so the hypotheticals that are being posed by our Democrat colleagues, sadly, we have lived in the last 4 years when you have a lawless president who does not follow the statutes passed by Congress and signed into the United States Code. Senator Kennedy.
Thank
I'm
you,
going
Mr.
to leave my
Chairman.
freak out session to myself here.
The credentials of each of you are impressive.
It had nothing to do
Ms.
with
Dhillon,
Kennedy
did you
or our cruise.
ever have Professor Paul Stephen at Virginia Law School?
I did, Senator. I think it was my first year.
Yeah, he's brilliant. He should be on the federal bench. He would have been if I had gotten here sooner. Mr. Wrights, I introduced Senator Cruz to some of his supporters one time. I was asked about him and I said, no, let me tell you about Senator Cruz. He's brilliant, but so was the Unabomber.
Oh.
You've got to watch him like a hawk. Is that a fair description? You don't have to answer that. Is it true that after a Scot, Senator Cruz can burp the alphabet backwards? You don't have to answer that either. Let me say something serious for a second, and then I'll have one or two questions. You're all adults. You're all officers of the court. So I'm going to give you some advice. I may be wrong, but I doubt it. Don't ever take the position that you're not going to follow the order of a federal court. Ever. Now, you can disagree with it. Within the bounds of legal ethics, you can criticize it. You can appeal it. Or you can resign. For 4 years, I have watched people in this town, not everybody, but many, try to undermine the legitimacy of the federal judiciary. And it triggered each and every time my gag reflex. I've watched them try to pack the Supreme Court. I have watched an esteemed member of this body on the steps of the Supreme Court threaten Justices Gorsuch and Justice Kavanaugh. I've seen that. I've seen this body, some in good faith, but some in bad faith, try to impose an unconstitutional, violative of the separation of powers doctrine ethics code on the Supreme Court, just to try to undermine their legitimacy. Now, all our judiciary has, an equal branch of government has its legitimacy. It doesn't have an army. Don't ever say you're not going to follow the order of a court. You may not agree with it, but that's my advice, and I think you ought to take it. Mr. Sauer, I'm glad to see that Holly took you to a Cracker Barrel for lunch.
Yes, Senator, if you're familiar with the area, it's the one near Columbia, Missouri, about halfway through Missouri on I-70.
I've always thought of Holly as more of a Whole Foods type guy.
I can only say that his description of it was accurate. It was chicken fried steak.
I'm glad to see that his taste is getting better. Tell me, Sauer, give me an example of of an instance where a legislative body could pass a statute discriminating on the basis of race, which of course is a suspect classification, that could pass the strict scrutiny test.
I can't think of a hypothetical as I sit here. However, I am aware that there is a line of cases holding that.
I am too, but is there any way that a legislative body can pass legislation classifying people on the basis of race that passes strict scrutiny?
I can't imagine a scenario as I sit here, Senator.
How does the
This
doctrine
is
of
why I
equal
love
protection
Kennedy.
apply to the federal government? I know the 14th Amendment says that the states can't deny our people equal protection of the law, but I don't see anything in the Constitution about the federal government in equal protection. It's not in the Fifth Amendment. I'm not suggesting we shouldn't, but how does it apply?
Senator, I believe there's a Supreme Court decision from the late 1940s or early 1950s that essentially incorporated the doctrine of equal protection. People say reverse incorporated the doctrine of equal protection through the due process clause of the Fifth Amendment.
You agree with the substantive due process model?
I have criticized that doctrine in many of the legal briefs that I've filed that I've
Whoa, I
I've
see where
disclosed to
he's
the
going.
committee.
Well, without it, how would we have equal protection of the laws applied to the federal government?
As I sit here today, I don't dispute the holding of what the Supreme Court held about 60, 70 years ago, and I accept that as binding law.
You just think they got the methodology wrong.
Well, you asked about the substantive due process doctrine. The doctrine of reverse incorporation is different than that. And as I sit here today, I'm not prepared to say whether they got it right or got it wrong. I'd have to read the opinion again. It is long settled in binding law, in my understanding, though.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy. And in light of your initial line of
Nice.
questioning, I ask unanimous consent that at subsequent hearings, Senator Kennedy be back.
Hold up. Nice. Nice. He took some hard hitting questions. I'd say maybe bordering on the line of just below the belt. And he walked that line. But he made you feel like it was okay. Because there was a lot. Nice, Kennedy. Nice, Kennedy.
I've been gagged. I'll withdraw that request and recognize Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman.
Here we go.
I will take this opportunity to put up what I consider to be a red flag of a MAGA takeover of the Department of Justice. What we regularly see is extremely good bromides until we hit.
Why did you put your glasses on, asshole?
And I think we've seen it in this hearing too. And then it's like watching people fly into the Bermuda Triangle and all the nabs and comms get weird. And I think that's a very strong signal of what folks' intentions are as we go into this. Project 2025 author Russ Vogt said that it was his purpose to impose
Okay, it wasn't
trauma
5 seconds, but
in the federal workforce. And I think we're seeing those efforts right now with respect to FBI agents who were assigned, for instance, to the January 6th cases. We see repeated signals that politics now matters. We saw Attorney General Bondi ask members of the Department of Justice to disavow their own political beliefs in favor of, and I'm quoting her here, the political views that prevailed in the election. I
glasses
don't think
off.
we've ever heard an attorney general say anything like that before. We see the DC U.S. attorney in office, not formerly like you, Mr. Sauer, in office.
Come on, you're
describe
looking
himself
above him too
now
much.
as
Glasses off,
Trump's
Mr. Whitehouse.
lawyer out to protect his leadership, unquote, when challenged by the media.
I know you read too much.
The
My
department
bad.
actually has some pretty noble traditions of standing against politics and for the law. Recent examples include when the department stood against the Bush administration's unlawful warrantless wiretapping scheme and threatened mass resignations if it wasn't corrected. And it was corrected. That was a good thing. The department.
I have to wonder, during White House's day, did the Hall look over the glasses with an authoritative look? Was that your intimidation factor? America must have been a pussy bitch. More so than we already are, if that's what it takes to make people listen to you.
Itself rejected its own secret, shoddy Office of Legal Counsel opinions that had propped up the torture program. That was the department cleaning up its own mess, not just going along with the signal from the White House. Most recently, you saw the department stand against efforts to involve the Department of Justice in the Georgia election subversion scheme. To me, those were noble days for the department. I don't see any chance of that happening. What I see in front of me now is an Environment and Natural Resources Division that has already been decapitated. No coincidence that the biggest polluters are the biggest donors to Trump's campaign. I see the entire kleptocracy, anti-kleptocracy initiative of the Department of Justice eliminated, canceled, just as we watch a president cozy up to Vladimir Putin. Whatever Trump Russia was, it still is. And to take down the department's effort that goes after Russian oligarchs who prop up Putin sends a terrible, to me, unjustifiable signal.
Putin.
We have seen
I just put my glasses on and I gotta take them off for dramatic effect.
Mounted in order to create, or at least attempted to be mounted, in order to create a pretext.
Let me put them back on.
Allow a fund that the president objects to, but is way too late to veto, to be seized and held back from
There we go.
the obligations on it that Congress has provided. And recently we saw a flagrant pretense that the
Glasses off.
withdrawal of the prosecution of New York's mayor was not part of an agreement, the Latin term for agreement being quid pro quo. And then you saw Tom Homans from the administration go right onto
Quid pro quo. You mean if you don't fire the prosecutor, you're not getting $1 billion?
TV and say, yeah, this was an agreement, and if you don't honor it, I will be, and I won't use the phrase that he used because it's vulgar. I hope that in some way I can call to each of your
We're done.
decency,
Glasses off.
so that when the
Closing
moment comes,
statement.
which it will, when you're asked to choose between the public duties of the Department of Justice and the political imperatives of the Trump administration, you'll come down on the right side. I'm sad to say I don't see any indication of that right now.
Thank you, Senator Whitehouse. Thank you to each of the three witnesses.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Kennedy.
I'll raise a point of order. I forgot to ask William and Caroline if they had anything they wanted to add. Anything? How about vote for my dad? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry for the interruption.
An excellent ground to close the hearing. Congratulations, each of the three of you did a terrific job. Senator Kennedy did an okay job. For everyone's information, written questions for the record can be submitted until tomorrow at 5 p.m. and the committee will ask each of the nominees to answer and return the questions to the committee as soon as possible so that we can quickly schedule committee votes. And with that, the hearing is adjourned.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna let y'all go for the night. The energy committee thing that I wanted to be on tap, I'll listen to that on my own tomorrow. But tomorrow, I'm gonna take a break from this, and I'm gonna spend some time with the wife as much as I can while doing my own thing. We got some things planned, though. A lot of things planned with the show, with how this is going on, everything like this. We've got a groove going. And we need to listen, now more so than ever. These people that you put in there, because you thought they were going to be your way. Are they really your way? Let's see how they argue in these hearings. Let's see what they vote on. And then make your determination. For here on out, Tuesdays and Thursdays will always be the show's original time. Maybe we may pick up some more dates as that goes. We got some members only content that we got rolling out and got to get going on that as well. We got a lot of shit coming. And I cannot thank every single one of you enough for helping us do all this, make this get to a point to where this is something that will be something you pay attention to. I appreciate the shit out of every one of you, even though we may fight. Y'all are awesome. Take it easy, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see Monday, maybe a pop-up, depending on what happens, but we'll definitely see you Tuesday. Until then.
Comes a president. We can't start our own little
I have a
business here.
dream, that's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gon' get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the night inning. There ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream. Big, big pride, that's the thing. Every night, got a team. I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, here I'm screaming. Okay, it's a dream, and I pray as a team. One day, it'll be me. If I want it, then I'll get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today. For a minute, I don't stay, I just lose it. Have no shame, I admit it. Looking on me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we cut, I want to bring this to your attention. We've done some chat music thing. There was an interaction between the creator of the What Rhymes As She Sings and one of the videos that she chose a line from. And I'm going to be honest with you. The music she made that line to be is a fucking banger. But so you all understand, before we really hit it and close it out for the night, let's bring it to Ani Brava herself.
Hi everyone, I'm Ani Brava, and today I'm reacting to the chat music AI version of my What Rhymes with Even challenge. So for those of you who know what I'm talking about and just want to see the video, you can skip to the reaction with a timestamp below. For those of you who just happened upon this video quite innocently, I have a few disclaimers. First of all, what I'm reacting to is basically a compilation of the most offensive rhymes you could ever imagine, arranged creatively by chat music and then sung by AI. So it's highly offensive. It's very adult. So if you are a child or someone who doesn't like offensive things or dark humor, or my mom, please do not watch this video. Secondly, I have seen it once before, but since then I've tried to avoid watching it so that I can give you a more honest reaction. So I'll try to do the best I can. All right, let's dive in. Okay. My eyelid is twitching. I'm so nervous. Ugh. But we're going for it. Are you ready? Okay.
Hey, let's write something.
Oh,
What
Ani.
rhymes with
Hello.
even, as in, I don't get mad, I get even.
I touch my grandma and see me.
Bro, no, not okay. Oh, is that his actual profile photo? He's like, that's ballsy. I mean, to post it, just like the spelling. No, I don't like it. No, I can't use that. Well, we got the 9/11 theme going. No, this is not okay. Okay, that is fire though. Feed the kids. Guy, oh my, bro. No. Very majestic ending. Okay then. We made it through somehow. That was very traumatizing. Very, very disturbing. Obviously, I don't condone any of those topics, but in a twisted way, still very creative, I would say. So that's why I made these rhyme challenges, is for people to be creative, and everyone has different ways to be creative. So I applaud that. Yeah. Although my eyelid isn't twitching anymore, so maybe I'm good now. For those of you who didn't know, the lyric in there that I started the rhyme challenge with, I don't get mad, I get even. It's actually it was made into a song, and it's coming out. It's called Katana. It's coming out January 31st. And one of the comments in this video was actually one that I chose for the song. I'll let you guess which one it is. But I asked the girl for her permission, and she has writer's credit on the song. So that's exciting. Anyway, it comes out January 31st. So if you're watching this and it's not January 31st yet, you can pre-save below. And if it's after January 31st, you can just go stream it right now on all platforms. So also feel free to join a rhyme challenge anytime. I'm on Instagram and TikTok, Ani Brava. So yeah, come hang out with us. Okay, bye.
Ma'am, I'm
What are
going
moments today? We are
I'm going to tell you this right now. Do not in any way try to shy away from this. This is a savagery of humankind in itself. I understand where you were coming from with this, but ma'am, you're fucking talented. The song that I don't get mad, I get even song, that line that she was talking about, it's a fucking banger.
Scared the subtlety, you had a vacancy, and you were thirsty for my company. I'd be good to you if you were good to me, but in your custody, you did me dirty. Stars round my way, only sharpen my blade. I don't get mad, I get even. I didn't see something I believe in, but you can't bring me down with your drama, 'cause I cut through the bullshit like a katana. I get even. I don't get that when you start breathing. No, you can't bring me down with your karma, 'cause I cut through the bullshit like a katana. I told you once, told you twice, my shoulder's colder than ice. You couldn't kill your pride, so hand me a knife. Brothers for you, my mission. I don't get mad, I get even. I didn't see something I believe in, but you can't bring me down with your drama, 'cause I cut through the bullshit like a katana. I get even. I don't get that when you start breathing. No, you can't bring me down with your karma, 'cause I got through the bullshit like a katana. You should know better than to make a friend of a former friend. You should know better than to cross a woman with a weapon in her hand. 'Cause I don't get mad, I get even. And I'll get there when you start bleeding. When you can't turn me down in your drama, 'cause I cut through the bullshit like a katana. I get even. I don't get that when you start breathing. Now you can't bring me down with your karma, 'cause I cut through the bullshit
Well done, Ani Bravo. We will bring that up when more eyes are upon us. Again, do not shy away from the savagery of humankind, especially if that's what you were trying to bring. Well done, ma'am.